Emergence SDK drops into game engines to give developers access to the trillion-dollar economies of Web3 and the open metaverse without the learning curve. Make the player the platform with user sovereignty, future-proof security and passwordless logins, bringing their friends, followers and digital property everywhere they go. Join the Open Metaverse pilot for all this and more, including personal feeds, curated marketplaces, and monetization with a few clicks. Head over to the Crucible website for more information.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
The Emergence SDK drops into game engines to give developers access to the trillion-dollar economies of Web3 and the open metaverse without the learning curve. Make the player the platform with user sovereignty, future-proof security and passwordless logins, bringing their friends, followers and digital property everywhere they go. Join the Open Metaverse pilot for all this and more, including personal feeds, curated marketplaces and monetization with a few clicks. Head over to the Crucible website for more information.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
The Emergence SDK drops into game engines to give developers access to the trillion-dollar economies of Web3 and the open metaverse without the learning curve. Make the player the platform with user sovereignty, future-proof security and passwordless logins, bringing their friends, followers and digital property everywhere they go. Join the Open Metaverse pilot for all this and more, including personal feeds, curated marketplaces and monetization with a few clicks. Head over to the Crucible website for more information.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Emergence SDK drops into game engines to give developers access to the trillion-dollar economies of Web3 and the open metaverse without the learning curve. Make the player the platform with user sovereignty, future-proof security and passwordless logins, bringing their friends, followers and digital property everywhere they go. Join the Open Metaverse pilot for all this and more, including personal feeds, curated marketplaces and monetization with a few clicks. Head over to the Crucible website for more information.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Emergence SDK drops into game engines to give developers access to the trillion-dollar economies of Web3 and the open metaverse without the learning curve. Make the player the platform with user sovereignty, future-proof security and passwordless logins, bringing their friends, followers and digital property everywhere they go. Join the Open Metaverse pilot for all this and more, including personal feeds, curated marketplaces and monetization with a few clicks. Head over to the Crucible website for more information.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Elfeld from GamesBeat and VentureBeat. Thank you for attending GamesBeat, Driving Game Growth and Into the Metaverse. If you're watching this live stream on YouTube or a social channel, definitely go to gamesbeat.com and follow the links to join us on our event portal. This event is 100% free of charge. For those of you who have pre-registered for the event, our speakers or otherwise have VIP access, check your email inboxes for important links and information. I'm here with Megan Padel of GamesBeat and VentureBeat as well.
Hi everyone. So we know that this online world isn't exactly new, but if you have any questions, we've got you covered. This tutorial will help get you oriented about the online event. So just to start, Ben, how do I log in to see the event and ask our speakers questions?
So if you're pre-registered, the first thing you're going to want to do is check your email inbox. You'll find an email that says how to access this 3-day event. This will have your link to the virtual event. So you just click on that link and you're in. There really is no login. If you're confused or don't see that email, just head over to gamesbeat.com. We're prominently featuring links to the event on our front page. Also, we're here for you. If you're still having difficulties, just email us at eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Again, that's eventsupport@venturebeat.com. The event portal page really is 3 different pages. We start with the lounge. This is where you're going to find information about things happening now, including places to network and make connections. We also have an agenda. The agenda is roughly straightforward. It's the agenda for the entire 3 days of the event. And we've got a page for on-demand content. This will include videos 30 minutes after they show live in our live stream. You should find those videos here. Other video resources and our full event coverage from our editorial team also lives on this on-demand page. You'll also notice that at the top of each of these 3 pages, we prominently feature the live stream of the event, as well as a Q&A tab and a polls tab. So that's where you'll find our stage and places to interact.
Thanks for that overview. So with Q&A, just to confirm, do I need to log in here to participate?
It's a good question. You do not need to log in to ask questions. We do encourage everybody to use your real name when you ask a question, and all questions are moderated before going live to the full public. So if you ask a question in the Q&A tab, your question is first going to go through a review and moderation process before anybody else sees it. So let's take a look. Here's that Q&A tab, and you'll see a prominent button here for ask. If I want to ask a question, just pop in there and write. My name shows up here unless I'm still anonymous, and then I can add my name in that field, send the question, and now the question is sent off for review. You may notice a note back to you from a moderator if they have a question or ask you to modify your question before going live. Note that you can also see public questions here and give them a thumbs up. And you can see any questions that you have down here that are waiting for review. There's also a polls tab. So we're going to be running polls through the whole day to keep the event engaging and fun. We're really interested in your feedback and what you think of our topics and speakers and driving game growth and the metaverse. So make sure to hop over here and interact with polls. The more questions you ask, the more polls are answered, the more fun the event is going to be for everybody. And again, there's no need to log in.
Okay, so that looks great. It seems super easy. What if I want to network and meet other people virtually?
Well, this year we have an amazing networking platform as well. Here you will need to log in, and once you do, you'll be able to find other attendees, start chats, and schedule meetings. We have an exhibition hall, and that will all be live inside the networking platform. So not only can you learn about groundbreaking technologies and services, but you can directly book one-on-one meetings with those service providers. Now, this is critical. For those of you who have pre-registered for the event, are speakers or otherwise have VIP access, check your email inbox for the subject line, networking is now open, exclamation point. That invites you to the networking platform. So one click there will make the login process much easier. You just click the link in your email and enter a password. Your account creation is finished. If you're not pre-registered for the event, just visit the lounge and click the button under Make Connections. You can register directly on the networking platform and start making connections anyway.
Awesome. So if I have a VIP pass or a speaker pass, are there any additional benefits that I can get?
That's a great question. For speakers and for our hand-selected VIPs, there are also special networking opportunities like private roundtables and offstage Q&A. Links and passwords to those opportunities are in your email inbox as well. On days 2 and 3, we will also feature some of those links to opportunities in the event portal lounge. Just make sure you check your email, as all of these additional opportunities are password protected.
Great. So it's definitely worth repeating. How can I contact other attendees, speakers, or sponsors to set up one-to-one meetings?
Yeah, thanks for looping back to that. All of it is in our networking platform. So you can find that link under Make Connections. The more attendees who access the platform, the more fun this whole event's going to be. Use that tool, the networking platform, to show interest, reach out to anybody, including speakers. Just remember to be courteous. People are busy these days. And with chat and meeting bookings, those are asynchronous communication. So the recipient might get back to you really quickly in 2 minutes, or in 2 hours, or tomorrow, or in a week. We'll keep the networking tool up after the event so you can rest easy.
That sounds great. Thanks, Ben. So if I do have any additional issues, how can I get help?
Well, just email eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Again, for help, email eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Thanks for all the questions, and thanks for joining us for Driving Game Growth and Into the Metaverse.
Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to GamesBeat Into the Metaverse. I'm your MC for today, Andrea Renee. I am also the co-host, co-founder of the all-female run podcast, What's Good Games. You may recognize me from previous VentureBeat or GamesBeat events. I'm very honored to be once again working with the fantastic team. There's a lot of them pulling a bunch of strings behind the scenes, so shout out to everybody working hard to make this event happen today. I've been working in the video games media business for over a decade now, but still chasing Dean Takahashi. He's beating everybody. But I'm excited to be here and to help you guys kind of navigate all of the fantastic talks that we have. So before we dive into these talks about the metaverse, I do have a little bit of housekeeping. We did just have that wonderful tutorial video, but if you do have any questions, it probably will be helpful to write down that email address, maybe on like a Post-it note or scribble it on an envelope next to your desk. That's eventsupport@venturebeat.com. If you lose your links or you don't have your passwords, if you just have general questions, that will be a fantastic resource for you. I am excited to let you guys know that at today's virtual event, we have nearly 3,000 attendees registered and joining us from home, plus more tuning into the live stream across Facebook, YouTube, and more. I'd like to thank our partners in the event today: Facebook, Together Labs, Dolby, Verizon, Adjust, Crucible, Unit 2 Games, RP1 the Metaverse platform, Unity, Polystream, Subspace, Tipalti, The Sandbox, Venues, GenVid, and specifically supporting diversity and inclusion, the Entertainment Software Association. And thank you to our expo partners as well: Facebook, Verizon, Apps Flyer, Unit 2 Games, Together Labs, Crucible, RP1 the Metaverse platform, Labcades, Tipalti, Exala, The Sandbox, and NextPlayer. Be sure to visit the expo area in the one-to-one networking area. And of course, thank you to our advisory board who is helping us make this event happen. And of course, we want you guys to get involved in the conversation on social media. We're all tweety these days. We have an official conference hashtag. That's hashtag GBeat Summit. So be sure to tag all of your tweets or your Instagram posts. Or listen, if you're making TikToks about Into the Metaverse, I will watch them if you use that hashtag so I can find them. If you guys want to tag us at GamesBeat as well, that would be fantastic. And we also have a little bit of information for you about how to become a GamesBeat Insider and VIP. Membership includes access to the newsletters, such as the Dean Beat, the wonderful educational and fun speakers at our events, just like this one, networking opportunities, special members-only interviews, chats, and open office events with the GamesBeat staff, chatting with community members, the staff, and other guests in our Discord, because we're all on Discord these days, and maybe even a fun prize or two. Plus, of course, the big reason why a lot of us are here today, introductions to like-minded parties and that all-important networking. I do want to remind you, we have another event coming up later in the spring. That's right, GamesBeat Summit is back for 2021. It's going to be held on April 28th and 29th, so mark your calendars. And I want to let you guys know, for those who are pre-registered, you should have already received an email with access to the one-by-one networking platform. Now, if you have not, be sure to check the links below the main stage to start networking. Or if you're having questions, event support at VentureBeat.com is the email you want to send a message to with your questions. Now, most of our sessions today and tomorrow are going to have some offstage Q&A following the presentation. Access to these is limited to executive industry leaders only. For VIP, you should see an email with information on accessing the private speaker offstage Q&A and the roundtables. You can also join by clicking the link below our lounge page and entering today's VIP password. And you can also click the link in your VIP email if that's easiest for you. We're going to be having some polls happening throughout the day. So if you have your window up right now and you can hear my voice, just to the right, you should see a little Slido box. If you don't, you might not have cookies enabled in your browser. So just a quick fix in your settings page and you'll be able to participate in those polls. And we had some really fun ones yesterday. So hopefully you guys will participate today. And why don't we just get it started with our first poll of the day. When will the Metaverse debut? So we have a list of years here to pick from. Let's see who thinks it's going to debut sooner or potentially later, or maybe never. Maybe we're just going to be talking about the metaverse and it's never actually going to happen. Hopefully not, though. All right, so now before I go down the rundown for today's events, I would like you to know we have a very special virtual reality opportunity thanks to our partner Oculus Venues that's happening between 11:30 and 12:30 today. So if you want to participate in that, I recommend you get your headset ready to go in advance. You're not scrambling to plug everything in as 11:30 approaches. Now, you've heard enough from me. Now you're going to hear a lot from another man that you all recognize. I'd like to introduce Dean Takahashi, the lead writer for GamesBeat and organizer of the GamesBeat Summit, for his welcoming remarks.
I hope you're well. Thank you so much for tuning in to our digital event. I'm grateful that you're here and you're not doom scrolling. We want you here to foster our community around inspiring the games industry to be the best it can be. We would not be doing this digital event if it weren't for our speakers and sponsors. We're honored to have your support. We still can't see each other in person or enjoy life as it once was, but we can connect through games. For the next couple of days, the GamesBeat community is creating our own little metaverse, one filled with leaders who are dreaming big and working on making those dreams into reality. We can always criticize the metaverse as a dream, as a fantasy, as science fiction. And the metaverse will probably never be real, but it may be better than reality. Reality is losing big time right now. We need relief from it. The benefit of games and the mission of the metaverse is creating happiness. And lately, we haven't gotten that from the real world. It is perhaps no surprise that our dystopian reality is accelerating our desire to make the utopian metaverse happen. The technology is rapidly closing in on a long-awaited goal. At some point, we may not be able to tell the difference between the real world and an artificial metaverse. This reminds me of something physicist and futurist Michio Kaku said. There's a new theory that suggests the universe is nothing but a simulation, that nothing is real. Are we all just living inside a cosmic dream? How's that for a mind-blowing thought? I admit it's not the kind of thing we usually talk about at our practical and tactical GamesBeat Summit events. But we're taking liberties on the speculative edge with this event, and I hope you'll indulge us. As NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, a hardcore engineer if there ever was one, said in an interview with me, we're living in science fiction now. He believes the metaverse will come about soon because we have made so much progress in other technologies, such as graphics and AI. NVIDIA itself launched something called the Omniverse, a kind of metaverse for engineers. Remember how we used to talk about AI as a fantasy? Well, about 8 years ago, it started working better with the advent of deep learning neural networks. Now we have 7,000 AI startups around the world that have raised billions of dollars. Big companies have gone into it, and 76% of enterprises are now prioritizing AI in their 2021 IT budgets. That is leading to innovations which are coming back to benefit games. Today, artists are using it to automate the creation of gaming worlds. Like at Promethean AI, they're using it to create a 1970s bedroom scene automatically as an environment for a game. People are also using AI to infuse intelligence into non-player characters in games who may be smart enough to have a long conversation with a human. For that, you can check out our talk with Edward Sachi of Fable Studios on virtual beings. And if we didn't have these recent advances in AI, we probably couldn't keep up with the demand to populate interesting things and people into a metaverse, which will be vast. What's interesting is that there's so much effort going into this across multiple industries related to gaming and entertainment. And some of the people thinking about this have been contemplating it for decades. Neil Stephenson first posited the metaverse in 1992 in his novel Snow Crash. It lit the flame for a universe of virtual worlds where we could not only just play, but live. It was a dystopian world, and that set a cautionary note for would-be designers of such worlds. As Will Wright said, a dog-eared copy of Snow Crash became the business plan for every startup in Silicon Valley. Now, version 1.0 of this was the worlds like Second Life, launched in 2003. Linden Labs' world survived as a place for the commerce of user-generated content. And Blizzard's World of Warcraft also succeeded, as did many fantasy and sci-fi MMOs. But most attempts to create the metaverse fell short of the inspiring visions we saw on TV or in the movies, like with the Star Trek holodeck. So many companies from there to Blacksun flamed out. Ernest Cline lit the flame again for the Oasis, a walled garden metaverse created by a single company in his Ready Player One book in 2011. Steven Spielberg hyped it up again with his Ready Player One movie in 2018, lifting the idea into the mainstream. My inbox is now loaded with pitches for things like the esports metaverse and some Second Life clones. The idea of a modern metaverse has long been on the radar of geeks. And Tim Sweeney, not that he's a geek, of Epic Games, started talking about this back in 2017 with the success of Fortnite. Now, there's so many variants of the metaverse, it's hard to recognize it. When I say the word, I mean an online universe that connects worlds, each of which is a place where you are enticed to live your life. Matthew Ball says it will give us virtually infinite supplies of persistent content, live content, on-demand playback, interactivity, dynamic and personalized ads, and content distribution. It won't have a cap to how many people can be in it at once, based on tech being developed by companies like RP1. It will have a functioning economy. You'll watch movies with friends by your side, you'll play games, you'll shop, socialize, and come back every day. Vicky Dobbs-Beck of ILM X Lab says the metaverse brings together all of the different arts of humanity in one place. Now, maybe you won't eat inside the metaverse, but it could combine the physical and digital worlds. It should also connect worlds together so that you can travel instantly from one world to another without losing all the stuff you've purchased, as well as your identity, like in Manticore's Core platform. You should be able to play a game created by developers or enjoy something that you or your friends have created. CCP Games CEO Hilmar Pettersson has been working this out since EVE Online launched in 2003. He's thought about things like how to shift labor between worlds and how to transfer currency in a way that won't wreck one's economy. We're also here today because it matters what kind of metaverse we create. For a project that requires as much collaboration as a metaverse, the industry has started thinking about setting up the rules of the road. Futurist Kathy Hackle says in one of our sessions you will hear today, what do governments need to do about the coming of the metaverse? And what do CEOs need to know about the metaverse? It's like being at the beginning of motion pictures or television or the web, said Jesse Schell, CEO of Schell Games. Sweeney will talk to us about why the metaverse must be open, why it should be built and governed by everybody, not just one company or the tech giants. We'll identify the stepping stones of the metaverse, like creating virtual beings or unfolding a popular cryptocurrency or token, so you can transfer your property between worlds and economies. We're talking about the necessary building blocks, like RP1's shardless world technology, and we'll mention the alternative ideas, like whether the metaverse will take 2D form in the shape of Genie's avatars, Anakin life on mobile, conversations on Discord, or even cute avatars like in Animal Crossing. Whatever you create, it will have to be done with ethical frameworks, as well as we'll be reminded in a talk by Richard Bartle, a famous scholar who identified the personalities of online gamers many years ago. We've got a talk with the ESA CEO, Stanley Pierre-Louis, about diversity and the metaverse because it pays to think about diversity before starting a new platform. The metaverse will need its guardrails because reality is dystopian enough and we don't need a dystopian metaverse. You have to think about these things to set up the metaverse the right way from the start. As Matthew Ball predicts, the onset of the metaverse will lead to a Cambrian explosion of technologies and startups. But again, we are here today because we don't want to see the metaverse become the Tower of Babel. We want it all to be interconnected. That means that each company will have to cooperate with the others in enlightened self-interest so that the pipes, the roads, the highways, and the interconnections can be built. Companies will have to give up their self-interest for the greater good, or we will once again have a tragedy of the commons. We're a moment of profound change. The game industry has an opportunity to become further ingrained as the best form of entertainment. We can entertain, inspire, distract, and lead. As Raph Koster, doing his best impression of Thanos in Avengers Endgame, says, the metaverse is inevitable. Games are the most likely path into the metaverse, but everyone has ambitions to build it. The tech giants have all staked out this territory as part of their long-term plans. To them, it is the next version of the internet. To gamers, it's a place where you can play everything you've ever wanted to play. But it can be more than about games. You can watch things from concerts to movies to big companies like Netflix. The metaverse is going to be a place where you can stream games, movies, and music. After all, as former MIT Media Lab director Nicholas Negroponte once said, bits are bits. We need this to happen now because we are stuck in the Zoomverse. The coronavirus has tainted our world, and the digital world provides the escape. For our mental well-being, we need something better than video calls, something more human, something that brings us together. If such a world needed a vaccine, and science brought it to us, our social needs are so great that we have to build something like the metaverse and, like the proliferation of smartphones throughout the world, bring it to everybody. Fortunately, there have never been more resources dedicated to this purpose. We're at a rare moment when financial, cultural, entertainment, and human interests are all aligned. Gaming had historic growth in 2020. The odds are good it will keep growing. Mobile insights and analytics firm App Annie estimates mobile games, already the biggest segment, will grow 20% in $100 to $120 billion in 2021. This growth means that game companies will have the cash to invest in the metaverse. That money is rocket fuel for companies creating the metaverse. Roblox, which is banking on user-generated content for the metaverse, raised $520 million and will go public. That gives Roblox a big war chest to build the metaverse that founder Dave Baszucki wants to see. It was so interesting to see Roblox become the place with the biggest promotional activities for the debut of Ernest Cline's new book, Ready Player 2, which broached some ideas that are very appropriate for the metaverse, like digital immortality and VR suits that activate all of your senses. The financial snowball behind games means there will be money to finance the metaverse. It will be a long road, and that is why we need inspiration. We need people to paint a vision for what life could be like. The science fiction writers have laid the groundwork. Now it's up to the game industry and whatever other industries want to come along for the ride to build it and make it fun. I admit that we are pushing this idea as an advocate. I don't think you'll see a dozen other metaverse events this year. At VentureBeat and GamesBeat, we continue in our role as curators. We serve our audience, we serve our readers, we present you with thought leadership. We're real journalists, we're not fake news, we are public servants. And this is the neutral zone of the industry. GamesBeat Summit is a place where you check your tribalism at the door. As journalists, we still retain our critical judgment, but we check our cynicism at the door. And that's the case for me when it comes to the metaverse. As much as I want to sit back and observe, I'd like to make our platform available to people to advance their ideas about the metaverse. And I'm thankful that in digital form, we can now reach more people around the world than ever before with our own digital event. As it is, getting this event done is no easy matter. I want to thank our GamesBeat and VentureBeat writers, our speakers and sponsors, our excellent advisory board, our production company Evergreen, our VentureBeat business team, and our GamesBeat community. You have held us together at a very difficult time. I hope we'll meet in person again someday, and I truly hope that one day we'll be able to hold a future version of this event inside the real metaverse.
Thank you so much, Dean, for that primer for what we can expect to hear today about the metaverse. I had mentioned on Twitter that I didn't quite know what the metaverse was before today, and I'm sure a lot of you out there are going to be educated along with me today about what exactly the metaverse is and can become. But no pressure, games industry. Dean has now put it on your shoulders to create the metaverse and make it fun, he said. I do want to get our polls caught up here. So the very first poll that I asked you guys about, when will the metaverse debut? The most popular response with over 40% of the vote was 2025, which seems like a realistic goal. Almost 20% of you thought 2021 though. So maybe this year is the year. And then the other poll, which was pretty fun, what 2021 game launch are you most excited for? We got a ton of answers. Resident Evil Village, we've got Scavengers, God of War Ragnarok, Elden Ring, Little Nightmares 2, the new Ratchet & Clank, Horizon Forbidden West, just to name a few. So certainly no shortage of fantastic games to look forward to in 2021. But without further ado, let's kick off our first session of the day of the Into the Metaverse event by welcoming the CEO of Gumi, Hironao Kunimitsu. Gumi has built a big business with mobile games like Brave Frontier in the Japanese market. But these games are just stepping stones for his real ambition. He talks with Dean about his own non-Western inspirations to build the metaverse and how he plans to make it happen. We'll find here that the inspirations for the metaverse aren't the same in every country or culture. They come from different sources, as we'll see in this talk. Enjoy.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi from GamesBeat, and I'm here with Hironao Kunimitsu from Gumi. and he's the CEO. And our session is entitled "The Stepping Stones to the Oasis." And for me, I started thinking about the metaverse back when I read Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash around 1992. And I remember Second Life coming around in 2003. Now, when did you start thinking about it?
Yeah. So yeah, also read the book too. But main is Japanese animation called Sword Art Online. That novel is come up 2002, and also first animation is come 2012. Yeah, and also I'm big fan of the game world. That's based on the Ready Player One. Yeah, so that's makes me motivate and makes me have an interest to the metaverse.
It's interesting that the Japanese culture has different influences, but with very similar things. I mean, sword art online isn't known that well, I think, in the U.S. or the West. But I wonder, what was it about that inspired you? I guess. Why
Yeah,
did you
so
get excited?
yeah, so since I was very young, I'm very fond of the sci-fi and also the animation, and then Sword Art Online, based about VR like MMORPG metaverse. So basic theme is very similar with Ready Player One. So in the future, people is living to the metaverse like VR MMORPG, and so since I was very young, I want to make it happen. Those kind of the work. And what I like for the VR and the metaverse is in this world is not very free, or not everyone is very satisfied. But in the VR world metaverse, we can choose. We can be very free, so we can choose our like avatar, and then we can choose our community, and then we can choose even the race and gender. So I think metaverse or VR makes people more freedom. So that's what I get impression from those Ready Player One, and also like Soda, right?
Yeah. Now, tell us
Yeah, so
more
that's
about Gumi.
they
Oh,
to
sorry.
move to that's makes me motivate to move to VR industry.
Okay. So tell us more about Gumi and your success in the game industry. You have a main business of making mobile games, and then a couple of related companies now too.
Yeah, so I founder and chairman of the Gumi, and then I found Gumi. Gumi is one of the leading mobile gaming company in Japan, and I found Gumi 2007, and 2013 listed in Tokyo Stock Exchange, and we have 900 employees global and have 5 subsidiaries abroad. And 5 years ago, we moved into XR VR industry, and we start Asia first incubation, VR focused incubation in Tokyo, Seoul, and Helsinki, and we incubated more than 70 companies. And then also we established XR focused fund in San Francisco. That's called VR fund, and we invested 40 companies so far, including like Beat Saber and Job Simulator and Rec Room or Wave. Yeah, and then also so last year I just spin off VR game entity from Gumi, then established Third Verse. And Third Verse now is trying to make VR first VR MMORPG. Mm. And then 3 years ago, we also moved into crypto blockchain space, and then we made a fund in San Francisco too. That's called Gumi Cryptos. Yeah, that's what we are doing right now.
So you've invested in blockchain and cryptocurrency and virtual reality. These are stepping stones to the oasis for you, right? Can you explain why you think these technologies are important?
Yeah. My definition of the metaverse is community. People is gathering, right? So VR. So if you try to the VR, you can feel existence is feeling of the existence is way different from like this kind of the 2D like communication. So using the VR, we can feel more you are there, right? So making the community, that's very important. So VR is more immersive. And then for the blockchain, uniqueness of blockchain technology is blockchain can create real economy into the virtual world. This is very important function of the blockchain. So I think VR and blockchain combined, metaverse can have real economy. Uh, so uh, so if you guys watch like Sword Art Online and Ready Player One, the big difference is both is MMORPG on the VR. The big difference is economy. So Sword Art Online is still just a game. So inside the game, player cannot make money. They have to make money outside the game. But you of course watching game rules and Ready Player One, right? So inside the Oasis, user can make money inside the game. I think that's because of the blockchain. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the plan is first I want to create like VR like MMORPG, and then eventually put VR a blockchain function and going to make Oasis. That's my vision and dream.
Yeah. Now, why do you think the metaverse is more than science fiction and it can be a business reality, and that people are ready for it?
So there is two reasons. So metaverse is I said community, right? So now we can say Facebook is metaverse, Instagram is metaverse, and also WeChat or WhatsApp and Snapchat is a metaverse. And on the other hand, we can say Fortnite, Roblox, and League of Legends, and those kind of the game is also the metaverse, right? So if gather many people, that can be business, that can make many money. That's we already seen that, right? And also if we're talking about VR metaverse, so last year is big year for the VR. That's because Oculus Quest and also Oculus Quest 2 is coming. And then that device makes huge impact into the VR industry. That's bring VR finally mass adoption, I think. And I feel and I heard Oculus Quest 1 and 2 is selling very well. And the top title already made about 100 million. And then many of the title is already made more than 10 million USD. Yeah, so VR market is finally like take off and start to making significant and enough money for to the business. Yeah, so I think so Metaverse, if we say about the community already making money, and also VR is also starting to making the money. So I think this is going to be big business. Yeah, I have confidence.
Yeah. And how quickly do you think the metaverse can happen? And, is it 10 years away, or is it 5 years away, or do you think it comes sooner than that? And what are you planning for in terms of the business reality?
So so this is definition of the metaverse, right? So so for us is our target is within 5 years we are going to make VR MMORPG like Sword Art Online, and then within 10 years we are going to make Oasis. So that's our plan.
And what are some things that have to happen still in order for that to come about? Are there some new technologies that still have to be invented, or other investments that you have to make?
Yeah, so biggest limit of making VR MMORPG is hardware spec. So Oculus Quest 2 is really good device, but spec is not good enough. So we cannot make MMORPG on current Oculus Quest 2. So so my company ThirdVerse launch 2 game title. One is VRMO Sword Battle 4-player multiplayer game. That's called Sword of Gargantua. And then the other one is multiplayer shooter game called Frostpoint. So Sword of Gargantua current gameplay is 4 people MO sword battle. That's because limitation of the spec, hardware spec. So we have to grow together with Quest's hardware spec. So in this year, so current version is only 4 people together, right? And in this year, we are gonna launch new title that's put more like enemy and weapons and avatars and also physics in it. And then next year we are expand 4 people to 10 people, and maybe next year is 10 people to 100 people. Yeah. So now still have hardware limitation, but hardware is always improving, right? So I think within 5 years hardware is good enough to accept MMO. I do believe.
Okay. So your strength is in mobile right now. You have more than, I think, 900 people. You're talking about mostly focused on mobile, and I think there are about 40 people in ThirdVerse working on VR, right? Why do you think VR, I guess, is the key technology for the metaverse? Could you accomplish the same thing in mobile? Can you do a mobile metaverse?
Yeah, so I think so our vision and our strengths is always challenging to new technology. So our company's vision is wow the world. Then so we always we think if we want to achieve something, we have to challenge and not afraid to the fail. So one of our company's vision is fast to try, fast to fail, and fast to recover. I do believe that's only the way to achieve something. So I found Gumi 2007. Then we are one of the first company moved into feature phone social game. And when the iPhone is come, we are the first mover to challenge to the mobile. And then also we are now challenging to the VR, AR, and also the blockchains. So that's kind of our strengths. And yeah, so and for the metaverse, so I think Roblox and Fortnite is also the metaverse, but that's not I want to create. So I just yeah, this is just my dream, right? The reason why I want to make VR metaverse is that's I want to make, that's I want to create, right? So Sword Art Online and Ready Player One Oasis. What's good for that is people can be who they want to be. So this is very important. So now we are living a very difficult time and difficult world, and not that many people satisfy current reality, right? But everybody can be free, and everybody can be who they want to be in the virtual world. Yeah, so that's why I think VR, like metaverse, is very important, and for me and for us.
Yeah. So how would you inspire other game creators or other companies to help you make the metaverse?
Yeah, so so we met you a long time ago, right? So I started VR since 2015, and then we spent long time like VR winter, right? So that was so hard time for everybody who believe VR. And so I think somebody who believe the future of the VR is not competitor, like partner and also the friend. So mass adoption for the VR and then making VR metaverse. Not I'm going to make. We going to make, right? So hardware is very important. Chip and screen is important, and also game engine, and also good content. So we need many good content also, right? So I think now we are the VR believer from long time ago. So I think yeah, so we make VR and the VR metaverse together, I think. So everybody need to collaborate to make it happen. And then I want yeah, we also want to contribute for that.
Well, that sounds very exciting, and we look forward to seeing the real thing soon.
Yeah, we will.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean and Hiro now for getting things kicked off this morning with that chat. Now, Dean is going to continue the conversation with Dave Baszucki, the founder and CEO of Roblox. Dave believes the metaverse is a practical possibility that we can build soon. And with more than 150 million monthly active users, he has one of the most credible paths to getting to the metaverse first.
Hello, everybody. This is Dean Takahashi from GamesBeat again. I'm here with Dave Baszucki, the CEO of Roblox, and very happy to have this conversation. For those who don't know, Dave, please tell me about Roblox and yourself a bit.
Yeah, hey, first off, Dean, thanks for organizing this. I wish we were together in person, and I just want to reach out to everyone out there in the virtual sphere that I hope your families and friends are safe and healthy, and I hope we get back to reality as soon as possible. That said, Dean, thanks for doing this virtually. Every day, 36 million people come together on Roblox to play, to learn, to create. They're doing it in immersive virtual environments, and everything on Roblox has been created by a global community. People do everything from playing traditional games to social experiences that are more around hanging out and just being together, whether it's working together in a restaurant or running away from a tornado. And in the midst of this very difficult time, we've seen a lot of people using Roblox as a way to stay connected, whether it's trying to have a birthday party or how do we graduate from high school. So one small light in the midst of all of this is we're seeing really exciting new ways to bring people together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fantastic. I do wonder how far back you became interested in making the metaverse. I mean, most of us have read things about the metaverse as fiction, and you're looking at that and going, how can I build it?
I think what you said is right in that there's a lot of really creative and imaginative futurists and sci-fi writers who've been writing about this for 30 or 40 years and have had glimmers of what this could be someday. We like to think of ourselves as shepherds of this or makers of this, but it's an idea that's been around for a long time. Our founding story goes way back to a prior company we had called Knowledge Revolution, where my Roblox co-founder Eric and myself were building educational software to help people figure out how to understand physics experiments. And in the process of watching lots and lots of students use interactive physics, we saw that in addition to doing their physics homework, they were building stuff and creating stuff and watching what would happen when a car ran into a building or something fell over. This kind of germinated the idea that if this could be 3D and if people could be with their friends and they could jump into their creations, we would have this vision of this new form of really connection for people. And the idea we had when we started the company is still really consistent today, and that is this is an emerging new category. It lets people come together at a distance and do things together. Once again, whether it's working together in a store or playing a game, or maybe someday going to school or working together. And we kind of, that vision has been true till today. And we still feel we're shepherds of this idea rather than the creators of the idea.
Well, it's funny you mentioned those origins about physics simulations because later today we're going to have Richard Karras from NVIDIA come on, and he's going to talk about the Omniverse, which is in beta already, and it's they describe it as a metaverse for engineers, and that's really cool. So I wonder if you could share your definition of the metaverse and share how that vision for the metaverse has changed over time.
Yeah. So back to physics, just a quick riff on physics simulation. Really love that. And ultimately, our hope is the metaverse doesn't just look like reality, it feels like reality, so that the cars in the metaverse have engines and they have axles and they have wheels. And when the wheel falls off the car does what we would expect in real life. So part of this hope of a physically driven metaverse is that it's actually easier to program and easier to create emergent behavior because it kind of works like we expect. When we think about the metaverse, we've come up with one definition of it that includes 8 key aspects, and these are debatable. It's a little bit of a way we guide things internally, and we can riff on all 8 of them. It involves myself with a virtual identity and an avatar. And the exciting thing is more and more people get to be who they want to be, whether it's a professional rock star or a soldier or a fashion model. We really think this identity is big. And then of course, being there with friends. Those are friends, some of whom come from real life, of course, but an exciting aspect of the metaverse is that people can make friends in the metaverse. And they make friends because when people are doing things together, it's an awesome way to make friends. So if we're, for example, learning about ancient Rome and we're traveling back to ancient Rome within the metaverse, we actually get to know each other pretty well through that travel adventure. The next aspect for us is immersiveness, and we're very early in this. And immersiveness isn't just the way things look, it's the way they feel. And for all of us who love gaming, it's really losing oneself there and starting to think, oh, we really are here. That's getting better all the time. We think doing this anywhere is really important, and a lot of people right now are thinking about how do we run this around the world? How do we connect people in different countries and different cultures? How do technically we make this work with low latency when a school in one part of the world is partnering with a school in the other part of the world and they're trying to do things together? The next aspect we think about is low friction, and that's really over time we're going to assume we can go anywhere instantly. So if we're in school and we're studying ancient Rome, we go there within a second together with the whole class and get to walk around and experience it. We think there's a huge long tail, so we call this variety of content, which is super critical. The metaverse in our vision has a vibrant economy so that a wide range of people can make a living in the metaverse. And it's not just coders, it's artists, it's designers, it's people making clothing, it's producers. So really, there's going to be a wide range of what we might call metaverse occupation. And then finally, safety and civility. This is a new town square. This is a place where people come together, and we're actually optimistic that this isn't just a defensive thing. The metaverse, if done well, can improve the civility of people around the world. So sorry for being so verbose, but that's kind of our lens of the 8 aspects of it.
No, that's pretty comprehensive. I think that shows how much you guys have thought about this already, and that's cool. So you've done a couple of events with Ernie Klein, the author of Ready Player One and Ready Player Two. I wonder how you feel like you are or you identify with the characters in the book who created the Oasis, or that book's metaverse, Ogden Morrow or James Halliday.
Yeah, so great books. I guess a while back when Ready Player One came out, I sent it to all the executives in the company because it was capturing a lot of not just societal, but I actually thought visionary technology things that we were going to see play out as these platforms got better. Mm-hmm. We really we try to fade into the background a bit. So I'm not sure either one of those applies to us. We don't make any content. We actually don't control the content. We try to make really good technology and tools and platform, and then we get amazed by the content. And so we're constantly kind of treading that. So, I think we're almost see ourselves more as the creators of a primitive part of the electrical grid, really back there in the distance. And we're trying to more and more highlight the creative genius of our creator community, which is really the real engine that works with us to power our part of the metaverse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know in Klein's books, it's a very specifically crafted world, really controlled by one company. And I know there's many different other sort of visions for the metaverse out there. I wonder if any other cultural touchstones about the metaverse have inspired you as well.
So the way back, one thing we like to think about is a long time ago when the printing press was created and books started to be more available in wide production, and then they slowly became available to students and people who were reading. There were comments from ancient philosophers that oh my gosh, kids these days are just reading too much. It's a disaster because these books are readily available. But then, in an optimistic viewpoint, what has happened is culture has learned to accept this new form of content, and over time, it's become an integrated part of the way we learn and the way we learn about the world and work and those things. And we've gone through that a bit with video as well, in that 30 or 40 years ago, video was new and it was about whether we're watching too much TV. And now in school, we use video a lot to learn and complement with books. And I think the metaverse is going through this a bit right now. And I think the metaverse it's still early. Through the midst of the last year, as more and more people have started communicating both with audio and video, but also with immersive 3D, we're in that kind of phase of acceptance now, and we're optimistic in the future. Culture will know how to balance this. People will know they have a physical identity and a digital identity. Just as people today are very facile with books and videos and balancing that, we're optimistic they will with the metaverse as well. So I think for us, we're not so dystopian in our vision relative to maybe some sci-fi. We think people will be able to balance this and use it in a positive way. And we think it'll be an integral part of learning and working, and just another tool side by side, video and books and other forms of communication.
It'd be funny for one day for parents to say, stop reading those books and get back on Roblox where you can learn something.
Yeah. The cool thing about the metaverse is the technology has been available for a long time to share stories and consume content, whether it's been cave art or books or movies. People can share those stories and consume. And technology's been around for a long time that allows us to communicate. The mail, telegraph, telephone, this video call. The metaverse kind of brings that together and allows us to do things together. And that's pretty new. And doing things together is interactive. It involves social. It can involve building a house. It can involve, all kinds of creation. And so I do think there will be places where doing things together actually may have benefits over books when it comes to working or learning together.
Yeah, I definitely think that the pandemic has accelerated the interest in the metaverse, and during this time you took some important steps in making the experience more social and engaging for users. You mentioned the birthday parties. You've had concerts. Teachers are bringing their classrooms onto the platform. I wonder, what more things you'd like to see happen on the platform, and then, what are some of your favorite experiences here that are examples there?
Really exciting for all of us that are in this gaming ecosphere, in that, in one hand, it feels like we've been doing it for a long time, but on the other hand, we're just getting started, and there's so much ahead of us of what's going to happen. One of my favorite experiments was the Little Nas X concert we did, and people, lots of companies are starting to get into that. It was a moment for me where I went with my members of my family. We were on a very large screen. We were hanging out together there. And for me, I had one of those aha moments, just like we had many over the years, where, oh my gosh, this is very, very different than watching this concert on video. We are able to decide where we're going to be. We're next to other people who are dancing. We've got our swag. We're dressing up, and that experience for me just got me really excited because we're so early in this. We're hopeful that there are many situations where immersive 3D communication can bring people together where it's very difficult when they're forced to be at a distance. An example would be our Roblox holiday party, which we did in Roblox with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And because we were all employees, we were able to do the things we might do at a holiday party. wish we could have been together physically, but we did have a nightclub, we did have a stage, we did have a bar, we did have activities, and it was one of the most connected I felt with groups of employees that, you know, in the midst of these hard times, I've really missed. Where it's going, wow, think about ultimately what this might be, where you and I are really physically simulated. We look exactly like we want. We could look photorealistically. We're together in a room rather than on this video call. We're having this same kind of communication. So I think, you know, long term, you and I and many other people will be hanging out in these types of interviews in the metaverse, in many different shapes that will go well beyond what we're doing on video right now.
But it's funny how games have been driving towards photorealism for so long, and yet the thing that's become most popular is Roblox, right? It's these cartoon animated worlds or blocky worlds that have resonated with people, right?
Yeah, we like to feel that immersiveness is a combination of many things. One is photorealism and quality of rendering. One is gameplay. One is social connection. One is what we're doing. So immersiveness is really it's a rich psychological collection of things that lets us lose ourselves. And we've all lost ourselves in a Pixar movie. That is a very high quality rendering, but it's not photorealistic rendering. It's a different type of world. And so losing oneself, I think, is not directly correlated to, quote, photorealism of the real world.
Yeah. Now, user-generated content can definitely be the way to populate a metaverse, but how do you maintain the quality in a user-generated content world?
It's kind of fun in that there's a quality vector for our content, and then there's a safety and civility vector, and we focus primarily on the safety and civility vector, and we focus on what does it take so that we can have very large studios with, you know, 10s and 20s and 30s and 50s of people building very large experiences that are businesses making $10 million a year and having peak concurrency, you know, well over 1 million. And at the same time, when a young student goes to computer camp, they need the ability to make a creation and share it instantly with a friend without a lot of friction, so they can get feedback on what they're creating. So this is a really wide range of types of content production. It creates amazing civility challenges, all the way from filtering all of the content to moderation crews. We have over 1,700 trust and safety people working 24/7 to help us drive that safety and civility. If that foundation is there and these experiences are appropriate and safe and civil, the quality takes care of itself. And we don't in any way filter on quality. We have incredibly polished experiences. They tend to do better. But we also have really creative people just getting started who may not, quote, be super high quality, but get some traction and then start to build a business and hire more people. So we try to build systems that bubble up interesting things. We don't really know what is high quality. If it's safe and civil, our Roblox community will vote with their feet and with their engagement, say this is interesting. That to us is more what we're trying to optimize for.
I think the interesting thing about Roblox is that you've got this whole generation of entrepreneurs that have created the content, and you know, you've got some really big stars in that sense. And you know, at the same time, there are the studios and the brands that are taking interest in the world and doing what they do. But they're also they're kind of like just one more user, right? So I'm curious how you see the developer community, you know, changing between these different sort of opposites, I guess.
Yeah. We like to think that really behind the scenes, what user-generated content means is automated self-service. And it means without us forming initially a deep, complicated relationship, any developer, millions and millions of them, can pull down Roblox Studio, push something live, go through our moderation safety kind of filters, and be up and running on their own. So there's a self-service aspect for them. Given that self-service, though, we then want to have a completely level playing field, completely linear payouts, so that anyone, small developer, big team, can participate in this ecosystem. And more, we've seen this nice balance, a very healthy community of amazingly bigger and more substantial studios that are getting larger all the time. But they're kind of growing at the same rate as this long tail of tens and hundreds of thousands of developers who are starting to make interesting content. And we're rapidly approaching the point where there's over, even developer number 1,000 on the platform can make enough money to make a living, which is really bodes well for the variety of the types of content we see. And yes, we're optimistic that interesting brands will do things on this platform, but they'll do it side by side with this, up and coming long tail creator community.
Mm-hmm. How do you think the whole industry has to address challenges in this space in order to make the metaverse happen?
Yeah, we're kind of optimistic. There will always be challenges. We have a bit of a view that some of the things that the metaverse will become are, in a way, inexorable. They are going to happen as bandwidth, technology, ability to keep things civil and safe, interconnectivity, power of mobile devices improves. Really, this is going to happen. And so for us, the challenges are really being good shepherds, having corporate values around safety and civility, that we can usher this in a way that benefits everyone, that I think rather than pulling people apart, lets people meet people from other parts of the world and understand that similarities. So, we think it's a big responsibility, but on top of a trend that is going to happen.
And as you think about the kind of people you need to build the metaverse, what types of folks do you need at Roblox to make this happen?
Incredibly wide range, incredibly diverse range of people to help us pull this off. At its core is innovation and creativity, and we're still very early in this. What the metaverse is going to be is really, really broad. This is a big, interesting issue going all the way from 3D gaming engine technology to cloud technology to safety and civility technology to corporate civility standards to ethics, to such a wide range. And so it's an exciting industry. But I think we need an overarching thing is on top of this wide range of people is just innovation and creativity, and that the metaverse is still being invented. And we have a wide range of teams, and we need each one of those teams to be really places where innovation is occurring. We're taking a really long-term view on what we're going to build.
Mm-hmm. So how do you think the metaverse is going to make the world a better place?
Yeah. So what's interesting about these platforms, I believe, if done well, they can generally increase the civility of the whole world. And the way we moderate, the way we nudge, the way we encourage civil discourse on the platform, I'm optimistic over time we'll be able to measure the general civility of society by watching what's happening on this platform. And I'm also excited that at various ages, there'll be various levels of appropriate nudging. There will be the ability to have people with very, very different viewpoints pop a little out of maybe the bubble they have and safely meet people with very different viewpoints and have civil discussion with them. So I'm actually pretty optimistic that if we do this right, it can be a net positive for the world.
Mm-hmm. So go back to our science fiction geekiness a little bit. Do you think the metaverse will be the place where we'll achieve digital immortality?
Whew. All right, now we're getting into it. Oh my gosh. The computer scientist in me, Dean, says, how many neurons in the brain are there? How many bits per neuron?
Mm-hmm.
And then how do we pull out the state machine of every one of those neurons? I think this is such an enormous thing to think about. I think it goes way beyond the like that's a whole separate industry right there. So I do think over time the metaverse will be this wonderful place where NPCs improve. We'll see the Turing test happen not just through text and voice, but we'll see the Turing test happen in the metaverse. We'll start to see NPCs that are harder and harder to distinguish from people over time. And this may be the foreshadowing to ultimately the immortality. There may be forms of immortality that are a rough approximation of you and me. So I could imagine if you and I wore a device for our whole life that recorded everything we saw and everything we said, ML might be able to create a approximation of us that could live in, but I'm not so sure I think it's going to be a ways before we snapshot every neuron and kind of build that up.
So if you had to think of one thing you want to do in the metaverse, what would that be?
Oh my gosh. So I'll think of a boring one and then I'll think of an exciting one. I think the boring one is in the midst of times like COVID, when I miss hanging out with people at work. I'd love if Roblox was running in a corner of my screen, and if I wanted to walk up to someone and say, "Hey, what's up with that?" I could kind of get back in touch with them. So I think just having that ability to come together with people I've been missing for a really, really long time. I think the one that when we think about the ultimate fidelity of the metaverse, there's a lot of old TV shows. One idea we've just been dreaming about forever. A really difficult form of gameplay is 2 teams of 5 go into a big junkyard and they try to build some crazy contraption, and they got welders and torches and drills and all of that, and then they build their contraptions and they compete with their contraptions. This is one of the founding ideas for us, which is all about the complexity of the physics and the interaction and emergent behavior. So those kind of things are exciting to me. It's like, how far can we push the emergent, kind of the immersion of this in the physical simulation?
Very good. And thank you very much, Dave.
Dean, thank you. Wonderful to be here with you.
Thank you so much to Dave and Dean for that fascinating talk. Dave was definitely making me a little nostalgic for holiday parties, but a very cool opportunity to hold one inside Roblox for their company. I did think it was interesting him talking about how the metaverse might make for a more civil world. We can only hope, fingers crossed. I do want to call out a couple of the polls that we have had running. The one from the previous session is the metaverse likely to blossom first on which platform? The vast majority of people said virtual reality, but mobile was a close second, with augmented reality and ambient trailing behind. And then, will the metaverse be open? 60% of people said yes, it will be, with 18% saying no and 23% saying I don't know. So I thought the next question was actually really interesting as well. What is the single most important factor to make the metaverse open? And it looked like a lot of people were talking about interoperability, open standards of protocols, accessibility, and of course, an open source common engine, all things that stand in the way of an open metaverse. So thanks to everybody who is participating. Don't forget, if you're having trouble seeing the slide out to the right of the player here, you might need to enable cookies in your browser, which is in your browser preferences or settings. All right, next up, we are pleased to welcome Tim Sweeney, founder and CEO of Epic Games. Tim Sweeney has been a proponent of the metaverse for years now, and his company is trying to build parts of it inside Fortnite. I would say they've been pretty successful if you've caught any of their events over the last year or two. Sweeney's approach is helping shape how everyone views the huge opportunity before us. Dean is going to sit down with Tim to probe into his advocacy for the open metaverse. Enjoy.
"20 years ago, at the dawn of the Xbox era, Tim Sweeney convinced Bill Gates to spend $1 billion more on memory chips for the Xbox. There was a lot of pressure back then, but Tim didn't back down. After all, it was Bill Gates' money. And it was the right thing to do for gamers. And if you fast forward to today, I want to congratulate Tim again for doing something important. Not because Fortnite has 350 million users or because Epic Games raised $1.7 billion this summer, but because he's standing up to Apple in an antitrust lawsuit in an effort to eliminate 30% App Store platform fees. So this time it's Tim's money on the line. And once again, it's the right thing to do for the industry and for gamers. So congratulations for that, Tim. So that brings us to our topic here of the open metaverse. How do you figure out the right thing to do?
Well, I think we have to start from principles, right? Most of the industry goes wrong when companies focus just on their interests and don't think about the full reciprocity of how do I want this to work as a consumer? How do I want this to work as Epic? How do I want this to work as a partner of Epic or a participant in this new medium? I think we have to look at it from all perspectives and lay out basic foundational principles as opposed to just doing. I think the popular thing now for tech companies is to just do whatever that you think you can get away with, and that doesn't really cut it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess walled gardens, we're kind of used to them though. Like they have their benefits. If we move on to this next platform, the metaverse, why should it be open?
Well, it needs to be open for a lot of reasons. One is to ensure that it's controlled not by any one corporation pursuing its interests, but by everybody, right? Everybody has a voice, everybody has an outlet, and everybody from an individual participant to a small creator to a major developer can participate on equal terms. I think only that way do you get a really enduring, free, and fair economy that's kind of built on the same foundational principles as our country.
So I guess, today you've been calling the platforms out for their unfair practices. There's been a lot of resistance, but how do you get the companies and the platforms to embrace this enlightened self-interest?
Well, we've made a lot of progress over time. When Fortnite launched in 2017, we did not have cross-platform play among any of the console platforms. But after a really, lengthy series of conversations, some of which were positive and some of which were hard conversations, everybody opened up, and now all Fortnite players on all platforms, right now, with the exception of iOS, because Apple is blocking us, can play together. And this was not a sacrifice they made. When everybody did the final analysis, Sony and Microsoft realized that they grew significantly. The Fortnite audience grew, and they sold a lot of consoles as a result of people being able to play together, because the idea of a game where you couldn't play with your friend on another hardware device makes no sense. It's like, imagine if Facebook had 7 different versions, each of which was lock your social connections to their platform. But they opened up, and Matt Capsule prevails here, right? Very clearly, the benefit of more connectivity and more openness accrues to everybody and is much, much stronger than any of the temporary benefits any player gets from lock-in. Because even though Apple and Google right now are collecting a sweet, sweet tax by taking our money, which they had no role in earning, other than the services that they forced us to use against our wishes, they're also stymied by each other, right? Microsoft is stymied by Apple policies because they can't launch xCloud on iOS, and Apple is stymied by Google policies, and Google is stymied by Apple policies, and there's just this gigantic mess of platform relationships that are broken. I think they just need to cut through that, and I think it might take a few years for the industry to get back, to a state of, complete normalcy. But I believe, as with Microsoft, in 10 years, every company will be far better off in the open world than they would have been if they'd kept it closed.
So you just have to show them or make them see that this rising tide is going to lift all boats.
Yeah, that's right. It's ultimately in everybody's self-interest for this opening up. Even though an accountant looking at the P&L, who's just seeing that and not the bigger picture, might think otherwise.
Mm-hmm. So, but when you say open, though, like how open is the how open should it be? I mean, there are things that you still want to own, like you own Fortnite. What are the things that are important to sort of have in this open realm, and then what are things that are okay for one company to own?
Well, I think the principle here is every creator owns their original creations and has the right to make the profit from them, and has the right to choose service providers who they choose to work with without being forced to accept a massive bundle of services in order to reach a customer base, right? We want each component of the ecosystem to compete on its own merits and not use its dominant or significant market power in any space to force adoption of other things, right? And so right now, where we're trying to go is very different than where we are right now. Right now we have two things. We have Fortnite, which is totally controlled by Epic. We have Unreal Engine, which is licensable to everybody, and you can use it to build any experience, and Epic has absolutely zero say in it. What we're trying to move to is a future model, and this might take a decade or more, where we adopt standards and protocols for the means of describing 3D data and player interaction, and any engine is capable of interacting through these protocols, just like any web browser is capable of browsing any web page. And we need to, over time, migrate from these closed game economies, which are like Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox and tens of thousands of other games, to a shared world in which everybody participates and under a set of rules. Just like MasterCard and Visa have rules for payment processing, our industry is. We make sense of our industry by having industry standards, and also their laws to ensure that bad practices like malware are kept in check. But overall, we're going to need to make this big move, and it's not going to be a single step, right? We're working to evolve in this direction with more and more openness by exposing more and more tools. Eventually, we'll open up the economy, and other games will do this too. And I hope that we, in a decade from now, have players who can play in Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite clients and be in the same world with the same social connections, talking to each other.
Mm-hmm. So the metaverse has always seemed, so far away. It was science fiction, right? And you started talking about it maybe more like in 2017, again, as sort of like a modern take on the metaverse. And I wonder for you, like, how did you get from this sort of state of mind that the metaverse is science fiction, or it's a dream, or it's a hobby, to I want to get my company working on this, like your day job. How did this sort of crystallize for you?
Yeah, I think this realization started hitting the whole industry around late 2017. That all these games had been developed over years, and all of this fiction had been written. And it became really apparent that they were actually talking about the same thing. And it wasn't immediately obvious, right? Because the fiction about the metaverse has, some crazy plot elements, and they have some crazy technology, and you're sometimes strapping your, some cable into your brain, or using some pervasive VR gear that covers your entire body. But I think what we realized is we don't need this crazy technology to do this. We have everything we need right now. And the limiting factor on the metaverse becoming a reality is not gadgets. It's much more been the adoption of these games by people and developers learning what elements really make for awesome online social experiences that have the kind of continuity of experience that the metaverse has in science fiction.
So, do you think the graphics got to the point where it's acceptable? I guess. I mean, or it can sort of beat reality, I guess. And is that a part of, I guess, why the timing is good as well?
Well, I think these are different threads, because if you look at the leading metaverse contenders right now, none of them are photorealistic experiences. Right, the leading edge of technology that we're trying to demonstrate with Unreal Engine 5 is being demonstrated in high-end tech demos on PlayStation 5. It's being demonstrated in The Mandalorian, with real-time virtual production. I think the point is you don't need photorealism to build the metaverse. Though once we have the metaverse, I think photorealism will take on a life of its own as you start to get all these brands recognizing that all of this content they build for, their 3D their car designs when in their design phase can also be deployed to consumers in games. And right now, when we do a Star Wars crossover, we look at the Star Wars concept art and we recreate it in the Fortnite style and deploy it into Fortnite that way. But I think the future is you just build your content in its original style and you deploy it to all of these experiences, and it's automatically stylized, and you have total content portability among all of these different awesome data sources, which comprise the world's 3D data set mirroring all the physical objects in the world.
So what are some ideas about what we would do in the metaverse, or what's a killer attraction for the metaverse?
Well, the killer feature, we've seen this since Fortnite Battle Royale launched. The killer feature is you and your friends together having great social experiences, right? And it's being in a 3D world, interacting together. It's being outdoors, going for a walk, or playing in forts as kids. It creates a framing that means you can have much more than just a normal conversation, right? Sitting around on a couch and having a conversation is boring, and you get sick of it really quickly. At least I do. But being in a game environment, you can constantly go back and forth between talking about real world stuff and what's happening in game, and it's constantly engaging and constantly mixing up the conversation. I think that's the key ingredient, and I think this mechanic, this social mechanic, will be proven out in dozens of different genres of games that eventually come into these metaverse experiences. Right now, it's Battle Royale and some novel game types in Roblox. I think every major genre that we know is going to be represented.
Mm-hmm. So you've been evolving Fortnite toward the metaverse. You've got the concerts and you've got brands in there. Is that something that may wind up being the end product of the metaverse, or do you see it as something totally new and different?
No, I think there will be a linear evolution, right? I think it's not gonna be a massive sudden disruption, right? I think the metaverse is really this meeting place for individuals and creators of all sizes, including brands. Every company at some point built a web page, and at some point created a Facebook presence, and that will happen in real-time 3D, and it's going to be very different, right? Because if you're a car manufacturer, your brand presence in the metaverse isn't going to be a bunch of advertising for your cars. It's going to be a place where you can actually drive the cars around and feel the experience, and aspire to own one, right? And so I think it's going to be this mashup of individuals and brands and everybody in a very different environment, right? Everybody talks about, is this going to turn into an evil ad economy? And no, your advertisement for like a Corvette isn't going to be a Corvette ad. It's going to be a Corvette that you can use and play in the game and have an incredible amount of fun as. And so I think we have an opportunity for much more interesting interactions that are not not so customer adversarial as data mining based ads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think we need certain technologies to move further from where they are now in order to have the metaverse? I think about blockchain or virtual reality. Are these a couple of sort of primary technology vectors that you want to see mature?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are huge limitations, and even the Fortnite experience, which is pretty polished. For example, it's 100 players per server, and so the entire scope of the world that you can experience at any moment is limited to 100 people. I would expect the simulation of the future is potentially one seamless, continuous world which can have tens of millions of users participating concurrently, all in a shared environment in a huge variety of different experiences. And that requires a lot of technology that doesn't exist yet, right? Some massively multiplayer games have gotten up to thousands or tens of thousands of players in a sharded environment. But what we need is like shardless. We need a new bundle of technologies to enable games and simulations in general to scale up to these huge sizes. And unlike the way that people have solved this problem in the past, it needs to be done without creating a nasty programming model or engineering model that's unreliable and creates broken experiences like you saw in MMOs with item duplication bugs and other issues like that. We need something that's truly scales to robust interactions with millions of players. That's one thing. I think we need some more work in graphics, because even though we can recreate like genuinely photorealistic digital scenes now, we're still pretty far short of being able to create completely convincing humans that you can't distinguish from real humans. And if you want to, eventually have the option of mirroring yourself, your persona, and your appearance in this game world, then we have a lot of work to do there.
Mm-hmm. And then more specifically on VR and blockchain, do you think either of those two are going to be important for it?
I think VR will be a great step forward. I think VR isn't for all experiences. It makes some experiences vastly better, more immersive and interesting, but other experiences it makes worse, right? A fast action game where you're running around, turning, in the virtual world that doesn't mirror the physical world, you have motion sickness problems and other issues like that. But I think the ultimate platform for this is probably augmented reality, where instead of having a little smartphone in your pocket and a really big monitor or television at home or on your desk, you're going to have some sort of goofy nerd glasses like I wear, and it's going to present a continuous computer graphics overlaid on top of the real world, and I think we'll achieve something like IMAX quality, but is with you all the time, so you can be totally immersed. And I think that's going to create the option of playing in both ways, right? Playing it the way that you would play in front of a television, and also playing in a completely immersive, physically mapped one-to-one world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you mentioned before, one of the times we talked, that we may not need any screens in the future. Just the screen in front of our eyes with the glasses, or maybe contact lenses would be the way to view things.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that's going to make the world a better place, right? Because I think you'll see for like the price of a smartphone today, you'll be able to get augmented reality hardware in the future that is like better than the physical experience you can have with a 60-inch television, which is going to be a lot more expensive, right? Because the manufacturing cost and materials used are so much less and more efficient. And I think it's kind of one thread of this idea that moving more and more of our lives online with digital can actually make the world a much more efficient way. We can save commute times and energy and gas and pollution and money by doing more of our things online. I think that we've learned a lot about that recently in the last year.
Yeah. Now, I keep asking about blockchain. You haven't quite gotten to that one yet, but I think one of the benefits that people claim is that you can uniquely identify things with blockchain and then establish who owns it, right? And the user can more easily own something and then take that thing and go somewhere else. And I do wonder, though, if that's what companies will want. Like, do I really want to make it easy for someone to move out of my world into some other company's world and take the objects that they bought and take it with them? Is that a good thing, or is it going to wreck my game's economy, I guess?
Well, I think we need to go back to principles, right? The creator makes something, has an exclusive right to determine whether or generally how to sell it, and work with any platform that wishes to carry their content. I think the other principle is that when a user buys something, they own it. It's theirs. It shouldn't be an asset for some other company to lord over in order to lock that customer into their platform, right? That's one of the many problems with it. Like, not only are you locked into this commercial monopoly, but once you buy something, like on an iPhone, you don't actually own it on Android. In the case of most paid apps, right? In Fortnite, we have a cross-platform economy that solves that problem. But so much of your digital life is locked into a platform provider in order to serve their selfish financial interests, as opposed to deliver value to the customer, right? And I think great companies should have the opportunity to earn a lot of money by doing great work. Every facet of it should be an individualized decision. So, sorry, I haven't mentioned the blockchain. The blockchain really, an indisputably neutral, distributed way of expressing individual ownership of items, right? And it does it in a way that's neutral to vendors and platforms. I think that's an incredible value there. And it has a lot of attractions. They're better than like the federated model of you try to get all of these big companies to agree to a standard or protocol. I'm not sure exactly how the transitions will be made, but I think eventually customers' data will be owned by the customer, controlled by the customer, and will hopefully reside on platform neutral systems. But I feel like we're not really completely there yet in terms of the current blockchain technologies and limitations. Something like the Bitcoin blockchain doesn't have kind of the level of privacy compliance that's expected of like European law, for example. If a company is going to store customer data on the blockchain, you need to have the right to remove it. So there are structural architectural issues there that are problematic for transactions. But then there are much bigger problems when you get to the idea of, could we run the entire metaverse simulation on the blockchain? Because right now these blockchains take minutes to update. Like, for one transaction to be posted and to receive a response, it's definitive, you have to wait minutes. And like for a game, the table stakes are 60 hertz. Players need to be able to play the game at 60 hertz and see the simulation update at that rate. And we're far from any sort of blockchain technology that would achieve that. And right now you have a lot of serial, single-threaded blockchain implementations, and what we need is a massively parallel blockchain implementation that is regionalized, so that you can have really fast interactions. They're definitive, and optimized for your geography that you're in. And I would love to see more work in that area. That is incredibly promising and relatively unexplored.
I think about the pandemic now and what effect it's had on accelerating the metaverse or the interest in it. And it certainly seems like, there's more people thinking about it, and there's more maybe money that's going to be available for people who want to build it. I wonder, whether the pandemic has sped this up, because we're all sort of fed up with the Zoomverse, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, the pandemic severed a lot of real world physical contact that people have had, and everybody really quickly migrated towards replacing it with virtual connections. And so you've seen an uptick in social network usage. Fortnite, Minecraft, and Roblox have seen growth, I think. And Zoom and all of these teleconferencing systems. But I think these serve different purposes, but I occasionally have a meeting with some coworkers in Fortnite, yeah, which is like 70% meeting and 30% like, oh no, we need to fight these guys. But it's awesome. I think over time all of this will evolve and will be incorporated in a single experience.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So what do you think is your idea of the best possible outcome for the metaverse, and how do you want it to be?
Well, I think ultimately it's going to be about adopting principles first and foremost, not just everybody trying to make a money grab for whatever they can do, but recognizing like principles underlie this thing, and if we create it without principles, then the overall harm that will be done to everybody will exceed any participant's individual gain. And so we need to be very open about it. And then that leads to cooperation among companies. I think also that we need an evolutionary path, right? We have huge audience in existing games of their metaversy, and I think we need to achieve continuity in updating and extending these games and agreeing on common standards to get to the point where eventually they're all connected together. And, that means we need to do this in steps, and I think it would take at least a decade. It's not like a web browser. The first web browser that came out was like maybe 25,000 lines of code. Game engines are millions of lines of code. Fortnite is millions of lines of code, and you're not going to get there super quickly. And the metaverse has to overcome the critical challenge of any entertainment platform, which is that it needs to provide a better experience of some sort than everything else that's competing for hours in your life. It needs to be better than Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, and Netflix. So the stakes are high, and it's not going to be tiny teams that get us there. Through the kind of leap we saw with the web browser, is my view.
Yeah. Do you favor something that's more scripted over user-generated content?
Well, I think this metaverse eventually will be entirely user-generated content, and Epic Games, instead of being like the Fortnite proprietor, will be a creator, right? We'll be a team of a few thousand people who build this battle royale experience and other experiences, which coexist side by side with everybody else's experience.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. You did mention before when we were doing our prep that you didn't want software to become a mess here. What did you mean by some of that?
Oh, the challenge. Okay, the metaverse requires a different programming model than any system before it, because even a web browser, it's always just serving a single user. It's talking to servers, and the code base is entirely under the control of a single website owner who deployed it. And even if it uses a lot of different software in its stack, it's all in a single version and statically controlled. But I think the metaverse needs to be an open, live, evolving platform in which you don't go from one game to another and they're completely disconnected. Rather, you have creators building objects of all kinds and worlds of all kinds. And the key feature is their components that they build, whether it's content or code, interacts. And there's like an interface for how vehicles work that ensures that everybody's vehicles behave properly. And that requires an open world programming language on a scale that hasn't existed before, with rigorous backwards compatibility guarantees and like. It also requires a networking model in which you do not have the problem of every piece of game code having to perform negotiation with other servers about the state of the world. That is incredibly error prone everywhere that people do it. I think we need to move to something like a transactional model where the system guarantees that the world evolves in a predictable order without data races or other concurrent logic flaws, without exposing any great degree of complexity to the programmer. We can't expect a million content creators to be like Zen multi-thread programming engineers. That we need to expect that anybody who can write JavaScript or write a Roblox mod can write a metaverse script and have it work robustly regardless of scale.
Well, cool. Very good. Thank you Thank you very much, Tim. I think everybody needs a lighthouse on the way to the metaverse, and thanks for giving it to us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dean.
Boy, that was a lot to unpack from Dean and Tim there. Thank you so much for that fantastic conversation. Certainly lots of interesting tidbits baked in there. They will be available for Q&A in our offstage Zoom room for executive industry leaders. Please check your inbox or register in Eventbrite for more information on how to access those offstage Zoom rooms. Next up, we have a panel titled Blueprints for the Open Metaverse with Dean Abramson and Sean Mann of RP1, along with Toby Tremaine and Ryan Gill of Crucible. Our panelists will help identify the path to the metaverse and the tech that needs to make it happen.
Hi, I'm Ryan Gill, co-founder and CEO of Crucible. It's pretty amazing this event is happening. 2020 was such a historic year for this industry, and it's really accelerated us towards a future I think we've all been thinking about collectively. I've personally been talking with a lot of the people in this audience to understand the mindset around the challenges and opportunities over the next decade with the open metaverse. Toby and I have been working together now for 2 years on what we think are the key foundational aspects of keeping this all open and meaningful for users with our company Crucible. We've recently met Sean and Dean, co-founders of RP1, and immediately noticed that what we share is reasoning through the metaverse from first principles. What does this all look like from the ground up? This conference exists so that we can all talk about and explore this concept of the metaverse. But it seems like everyone is thinking about this in their own way. So perhaps the best question to start out with, Dean, is what does a blueprint for the open metaverse look like to you?
Thanks, Ryan. I'm excited to be here. I think that's a great place to start because the term metaverse is going to have a slightly different meaning for everyone. You know, it's weird that I'm developing technology that can help unlock the metaverse, but it's still hard for me to give an exact definition. I think it's probably easier to convey with an experience. For example, I remember the moment when I put on my first VR headset. I want the metaverse to sort of be an extended version of that feeling. I want to put my goggles on and just feel like I'm part of another world, but it's got to be something much different than playing a game. It's got to be continually evolving, even when I'm not there, or it's not a true metaverse. As another example, what if I could take a trip to a nearby planet and leave an Easter egg on a rock by a waterfall? And then someone finds it a year later and drops me an email. If that can happen in the virtual world, then I'll feel like I'm in a metaverse. And the only way that works is if we can create a single shared experience that never shuts off. You're going to need a platform with what I call the holy trinity of features. It's got to be persistent. It has to be a single, uncharted, infinite shared world. And it has to be capable of supporting everyone at the same time. I'm talking at least 100 million people all playing in one simulation. That's exactly what I'd like the metaverse to be.
100 million users is not a small number. I know many other companies are trying to accomplish this, but they're not seeing millions in one shared environment. What you're saying seems out of reach, so how are you getting there?
Yeah, 100 million is a really big number, and that's what it makes yours the most common question that I get. No one, and I mean no one I've met, thinks this is even remotely possible. I like to compare colonizing a metaverse with 100 million people with colonizing Mars. Mind you, I'm no rocket surgeon, but if you consider what we know about existing rocketry, and to be clear, for me, that's just about nothing. But I'm pretty certain that we're not colonizing Mars with the rockets they're using today. Getting to Mars is going to require a complete rethink of rocket science from the ground up. So other than computers somewhere on the flight deck, everything else related to space travel has to be completely reimagined to solve a completely different set of problems. We're not just launching a satellite into orbit. The mission is to put thousands of people on Mars and bring a few back. This just isn't going to happen by slightly improving current rocket architecture. I'd say the exact same thing holds true for colonizing the metaverse. Even the best gaming architectures today can't incrementally morph into a system that will achieve the necessary scale. Gaming architecture has to be completely reimagined from the ground up because it has to be at least 100 or closer to 1,000 times more efficient to meet the technical requirements for a persistent, infinite world metaverse. And that's exactly what I've been obsessing over for the last decade. My current architecture already has this capability, though it was designed for real-time turn-based gaming. not 3D VR gaming. So now we're in the process of adapting it. Our first test mission will be a scaled down 2 million user VR demo, but then I don't think it'll be a huge leap to get everyone walking around a realistic virtual world soon after.
So I imagine companies all over the world are trying to solve this. And I mean, no offense, but it's safe to say that everybody is hearing about you here for the first time today. So how did you guys achieve this type of scalability?
That's a completely fair question. And yeah, we're still relatively unknown in the video game space because like I just mentioned, our prior experience was in real-time turn-based gaming. I was the architect of Full Tilt Poker, which may not seem relevant, but if you think about it, that site supported more than 100,000 concurrent users, and it was persistent. It just wasn't as graphically rich as most video games are. On the flip side, it was an action event-driven system that's not too far from what's needed to run a game like Fortnite. But that was all 10 to 20 years ago. The Full Tilt platform needed a few hundred servers to reach 100,000 players. Our competitors needed around 1,000. My current platform needs a fraction of one server to do the exact same thing. And the key to that breakthrough was in solving scalability. I had, let's call it a unique opportunity to start from scratch with my current system. You know, even with a decade of hindsight and fixing all my past mistakes, I'd love to say everything worked perfectly on the first try, but it definitely took some time to work through all the issues. On a lot of software products, you could have a list of 100 minor major bugs to fix, but you can only have one scalability issue at a time. I like to say solving scalability is a lot like peeling an onion. Each scalability problem takes the computer all the way to its limit, so when you peel back the current problem, you won't be able to get to the next one. I probably tackled a few dozen scalability issues over the last 5 or 6 years, but eventually, the last one I solved got me to 100% linear scaling for all the things I needed the system to do. And the final result is between 200 to 500-fold improvement over the next best system that I'm aware of.
When we're talking about 100 million people, these server bills are significant. Are you needing a lot of hardware to host that many people, or does your platform address savings on hosting and serving costs as well?
Yeah, here's the kicker, and I'll be totally honest with you. This is the part where I typically lose people in the conversation because they frankly don't believe me when I tell them what this takes. So here are the numbers. Without audio, I'm all but certain we can get to 2 million users on a cluster of 32 servers, give or take. With audio for chat, I'm guessing that number will bump up to around only 50 servers. Depending on the complexity of physics processing required for gaming, that number will increase, but I don't think by too much. So 100 million users at 2 million users per cluster will require 50 clusters. Theoretical limit of my architecture, it's about 50,000 clusters, so 50 isn't a problem. We're only looking at between 2,500 to 5,000 servers total, give or take. That's about 25 million in upfront costs, with co-location fees around $250,000 a month for rack space and bandwidth. Whereas today's typical systems, if they could get to that number of users from a cloud service provider, you'd probably be looking at, I don't know, 1 or 2 million servers and monthly fees in excess of $250 million instead of our $250,000, and then bandwidth on top of that too. But there's a nice side effect also worth mentioning, which is that since our system uses 200 to 500 times fewer servers compared to current architectures, it will be require about 200 to 500 of electricity to operate. So my back of the napkin savings, I calculate around 1 or 2 terawatt hours of electricity per year, but don't quote me on that.
So Sean, Dean sounds like a typical architect where everything is just easy. So realistically, from a CEO's perspective, I'd like to hear what you think it's going to take to bring this technology to market and turn it into a product that we can all use.
You know, I can totally relate to that question, Ryan. Listen, Dean sounds confident for a good reason. You know, he's already done it with real-time turn-based gaming, so he knows what he's doing. Plus, we have an amazing team that really gives me a lot of confidence that he can get this done. You know, that said, Dean's not the first programmer I've ever met that told me he can do the impossible. So as far as easy is concerned, all I know is we have a major piece of the puzzle, which is groundbreaking. But we have a lot of work ahead of us to get the other pieces in place. Now, one thing I hopefully think we can all agree on is no one's getting there by making improvements to current styles of architecture. The industry is really nowhere near millions of people in a single world. Like Dean said in his Mars analogy, it's going to take a completely new way of looking at architecture to get where we all want to go. If we, let's say, take an existing gaming engine and take, maybe 10, 50, or even 100% improvement in performance, it will not get us to a true metaverse in our lifetime. Now, we currently don't have the expertise in cool graphics or avatars or identity, but what we do have is the expertise to build a foundational layer that will allow all other building blocks to kind of connect. We bring a fresh perspective to make sure each technology can handle scalability. In my opinion, if you don't begin with a scalable system that can host everyone on the planet, it really doesn't matter how pretty your graphics are. Our initial efforts definitely won't look as exciting as, Fortnite, but that's not the priority. Everyone can already do fancy graphics. So we can fill those in later, but no one has actually solved scalability, and that's what we're bringing to the table.
So Dean, Sean mentioned there's a foundational layer in your platform. With Crucible, we're focused on the identity component. Can you describe what will be offered in your foundational layer in a little more detail? What do you foresee as the biggest technological obstacles that you think that you'll encounter as you're building it?
Sure. In my mind, the foundational layer will provide the core building blocks you'll need to render a realistic metaverse on a VR headset. That includes our core networking component, obviously, but also the physics, 3D graphics, sound, universal mapping, user interface elements, and avatars, along with the ability to navigate around the virtual world. It's really just the bare necessities needed to define presence in the metaverse. Our intention is to make the foundational layer as open as possible and allow a host of services and technologies to sit on top of it. That layer, it'd be a layer of interchangeable services that provide things like your identity technology, payment processing, artificial intelligence, virtual assistants, and programmability. As for obstacles, the biggest near-term problem I can see will be solving for dynamic mapping of what, for all practical purposes, is an infinite world. So like in my earlier example of colonizing Mars, we're going to have to do a complete rethink of how assets like landscapes, buildings, movable objects, avatars, all make it into the metaverse. We can't just ship around a precompiled copy of the metaverse and have everyone download 700 petabytes of information. I'm positive that assets will have to be scattered all over the internet, just like websites are now, and they'll be downloaded only as they're needed. This is a monumental shift from the way games are typically delivered, and that poses challenges I can't solve on my own. We can probably solve this with a handful of really experienced hires, but I'd be much happier if we could partner directly with game engine builders like Epic or Unity. But the mother of all challenges, and this is way down the road, will be figuring out how to add programmability, both scripted and precompiled, on top of the foundational layer. That's definitely not a two-person job, closer to a 200-person job. I'd much rather find a technology partner to help us with that, like a Microsoft or a Google-type company. Honestly, nothing we're discussing here is easy, so every day is going to reveal a new obstacle. Ask me a year from now, and I'll give you my top 20 list. What will make this easier, though, is being able to work with companies like yours. You have the expertise I don't have, and it's going to take a lot of cooperation from a lot of experts to launch a metaverse, that's for sure.
We agree. It's really an exciting time. I mean, this is a pretty cool moment to be here. After all of us have overcome such a challenging year. Toby, you and I have been working hard for 2 years. We've talked about how important decentralized Web3 technology is for the world right now and for the metaverse to be open. Like it's been said, there are many different ways that people are approaching the metaverse. We hear of big tech companies building their own. We see independent developers creating so many amazing worlds, and we all get excited about what that potential is and what it means as players and users. Why is it important for the metaverse to be open? It's a question that Tim Sweeney talks a lot about, especially with the state of the world and technology. Let's talk a little bit about the reasons why we've chosen to design Crucible the way we have. It's obvious that the metaverse is bigger than just one company or platform, and it needs to be built upon standards. But these things are largely being solved in silos with the same type of thinking. And that's the opportunity we've been focused on. So Toby, what is emergence and why is it important? And there's a lot of game developers in the audience today, so let's speak directly to them.
Thanks, Ryan. So Web3 is really a convergence of a bunch of technologies. You know, you and I went to Outlier Ventures specifically because Convergence thesis, they're aware that what's happening now, the new metaverse, it's reliant on a whole bunch of new technology coming together to achieve the things we've been trying to build for many years. It's blockchain, cryptocurrency, cryptography, VR, AR, MR, machine learning, more and more. And for a weird brain like me, this is awesome. My thing is taking different technologies, banging them together really hard and making them do things they're not supposed to do. But if you're a game dev, you've already got a raft of rapidly changing technologies and tools to master. So Emergence is an SDK that removes the learning curve from integrating Web3 technologies to access these new trillion-dollar markets. New player pools, new ways to create, but importantly, it's not an all or nothing proposition. I truly believe that user sovereignty and digital personhood is inevitable, and Emergence is centered around that user-centric view. But we're still a ways away from the promise of portable avatars and ultra interoperability. And crucially, I think a lot of us forget that full interoperability isn't the solution to everything. I don't believe there's a place in an open metaverse for walled gardens of user accounts, but there will always be a place for unique worlds for whom bringing side content isn't necessarily a winning problem. For those that don't know, user sovereignty is a concept meaning each user is in control of their data, their identity, their property. They're not reliant on any platform, corporate or government to prove who they are or to manage their information. Self-sovereign identity is a technology that implements this and uses public ledgers and blockchains to create a new way of managing your identity. No more signed words. You're connected, verified, and logged in automatically using public key encryption and verifiable credentials. So it all gets stored in an encrypted wallet on your devices. So it's all yours, it's in your hands, it's not under anybody else's control. And it stops you from being tracked online, having your activity correlated, and keeps all your personal data under your control. So we make this the basis of everything we do. Emergence provides user sovereignty and choice, but it tries to preserve developer control. So you can integrate the agent and get future-proof security, better player acquisition and retention, but you can leave out the portable avatars and NFT trading games. You can use and reskin our end-to-end encrypted comms for in-game chat, or you can use our API to publish all of your content as NFTs and hook up to a market with no coding to allow players to share and profit from their creations. Now, this is where openness is important, but I think this is a moment where we make our concept of openness itself a step or two. Open source means you can examine your tools for problems and be sure what they're doing. Open standards allow everyone to participate, and they help us move faster as building blocks become larger and easier to combine. But these things on their own aren't enough. We've seen Chinese whistleblowers disappeared because they use an open source end message service. But the service refuses to acknowledge a problem that is inherent in the phone keyboard apps leaking your message content. Now, that's a big problem for anyone who lives in a country or speaks a language that is character-based. They're very limited in what keyboards they can choose. Now, that's not a flaw in the app per se, but it's a flaw in the process, and that company refuses to disclose it. I think these are the kind of places we need to go to build this level of transparency, openness, and honesty in as a first principle, so we can start to trust that people in our communication chains actually put the user before profit. So what if we could build companies that didn't feel the need to own or control user data, or to capture every last bit of profit? What if we could launch a decentralized network of services that use some of its own fees to make itself self-sustaining, capture some of the money that's going through the transaction system, the reward systems, and use that to keep itself going, creating a self-sustaining, community-governed public good where everyone who contributes to the network is rewarded. You could launch open worlds and new tech as experiments without going broke. With hosted services and services like RP1, for example, and the right tools, you bring world building to billions of users. I'm not saying it'll be easy to achieve, or that eventuality might look like anything we have on the drawing board right now. But with true user sovereignty and everyone in control of their own data, profitations without technical hurdles, what might emerge from that? So this is why I think true openness and an abrupt deviation from the current model of business is going to be really important. And I think that embrace the accountability users are increasingly demanding will be seen as outliers to begin with, but perhaps come to be seen as heralds of new ways of doing business that are more directly connected to the user.
And the other group of people we've spent the last year talking to are gamers. It's important for the metaverse to be designed in a player-first way. This doesn't just mean security, privacy, and user sovereignty. It also means potentially a much bigger economy, orders of magnitude beyond what we have today. Even though the industry is currently doing billions a year selling in-game skins, 63% of players want to spend more money on those things if they have a real-world value. That underlying value in digital asset ownership is beginning to see a lot of traction. But it doesn't seem that most of the gaming industry has embraced it because it's not designed for them yet. There is, however, a strong trend towards user-generated gaming, which to me points that we're headed to a direct-to-avatar economy, a property market worth $1 trillion this decade, made up of world-building, avatars, skins, digital collectibles, and experiences. Things we can't even imagine yet. More industries and more business is being done with the digital supply chain through these game engines. And as we've been developing Crucible and meeting with all kinds of companies, developers, and investors, I've never had one person disagree with our overall vision. But some do find it difficult to see how we get there. So Toby, how do we get there? What's on our roadmap?
I think to get there, technologists need to re-examine their purpose and their ideals. Being autistic, I always had very idealistic ideas about computing, thinking that the inevitability of standards and the purity of programming would lead us to a place where all tech could talk to each other and people could use simple building blocks to construct emerging technology. You know, a utopian tech future where everyone could contribute and build. Now, obviously, I was disabused of this notion by more than 20 years in the industry. And corporate practices like embrace and extend, app bundling, software restrictions, and sometimes just plain greed ensure that there's no way that the best standard just automatically wins out. Now, there is an ideal to reach for, but we as technologists often fall down on the gap between that ideal and the current reality, both for those marginalized by tech and just the practicality of implementation. So as well as standards, we need to build bridges to cover the gaps until we get to a place where everyone is on an equal footing. You know, we're making a start on that with emergence, from simple things like supporting secure wins along with SSI to creating ways for competing visions to coexist to the benefit of the user. Now, avatars are a perfect example of that. Most games today couldn't really support a bring your own avatar just yet, and a lot going forward will prefer not to. Game devs know most avatar systems are pretty unique too, so portable avatars often seems a bit of a stretch. But we know that players love buying skins. They want to own the things they buy and collect and grind for as they play. And avatars are rapidly becoming something that's genuine in and outside of games. As society becomes more and more online, people look for ways to represent themselves and connect. You know, a lot of people are creating their own models or walled gardens, as you mentioned. However, we found most of them are willing to work with us on creating something in between that allows all of their visions to be shared and develop a system combining standards and conversion tools to develop a truly portable, digital fashion ready avatar system that we can share with everybody. And we're working with these companies to prove concepts like direct to avatar sales channels and digital fashion in a way that brings everybody to the table for the user's benefit, because this is really where the focus needs to shift. People are tired of corporations dictating how they speak, when and where they share, how they express themselves. You know, we're sick of not being able to watch that TV show or that video because archaic licensing models means it's not available in our region, or not being able to chat with my friends online because their preferred platform doesn't allow cross-chat. In a user-sovereign world, businesses will have to refocus on making a product the users actually want, because we will literally be able to take our data and connections and go somewhere else. I think the age of owning the network and locking in users is dead. We make the player the platform, self-contained, then provide them with the tools they want to use and places they want to visit. I think as understanding grows of the damage that platforms and algorithms are doing to society, the drive for user sovereignty will become a tidal wave. Players are becoming more discerning and holding to account the companies that they do business with. And those who are prepared and genuinely trustworthy, I think, will reap the benefits of billions of new users shifting fully online and the liberation of an open metaverse.
So Web3 is exciting for me because it's for everyone. No one has to ask for permission. It's already a sandbox for so many subcultures, and it's an opportunity for creatives to find and establish value again. We see digital artists like our friend Beeple who have given away their work for free for over a decade, now given the tools to auction off his work for millions. It's exciting to think about what that means for gaming, especially with the convergence of music, fashion, sports, and the rest of culture taking part. I believe we may very well be on the cusp of a renaissance, one that we're willing to bet will be anchored in game engines. So we have a big vision, and we want to do this with people who share the vision. So if you're a developer or a player, please come join our community. If you're a brand, we formed a consortium to make sure that the metaverse is built out on open standards. We can be reached at Ryan@and Toby@crucible.network. And Sean, this is really the first time that you guys are speaking publicly about what you're doing. So how can people get in touch with you?
Thanks, Ryan. We really, first of all, appreciate you hosting the panel. And we also want to thank VentureBeat and Dean Takahashi for inviting us to speak at this event. With regards to what's next for RP1, we're super excited about our future. We're looking forward to completing our 2 million user demo to show the scalability power of our platform. We expect this to be ready around the end of Q2. We also need to focus on developing key technology partnerships because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Our mission is to create an open platform like you guys, Ryan, that will allow third-party developers to provide their own services directly to consumer without us getting in the middle. One of my favorite quotes is, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts." And we really look forward to working with everyone that wants to see a true metaverse in our lifetime. If you want to learn, if you have a technology that can enhance our metaverse platform, we'd appreciate hearing from you. You can go to our website at rp1.com. You can also sign up to be a part of our demo, which we're super excited to share with the gaming community.
And Toby and I would also like to say thank you to Dean and the entire VentureBeat team, not only for creating this platform, but consistently tracking and reporting all the amazing things that are happening. The metaverse is not a destination. It is a journey that we're all on together. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much to Dean, Sean, Toby, and Ryan for that insightful panel. They will be available to take questions in our offstage Q&A Zoom room, as you guys saw just on that slide before me. I do want to talk about some of these polls that we had running during their session. The first of which was, will the first successful scaled metaverse be inside a walled garden? It looks like 60% of you say yes, it will be a walled garden, and 40% think it will be open. And the next one, the kind of open answer one, how can we avoid deeply invasive surveillance capitalism inside an open metaverse? A lot of people responded with some form of legislation, noting that things like GDPR in Europe is a good first step, but clearly needs to go further globally. Blockchain user data ownership and cryptocurrency were also both popular answers. This one I personally like. I worry we can't, which I think is something we're all worrying about right now. But interesting answers, and thank you to everybody for participating in those polls. We're going to keep trucking right along here with our next session. Investors are making their own moves in an attempt to manifest the metaverse. They want to get in early on the far future, but they also have to finance startups that will prove practical today. How early should they be, and what is the right avenue and technology to get there? Should they invest in games, platforms, VR, AR, XR, blockchain, or pure infrastructure? We'll find out from our panel of investors who see the metaverse as a theme for their investment strategy. Here to discuss investing in the metaverse, please welcome Sam Engelbart of Galaxy Interactive, Ian Livingstone of Hero Capital, Peter Levin of Griffin Gaming Partners, and moderator Eric Goldberg of Crossover Technologies.
Welcome to the Investing in the Metaverse panel. I'm Eric Goldberg, the moderator, and I'm joined by three very active investors in games and in the metaverse. These include Sam Engelbart, who is the managing director of Galaxy Interactive and also a co-founder of Galaxy Digital Merchant Bank. Galaxy does 50% of its investments in game studios, 25% in game infrastructure, and 25% in interactive social. Their notable investments include Mythical Games, Green Park, Barb, and Playable Worlds. Also, Peter Levin, the managing director of Griffin Gaming Partners, which is a gaming-focused fund. Their metaverse-type investments include Wave, which is a virtual live events, Super Social, and Discord. Peter was also a member of the board of for the company that ran Habbo Hotel, which was virtual worlds before it was Roblox before there was Roblox, and quite a success in the 2000s. Lastly, but hardly leastly, is Ian Livingstone, the only panelist to be honored twice by the Queen for his contributions to the games industry. Ian has done just about everything in British games and is currently a co-founding partner of Hero Capital, which has invested in Polyarc, in Flavorworks, and he has previously exited with many companies, including Playdemic and Mediatonic. I'm Eric Goldberg. I've been in the games field for quite some time. I'm currently a co-founder of Playable Worlds, for which Sam is a significant investor. And my recent exits include Pixelberry to Nexon, Playdom to Disney, and PlaySpan to Visa. Okay, so let's look at the current state of the metaverse. About 20 years ago, it was easy. You just looked at Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash, that defined the metaverse. The hero of that particular one, the pizza delivery man, lent his name to Ian's company. About 4 or 5 years ago, it became Ready Player One. Now that we have a number of companies that clearly are stepping stones to the metaverse, we can now talk about what it really will be, or virtually will be. And with that, I'd like to ask the panelists to give the basic building blocks. How do you recognize a metaverse and the routes to it? Ian, I'd like to start with you, and in terms of what you see as the components to a good metaverse company.
Well, I've been in the games for some 45 years, and for me, the most important part of any opportunity is the people in it. But to get back to your point, technology transforms the games industry like no other entertainment industry. Every time there's a new technology comes along, you've got opportunities and of course challenges. But we can see by just watching how humans naturally want to behave that clearly online multiplayer, free-to-play, games of a service, cross-play, playing with friends, not having to go through Discord particularly to find your friends, which are often hard to find, community-driven, user-generated content, a broad appeal, intellectual property. These are all the component parts, but there's no absolute definition of the metaverse. We're looking for where people can come and play as well as hang out together. We've seen how celebrities are now entering into that space, obviously with Fortnite, with Marshmallow and Travis coming into the space. It's kind of bringing a new anticipation, expectation, excitement around the metaverse. But there are so many things that can help build a better metaverse. You can see how 5G is going to have extraordinary consequences and enabler of the metaverse, and we can see how studios are going to embrace all that interpretation thereof.
You've described some of the enablers for it. Are there particular building blocks that carry over from games that are essential to the metaverse that you want to call out?
Well, you're going to see how virtual goods are going to can become into branded goods, going to enter the metaverse. You're going to see the market itself, the games market, double from approximately 200 million to 400 billion by 2028. You're going to see how cloud gaming is going to accelerate the proposition. You're going to see VR coming of age and AR growth. You're going to see worlds being built, the Earth being duplicated in technology to allow these opportunities to greater enable themselves. So, but getting back to my original point, this is the people business, and the fundamental part of Hero is that there are two kind of basic assets that I've held in my own heart since co-founding Games Workshop in 1975. It's all about people. It's all about gameplay. When people ask me what's the most important thing, three most important things about a game, I say gameplay, gameplay, gameplay. Technology, critical. Graphics, critical. But it's gameplay that is the main proposition. What I would say is that data now has had a huge impact on the way games are transformed over time. The primacy of the ivory tower game designer is no longer there, although obviously the game designer is the starting point. But any game, as we know, will evolve over time, and the game that people are playing 12 months after the initial launch is going to be significantly different for the one at launch. But regarding the metaverse, I mean, I think it's probably the most exciting opportunities for us as investors and for games creators to build these places where people can come and play and be together and hang out together in kind of distinct social connected universes.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Sam, Ian has nominated people and gameplay. Actually, he's nominated people, gameplay, and gameplay in that order. What are some of the other building blocks that you see for putting together that define the metaverse for you?
I absolutely I agree with everything Ian said, and I think certainly for the aspects of the metaverse that are going to be games, I think that he couldn't be more right. I often start, I guess, with the Neil Stephenson idea of the metaverse as well. I think Matt Ball, actually, in a fairly recent article, did a great job of articulating even like these 7 components of the metaverse when, the times that we've talked about metaverse previously. I like to start with that definition, and it allows us to maybe just unpack very specifically some of the items that go on that list. But for me, it's this idea of persistence. It's the idea of a living world, concurrent presence in that world. The idea that you can actually have enough people in there at one time to actually feel like you're inhabiting something where spontaneous things can happen, which is something we all, I think, value and sort of accept as a necessary condition of a world that we inhabit. A fully functioning economy, and Ian mentioned that with digital objects and so on, but the opportunity to make and buy and sell things in that world feels like a really important component part of it. Physical and digital continuity. So I think there's this idea that you move somewhat seamlessly, the more seamless, the better, between the actual physical world of atoms and the digital world of bits, and the things that you have in that world and who you are in that world and so on. And that kind of relates to the interoperability of identity and data and virtual goods as sort of the additional extension of that concept. But the ability to enter this world and move across different aspects of it with one identity as you or as the character that you create and in that world, and that your data and the stuff you own and what you want to do and what you like and so on will go across those different silos. We have a very different world today where we all have a whole number of digital things that we inhabit and places we go, but there's very little continuity across and between them. And so that building the bridges in some way that feels seamless is going to be a really important part of it. And then I guess the last thing that I would add is the critically important aspect of user-generated content to populate this world. I mean, what we're talking about, at least when, to me, we're talking about the metaverse in any really interesting way, is far, far, far too big and vast an experience and a universe for any one top-down creator to make all of the content that's going to be present in it. So at some level, we have to figure out how we're actually going to rely on the people who populate the world to really build out the content that we experience in it. And so those are the 7 things that I sort of think about when I imagine the metaverse. And then I tend to try to look at each of those individual things and figure out, well, okay, who's building what piece of this and what's required for this to actually work, and then how does it all come together?
Right. Thanks, Sam. By the way, for those of you who want to see that Matthew Ball article, go to matthewball.vc and you will be able to find the definitional article that Sam references. A quick follow-up. Are games going to be just a part or a neighborhood in the metaverse, or does it go further? And is the metaverse actually a giant metagame?
I guess I would say yes to both of those points. I think that games will be a significant part of it, and playing games, or what we think of as games now, will absolutely be something that we do in this world. I think if we want it to be a place that we really believe people are spending the majority of their time and their identity exists in it and across the different aspects of it, I don't think you can believe that the only thing going on, at least to me, the interesting idea of the metaverse is not just a game as in a way that we understand that to mean today. I do think, though, that, and so much of what we spend our time addressing as investors, is the extent to which so many different aspects of the world that are not currently thought of as games are becoming gamified. And the best practices that we've seen develop over the last bunch of years in the gaming space are being extended out to all sorts of different activities that we engage in. And to that extent, I think being inside of a digital world allows for a gamification of one's life that's really exciting.
All right, Peter, you have been a proponent for a very long time about bringing in something that is prevalent in almost every other form of entertainment media, storytelling. And you've mentioned before that you believe it's a critical component to the metaverse and games. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. When you look at any environment, whether it's a persistent environment or a discrete environment, those experiences, when you're talking about if they fall into any bucket of entertainment, it has to be a compelling experience that's going to attract a consuming constituency. So you referenced Habbo earlier, which, virtual worlds are an nth, right? They're a de minimis building block in what we're currently perceiving to be, the current status quo of the, protoverse or metaverse. But at the time with Habbo Hotel, for example, as a board member, I brought in the two biggest IPs in the world were Twilight and American Idol. And those were the two that Sulake, the parent company of Habbo Hotel, wanted to port onto their platform. That would allow for, tens of millions of COPPA compliant, teenagers to enjoy those experiences and those brand equities within, at the time, was about as an advanced a virtual world experience as existed within the marketplace. More recently, and if you look at one of the market leaders in, again, a business that is aggressively exploring the metaverse, Epic, we were one of the first to architect the integration of an IP, John Wick, into the Fortnite universe, right? And that was, Sam ticked through literally the 7 points that Matt Ball laid out in his piece. So everyone's regurgitating the Matt Ball, piece because it's a very well written piece. But I think, to me, the biggest takeaway from it was at the end of it, where he says, as much as I've thought this through, it's the things that we're not even currently contemplating, right, that are going to define so much of what this metaverse is about. When you have, Dave Baszucki, CEO, founder of Roblox, saying this is going to be as impactful to communication as the telephone, and the internet, right? Those are just ginormous statements from, pillars within the industry. But at the same time, we have to start putting those foundational blocks in place, right? These are things that may end up being significant players, at the end of the day, or they may end up being, roadkill or just an asterisk along the way. But nonetheless, they're training our muscles, right? We're flexing muscles. We're looking at things differently. We're looking at interoperability, cross-platform, cross-genre, the economies, how do we get everyone's interests aligned so that people are more open to, an open, quote unquote, metaverse at the end of the day. But it does boil down to a qualitative experience because, it isn't if you build it, they will come. It's if you build it and provide for them compelling experiences, some of which you can provide the architecture for, some of it will absolutely be UG, and then some of it are going to be, again, things that we're not currently contemplating. I think there's a lot of hubris in being able to state right now, this is what it's going to look like in the next 3 to 5 to 7 to 10 years. I mean, I look at Ian and his background. Ian, I've been to Nottingham. The last time I was on something with you, I told you this. I've been to Nottingham and I visited Games Workshop, and that's one of the most awesome, things you could do if you're a nerdy gamer. But they were doing some really interesting things back then. If you think about the social component, to what Games Workshop was doing, you're talking about a very tactile, real world component to it, right? Very social element because you were pulling constituencies together. It was absolutely gamified, and they were constantly introducing new content to refresh the world. So in a way, this very analog experience, was prescient. And so, that's, to us, what's just very exciting about this, I think in somewhat the abstract, is just how vast an opportunity it is and how little of it we can currently peg as this is exactly how it's going to roll out. From an investor's lens, I think it's a different conversation.
Right. Well, Peter, by the way, VCs are supposed to be hubristic, so thank you for playing according to type. But getting back to what's going on with using what works in other media, according to the Newzoo survey of what players look for in games, in the Western world, the fifth most popular thing that they look for are stories and exploring worlds. In the Chinese ecosystem, that is third. Are games going to Are games going to change storytelling, or as with, for example, Warhammer, where an entire conventional world and storyline developed it, will we see standard tropes of storytelling overlaid on games in the metaverse?
I think you're going to see every slice of that, right? So you're going to see, the most hardcore, again, very discrete gaming experiences, developers and publishers, if you will, and who knows exactly what they're going to look, smell, feel, taste like. They will live on top of these platforms. We've invested in a business, Super Social, that's designed to do exactly that. They will build discrete gamified experiences that live on top of existing platforms, that are considered to be immersive experiences, virtual worlds, if you will, aspiring to be, building blocks of the metaverse. But storytelling will absolutely matter. It depends on how you define storytelling. Gaming is the fastest growing consumer trend in the world. The engagement metrics are astronomical. The growth trajectory over the next 10 years is astronomical. But at the end of the day, again, we've seen as an investment vehicle, no less than 4 or 5 dozen quote unquote, Roblox killers, right? And, at the end of the day, they may have very compelling technology. They may think they have built a better mousetrap, but there's something that Dave and the team there have done. There's something that Donald Mustard has done, with Fortnite and within, the Epic DNA, as they strive to, expand their footprint, that you can't just define and put into a box. So there's an X factor to a lot of what we're talking about. But when you talk to those folks, content comes up a lot. It's just defined differently, and it's not the same types of tropes and the same definitions that traditional media is accustomed to, which is why, for the most part, traditional media has fumbled as they try to embrace interactive software. There's some outliers. There's folks like David Haddad and the team at Warner, have just done incredibly well. But they had the full-throated support of people like Kevin Tsujihara. But when you look at the vast majority of traditional media, they have a very tough time wrapping their brain around, how to play, in this particular arena.
Let's look at it from a venture and startup lens. Have Roblox and Fortnite staked out positions that are essentially their first movers and they're unassailable unless they commit a no goal like MySpace did in surrendering to Facebook? So, or are those spaces that can be competed in, or as long as these guys don't, assuming these guys do not screw up, or is it, or essentially do we have to look elsewhere? Sam or Ian?
Well, I mean, they've certainly staked out a tremendous position today, and I mean, I agree with what Peter just said in terms of a company like Roblox or Epic. I mean, there's a very serious network effect and platform there in place. So they are the incumbents in this world, as well as some of the other platforms we've talked about. That being said, I mean, some of this just depends on what you believe is necessary for these different elements of the metaverse to come together, to be built in the first place, and to come together. And there, like with any incumbent, you have a tremendous audience and a group of people that are committed to a product, and the creative has been amazing on both of those companies, Roblox and Epic. That being said, it's not clear at all to me that technologically they're built on a platform that's optimal for the things that need to happen for this sort of next and stronger idea of the metaverse to come together. So that interoperability and the markets inside these worlds and and all the things that we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes, for either one of them to do it in the way that I think this strong definition implies, they're going to have to make a lot of changes at the sort of base foundational level technologically, which they may be in a position to do, and they have a lot of money and a lot of resources and so on. On the other hand, I think this is a perfect example of where some of the things that are going to have to happen here may really be better built outside. And then there's going to be a question: do they identify that? Do they buy companies that they see as providing those critical pieces, or does somebody displace them? And I think it's way too soon to know definitively one way or another.
So to clarify, it sounds like you would invest in one of the Roblox killers if a company that claimed it was a Roblox killer, if they made a different enough proposition.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Although I don't know that I would be excited about the pitch being we're a Roblox killer. I think like Peter and everybody else investing in this space, we've passed on a lot of those pitches as well. But If the idea is they're building either their technology or they're building great content that we think people are going to respond to, we're certainly not running away from people that are pitching the idea of building the next great platform and evolving from what Roblox has demonstrated. There's an enormous demand from people to do, but in a different way, whether that's technologically or creatively. I mean, we are absolutely investing in businesses, many of which, if you want to believe that it's going to work, you've got to believe probably that they're going to take some share away from Roblox over time.
Ian, you've seen, as you've said before, the rise and fall of you've seen more pattern recognition than anyone in games. Do you expect there to be Roblox and Fortnite and all the other and the other leaders? Are there companies that you would invest in through Hero that would compete with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think you should be looking for Roblox killers, but kind of Roblox cohabitors. I mean, this market is growing at a frightening pace, and there's room in it for investors to make a substantial return without having to seek the demise of any particular dominant game at any particular time. And we've seen quite recently how Among Us and Fall Guys have just come out of nowhere effectively and done spectacularly well. So this industry proves one thing more than anything else, that there's always opportunity to be different and grow at scale quite quickly if you have the right proposition. So I have ultimate faith in more opportunities coming along. And the thing we were talking earlier about linear entertainment and interactive entertainment is that some people like to be told a story, but as we know, any digital native person born into the internet likes to have control. Where the difference between a film and a game is the director controls the action, where in the game the players control the action. And giving that agency is very powerful. And therefore, for our propositions to work well, we have to give people agency to be able to meet their friends and do what they want to do inside the environment that we create for them. And there's no reason, if you're looking, start to get into the depth about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, how you can give more and more what people want emotionally and socially and culturally, that new, incredibly successful games can't be built, and for us as investors to invest in them.
Ian makes an extraordinarily important point. We've made a distinction between linear storytelling and interactive media, and the key point is agency. That's what the players want, and I hope that we will see that term used more often. Let's go back to the question of the metaverse. So in Ready Player One, a unaccountable, reclusive person controls the entire has corporate control of the entire metaverse, and he hands this off to a somewhat slightly less unaccountable teenage boy, which it doesn't seem like a particularly great idea, especially based on the events in the world in recent times. Are we looking at a balkanized metaverse, or are we looking about one total metaverse in which Facebook, Apple, Tencent, etc., get subsumed into one overarching structure? Sam, I'll go to you on this one.
Sure. I mean, I guess the point about sort of a top-down or controlled metaverse, an open one, or as you're calling it, a balkanized one versus I guess sort of a decentralized one. I think it's got to be the latter for it to be anything interesting and for it to reach the level of, it's almost like tautological when you lay out like what are the elements of the metaverse that are interesting to you, and you talk about all these ideas of persistence and concurrence and all that stuff. To me, in my mind, it just becomes, okay, this has to be decentralized in time and for it to do any of these things. So I think that it's I think this idea of an open metaverse is an important one. I think you look at Tim Sweeney was actually one of the people in our industry that was talking about that concept as early as anybody, really. I mean, you go back, I remember prepping for one conversation a couple of years ago and going back and finding things that Tim was saying in 2012, 2013 about the idea of an open metaverse. It's part of what gets me so excited about, for example, things like blockchain technology, which I think are one of the few technological solutions out there that could conceivably allow for the creation and management and incentives that are going to be required to make all this content and run it and provide the compute power and all of it. So I think it ends up, to the extent it gets built at all and it happens, it ends up looking open and probably ends up involving some version of blockchain and decentralized tech is my guess.
So the update to information wants to be free is your metaverse wants to be free, which I think is a good rallying cry. Peter, do you have? Sorry, go ahead. I want to go to Peter just because we're going to have to wrap up fairly soon. Peter, in terms of the open metaverse, how much control are actors going to have on it?
Again, I think some of the fun of this will be entities that we're not even currently contemplating that will end up being dominant players in what this quote unquote metaverse is going to become. This is a decades long exercise. We are, maybe we're just the pitcher warming up. We're not even the first pitch in the first inning of a 9-inning game. We're literally the pitcher warming up. We are so early, which is fantastic because again, if you look at the scale of what's happening now, if you look at the scale of the new actors that have entered the theater in gaming, if you look at how aggressively Amazon, has entered the fray, and Google, and businesses like Netflix, and Apple, and again, I think some of the hubris is that this is all going to, generate from a Western-based culture. I think Tencent is probably the smartest, most aggressive investor in the game space globally. And they have the social architecture beneath them to do things that no other business that we've referenced so far in this conversation have. And, an addressable audience, a market that none of the other businesses that we're talking about have in their own backyard. And again, as the world, becomes more quote unquote open, they're going to, potentially be a dominant player. But I think some of the excitement is it's the businesses that we're not currently contemplating. When you look at how young some of the businesses that I just ticked off are, you're talking, a decade plus in some instances. These aren't, the IBMs of the world, right? These are businesses that are relatively new businesses. So within that period of time, we're going to see businesses pop up, enterprises pop up, industries pop up, an entire labor force, that could be trained to operate and create commerce within this metaverse. And, that's tens of millions of jobs potentially, cross-border commerce in a way that we haven't currently contemplated. So I think that's where it gets very, very exciting. So I think open is better. I don't think any of us know exactly what that openness will look like. And that's some of the excitement. And, that's where you have to be disciplined as an investor.
It will need standards.
Go ahead, Peter. Just quickly.
I was just about to say, the metaverse will need standards: graphical, currency, registration of ownership of virtual goods, effectively DNS for the metaverse. So, and if that being the case, that's when the blockchain will have a place in communicating data. But until then, we need standards.
That's right. To underline Peter's point, the Chinese companies have done, in American terms, they've delivered services that are similar to Facebook plus Twitter plus Amazon. So they have more experience in combining all the features that people want, and that gives them a certain lead in discovering certain experiences. With that, I'd like to thank Peter, Sam, and Ian for joining the panel today, and I would like to thank all of you watching, and we will have a Q&A session to follow.
Well, thank you so much to Sam, Ian, Peter, and Eric for that insightful conversation. They will be available in the offstage Q&A Zoom room to continue the conversation if you have questions for any of the panelists. While that panel was running, we had a couple of polls go out that I wanted to call attention to. For investors in the metaverse, which of these is likely to provide the biggest payoff in the next decade? Winning, that is connective platforms with 37%, but games wasn't far behind with 34%. And the next question, how would you describe the investment opportunities in the metaverse in one word? And boy, oh boy, was there a plethora of answers. Tricky was a popular one. Limited, uncertain, complicated, exciting, experimental. And then one cheeky viewer wrote GameStop, clearly a nod to what's been going on in the stock market over the last couple of days. Probably wouldn't look at that as an investment opportunity. It's probably going to go away pretty quickly. All right, let's continue on Now is the time of the day where we are going to be going virtual. For those who are tuning in on Oculus venues, welcome. This is the first of 2 sessions that's going to be viewable in virtual reality. Now, if we're going to have a metaverse, we're going to need virtual beings represented in it. And they can be embodied either by real humans or by artificial intelligence. These believable virtual beings are critical for an authentic metaverse. And our next panel will explore what it takes to create them. Here to discuss virtual beings and the metaverse, please welcome Edward Sachi of Fable Studio, Akash Nagam of Genies, and moderator Dean Takahashi as they discuss everything from non-playable characters with AI to virtual concerts.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi again at GamesBeat, and we're here now to talk about virtual beings and the metaverse. And I have 2 very interesting guests in this space, Akash Nigam from Genies and Edward Sachi from Fable. And this topic is, it's about avatars. It's about, who represents you in the metaverse. But it's also about alternative ways of thinking about the metaverse too, I think. And first I'm going to have Akash introduce himself more and describe what his company does.
My name is Akash. I'm the CEO of Genies. We're an avatar technology company looking to own digital identity. We do it in multiple different ways. One is representing talent in avatar form through our avatar agency. And then as of late, we announced our SDK, which enables consumers to create their own avatar in places they already exist.
Mm-hmm. And Edward, go ahead. Describe yourself.
I'm Edward with Fable Studio, co-founder. And our vision is that in 5 years, imagine you're in a living room in America. There are parents talking to their teenage children, saying, a tear streaming down their eyes as their teenage children are texting, video chatting with their friend, saying, hey, do you want to jump into Fortnite, play League of Legends, gossiping about their boyfriend, or worries that they have about their parents. And the parents are saying, oh my God, would you please talk to us? We're real. We're actually with you right now. Because these people are talking to artificially intelligent friends who remember them, who care about them, who have stories of their own. And, they do what friends do. They hang out, they chat, they video call, they play games together, they go on adventures together, and they're there for each other when times are difficult. And, there are 86 million members of Gen Z, and our vision is that in 5 years, the majority of them will have an artificially intelligent friend that is one of their 5 closest friends. And that's what we're trying to build, a friend.
Now, I continue with Edward there on why do you focus on this particular part? Other people are actually talking a lot about building the whole world, or building, or taking something like Fortnite and expanding it to be this massive, giant gathering place. Whereas you're just trying to get the person right?
Well, it's like, we contain multitudes and we contain the whole universe in our own arts. So I think artists have always tried to represent what it really feels like to be somebody else. We've got a little deconstructed Michelangelo's David over there in the corner, trying to represent who that is. And I think, we can really do something that artists have been trying to do for thousands of years, which is to create a real person with memory and with care. And the reason to do it is, I think, anyone who saw Blade Runner 2049 would think, God, whatever company controlled that hologram that's in everybody's home would probably be the most important and impactful company in the world, because that hologram, that friend, would be that person's interface for all technology. And so that's our hope, is to eventually these virtual beings go from just being kids' friends, not kids, but teenagers, Gen Z, to actually being our preferred way to interact with technology across all devices and mediums.
And Akash, how do you sort of talk about some of that same thing a little differently, I guess, with how Genies works?
It's somewhat similar. We're obsessed with the actual digital identity and what it means to the real world person. So we don't believe in one-to-one representation. We want the genie, the avatar, to be almost like a sculpture of one's personality, right? It's like the internet was initially intended to be a safe place for you to be able to freely express who you authentically were, your personality, and we view that the avatar should get back to that. Right now, you have different platforms such as Instagram or TikTok, and specifically on Instagram, you're actually flexing one notch above who you are in the real world. It's gone into materialism, to wealth, and it's showcasing this alternate reality in the wrong way. We want to swing the pendulum back and bring the control to the user and allow them to have compassionate, real, authentic relationships with one another. And the reason why we believe in focusing on the digital identity versus the metaverse first is that the digital identity is a tool and access to get to the metaverse. If we allow somebody to treat this avatar as a next medium of expression, the ability to be their safe zone and to therapeutically use it to actually build these valuable connections over time, it doesn't really matter what environment you're in. Everything else just becomes these almost like stops along the way. But humans are thriving valuable social connections and relatability. It comes down to relatability. And in the real world right now, there's less opportunity to do that because, at least over time, because people are just trying to posture in more situations. Social media has made it a living hell sometimes for most Gen Z and millennials growing up. I can't imagine what it's like right now to be a 13 or 14-year-old with Instagram in school these days. And they're seeking for this, they're seeking for this place, this safe place through their identity to be able to connect with each other. So that's like how we're obsessed about the identity. And if you look at how Genie's avatars have evolved, it's less about one-to-one representation. It's more so giving them the tools to be able to express themselves freely.
And we haven't pointed out that there's a whole industry here, right? Edward, you're organizing the VentureBeat Summit, and it's amazing how many different things you're coming up with every different session.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ash and I, you and I completely agree on that idea that maybe a way of putting it is that the metaverse already exists, and it's just a combination of these social platforms, from Fortnite to Animal Crossing to Instagram to the others. That is the metaverse today. And it's totally fascinating. And I think at the VentureBeat Summit, something fun that I get to see is the range of approaches. So, just as an example, in the space of celebrity, I personally love stylization. That's what we do, and that's what I see Akash doing. But there's also AI Foundation, which is much more, and several companies much more focused on, let's create photoreal versions of these well-known people, which I think I almost feel as kind of getting to what you're saying, Akash, it's almost less authentic. There's something off about it. Like, I like that you might as
well use your profile picture at that point.
Yeah, I think there's something really interesting. So there's things like that, but then there's also Hereafter, which is about bringing dead people back to life so that you can communicate with them. Replica, which is more therapeutic. Brud, which obviously is, a storytelling. I don't know how to. I mean, they're the only company I've ever seen that can use the word transmedia without it feeling lame. It completely works. And I think they're really the first to have done it, and historically deserve a huge amount of credit for kind of showing that metaverse. I'm waiting for Michaela to do a wave concert or to do one of those. That would obviously be an interesting next step for them. But we get to see a lot of the VentureBeat Summit.
Very fascinating area, and when it is true, I think that this is about one of the stepping stones to the metaverse, but it doesn't need the metaverse. I mean, virtual beings can get into the market today, and they don't need the accompanying metaverse. And Edward, I guess when did you guys sort of decide to go down that road to try to sort of make something like your virtual beings like Lucy into something that's more platform free, I guess, or platform agnostic?
Yeah, I think seeing the breakthroughs around AlphaGo, around, from OpenAI. Obviously, DALL-E was just created, which allows you to type in any text and it will generate different images, and it's not like it's pulling up Google search, like it's actually originally generating with GAN several images, as well as GPT-2 back then and now GPT-3. I think a lot of it was seeing that AI could allow you to tell a decade-long story, just as it, on the other end of the spectrum, could allow you, for the games developers on the call who are really interested in building games like Watchdog Legion or Cyberpunk or the rest, games where 1 million characters could have full AI and the rest. So full AI conversations and full stories. So I think it was really...
There's that problem still with Watch Dogs Legion, where you start talking to one of your NPCs for a little bit, and then there's just a limitation to how much they can talk. Like they just run out. They run on a loop, right? And they just they can't say anything more to you.
You are writing out you kind of say, okay, you guys for the next 6 months are going to sit in the closet and you'll write all this kind of dud dialogue for our secondary and tertiary NPCs. But I think with using GPT-3 as an art form, which requires game design skills and literary skills and technical skills, so not many people are doing it. I think AI Dungeon and us are probably the only two in the kind of game world trying to incorporate these more sophisticated AI tools. I think it's complicated, but it's the coolest way to create either one realistic character who's really realistic for 10 years, or 1 million realistic characters who are really realistic for like a month of you playing the game. So I think it's AI really in machine learning. That's the thing that convinced us at Fable to shift to virtual beings.
And Akash, do you want to talk a bit about celebrities as well, and how that was sort of your way to get into the market, I guess?
Yeah, that was a very natural thing, I'd say. We have this belief in avatars and the avatar space in general. Just, we've inherently been studying Gen Z for the last 4 years, which feels like that's decades in consumer. And you start to notice that these guys want to be able to express themselves in a more authentic way. Bitmoji had just hit the market. They were the first avatar, I think, at that time to be able to gain that mass adoption. Now, the word avatar, in our opinion, has evolved over time, right? 5 years ago, the word avatar meant a caricature that you could render 20 different renditions of yourself and then use it as a sticker pack and send it back and forth. I think now, in today's world, avatar more falls in line with what Edward's saying, more towards virtual being. And I think that's going to be the next leg up and basically the next mode of expression for a lot of the Gen Z millennials out there. And so we set out to just one up in every single aesthetic way possible for Bitmoji, but then also go in an angle of fantastical representation versus one-to-one representation. And we think where avatars are really going to gain mass adoption is going to be in a place of anonymity over time, because that's where you can really, really get to your authentic self. You can really talk about your personality, and that's when you're going to be 100% vulnerable. I think as a lily pad jump to get there, we want to be able to hook consumers and allow them to fall in love with their identity in places where they already exist. That's why we rolled out the SDK. But really before we got there was natural celebrity adoption, specifically because they viewed their avatar as their second friend, kind of what Edgar was saying earlier, as their friend and alter ego to be able to accomplish things that the physical self was maybe incapable of doing in that moment. So, Offset being able to show up at a show or to do an endorsement deal or to do international collaboration, that their physical self was busy with their family or was in the studio, then their avatar self was able to conduct all of the business outside of that. So it ended up being a snowball effect. Obviously, the pandemic led to a huge surge. And so we formalized a lot of our relationships. We represent a few thousand celebrities at this point. But there's to also mix a little bit into how we're developing for consumers, where it's a weird balance where you have to keep it intact, the likeness of the celebrity, so people know that it's Rihanna, but you also want to be able to offer different fantastical elements so that they can express their authentic self without having to just be their physical human as well, right? So for example, Rihanna might have blue hair, and that's a first stepping stone to get to where she creates her own monster/creature representation of her over time. And that's where we're moving, right? It's we don't want to be a human avatar system. we want to be a creature system. That's like the way we like, right? It's like, if I want to be like half Wolverine, half cougar with crocodile eyes, and it's from like, you know, it's with angel wings and things of that nature, because that expresses who I am, then so be it. That's your representation. It doesn't have to be a human. I think that's a complex problem to solve over time, like from a technical perspective, but that's, you know, there's like two technical big challenges that we're trying to solve here at Genies. One is, how do you develop a scalable creature system and offer all the digital goods and amenities that come with it? And then additionally, kind of what Edward was saying was, you know, we believe in user-generated content for their avatar through machine learning over time as well. And I think like the ability for somebody to be able to generate their own animations, their own like quintessential wink or things that they do in the real world, but using machine learning to interpret the data, that's, and if you can mitigate the gap between what that user-generated content looks like versus, let's say, mocap, if you can mitigate that, and you could do it through like face tracking and body tracking, that's that's very valuable and a big value add to humans. So that's kind of like
So
how
brilliant.
we sit. It's all, yeah, it's all about like, last thing I'll say here is like, basically it's all about like building tech right now that you think is going to be a big value add to users today. So like what I just said is a cool value add for people to be able to record themselves and then post a AR dancing video of themselves on TikTok. But then also that same technology can overlap to what you think the future may be, where it's, you know, people are sitting there with headsets on and they have their hands here and they're able to like interact with other people. That same tech can be used in both scenarios. So we're trying to find that sweet spot. And I think, yeah, sorry.
It's just so psychologically astute what you're saying, that, you know, that we're going to empower you to create a fantastical version of yourself that will be truer to yourself than you taking a photo of Instagram. It's just so clever and like, you know, just reads correct. That sounds right to me. And, you know, just, you were talking about users expressing themselves as well. And I think that's, you know, I think that obviously motivated Mark Zuckerberg as a psychology major early on. He was very touched that people would come out on Facebook, or they would talk about who they were on Facebook in a way they couldn't before. And I think for us, it's the one thing that I do want to get done by the end of this year is, you know, having some users. So we're starting to work with outside parties as well to create virtual beings of them. And we want to work with some users too, but it's a little different to, you know, the visual side. The way that I'm thinking of it is more that someone, let's say there's a young person, Minnesota, and they can't express whatever, some kind of sexual orientation or something's going on in their life. And so they tell their friends, hey, why don't you chat with, you know, sort of my alter ego, but it's much more about the chatting and communicating. And she takes them on a 3-month journey of like the story of this character that is a metaphor for her own journey, and her friends kind of get to know what they're going through. So I'm trying to think about it, because it's sort of, for us, storytelling is very important, and I think people like to tell their own stories. So maybe they'll want to express themselves a little bit through the life of a virtual being that they create. Because for us, the visual is much less important. It's much more about this kind of soul or spirit that could be represented on any medium you like. And, you know, you want to follow them for a few months and see what happened.
I'm sensing some differences in, like, it looks like, Edward, you're very interested in people having deep conversations with these entities, I guess, right? And then Akash, it almost feels like you want to make a copy of yourself so you could send all your bots out into the world to do all the things that you want to do. I don't know.
It's actually, you know, it's actually weird. I'd actually say that for the celebrity use case today, that is how they're leveraging Genies. But I would say that philosophically, Edward and I are pretty similar in the sense that if people are going to fall in love with their digital identity, it needs to be a place where they can be 100% vulnerable and authentic to themselves. And it is about the storytelling. And if the avatar is a tool to allow a user to become vulnerable and drop all their guard and be able to communicate exactly what they feel in any given moment, that's the big A+ problem to solve. I think right now clientele and talent are using avatar. Like there's basically this avatar spectrum. That's the way we view it, right? It's like when you think about an avatar spectrum, there's millions of different ways to be able to leverage an avatar. You can go as futile as stickers to in between face tracking, using it as a mask. But really, to leverage the full potential of what an avatar has to offer, in our opinion, it's being able to utilize this avatar in an anonymous environment to build authentic social connections. So even though there are different ways to leverage one all the way across, this end of the spectrum is really the A+ problem. I think flipping a switch and trying to get everybody to get there tomorrow is going to be tough. And so that's why we have kind of this processed approach where it's like, let's start with surface level. You guys are getting used to representing yourself as a digital form. And then over time, that human's going to turn into a creature. Over time, that creature is going to be used in not only your Instagram or TikTok, but then there's also this new environment that's come out that's anonymous. So, you know, like, again, like I think your virtual portable identity can take many different forms. And it just comes down to like, what is the human comfortable doing at any given point? Some people are going to be first movers to the virtual being area, where it's like, I'm ready to be 100% anonymous and authentic myself. It sounds cliche saying this, but like Ready Player One, right? It's like, that's exactly what this end of the spectrum is. And that's taking full advantage of the concept of an avatar, in our opinion. So I actually think Edward and I are pretty similar in those philosophies, at least.
I think vulnerability, I think you're right. People, I don't know, how long ago was Facebook created? 15 years? You know, people were able to take their arm off for 5 years, right? Before they realized just how dark it could get. And now they're so online. And that's very sad, because being vulnerable and intimate with someone is really important. So, you know, finding a way through what you're talking about with this fantastical approach, I think is just really, it sounds like a likely way to get people to be vulnerable, and I think we have something similar with this.
Yeah, if you want to have that conversation about something like coming out, you can model the conversation here. You can simulate it. You can practice it with your virtual beings, right? See how it goes. Right?
I think the fact that cartoony does help. I think that's an insight you've had as well, Akash, is that helps people take their guard down. Just like you would say, Pixar can smuggle in quite dark and profound things because it's all a cartoon. It's sort of true. I mean, what will help someone be vulnerable is what is non-threatening. And I think these characters being not photoreal is so, I mean, it goes further than that, but so important.
And the funny part about that is that like the VC, like any VC meeting or tech meeting that I have, and this is a big reason why we moved from San Francisco to LA, is to get off Sand Hill, because the first feature requests from Sand Hill basically are like, is this photo recognition? Is this, you know, like how accurate is, and like at the end of the day, it's like photo recognition is actually like the opposite approach that you want to be able to deliver to a user. It's like the user needs to be in control of building their own masterpiece. Why would I have this computer try to tell me what I actually look like or feel? And it captures all the different flaws that maybe I don't want to be able to represent, right? It's supposed to be this safe place. So no, I think you're nailing it on the head. I think it has to be a fantastical version of yourself. I think realistic avatars are not going to prevail over time, or they're just going to be scratching the surface. They're just going to be on the left side of the spectrum that I was talking about, where you're going to be using them as a tool versus an actual virtual being and a second identity. There's tools and then there's second identity. So I would have to agree with that.
Yeah, there are so many phenomenal things you can think about doing here. Edward, you mentioned, you know, bringing back people from the dead, and I remember at your conference, Cyan Bannister was talking about how she would love to have a conversation with her grandmother again, right? And so the possibilities here are very, very interesting.
We represent as Frank Sinatra.
Oh, really? That's super cool.
Yeah, so the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think there are some pretty big possibilities with that, but I think, you know, as I think we've been sort of getting at, it's as much about what are you trying to get out of this? Like if I created a version of my mum, I wouldn't be creating my mum, obviously. It would be my perception, my memory, my prejudices, my loves, all of that. So, it should be.
I thought this
It
part
should.
about memory is very interesting that you brought up. That that it really has to have some kind of persistent memory of interacting with
Yeah,
you
exactly.
for it to be more believable.
I
Right?
mean that is our kind of quest technically and creatively and psychologically is memory and how it how a person remembers is a quite open question. It's quite metaphorical. So to make a virtual being remember realistically, we have to do tricks around maybe different prompts around colors in the room of the person talking to them, or just unexpected things, something that made you remember that is non-literal and non-logical. That seems for our users to be a lot more realistic. So it's not just the literal, like, yes, I remember we talked about that last week. How is your mom out of hospital yet? It's much more diffuse and unexpected. And I think if we can get that right, that'll be the thing that people believe that this is a real person. And I think there's a thrill to this. I almost think we should sort of say the metaverse exists, and it's just stitch together every social medium you have, and you've got the metaverse already. And it's great that VR chat is a sliver of it, but let's not associate the metaverse with VR. It's great that Fortnite is a sliver of it. In 5 years, there'll be another place in the metaverse. The metaverse is the social realm that we exist in. And so you have to have something that can remember you. From Fortnite, you jump out of Fortnite, okay, let's do a call. Do I remember all that? Like all these different mediums. I think that's going to be that memory, our most important thing.
Now, we have some learnings that you guys have had here in this space, and we do want to pass some of those on. One of our sessions at the very end is Richard Bartle talking about the ethics and the metaverse, or ethics of the metaverse. And I wonder what sort of guardrails you guys have recognized that you have to put up here, in order for people to interact with these what eventually are going to be very human-like characters, I guess, or AI characters. What have you learned about what you want to do on that front, and how to sort of keep the right boundaries?
Yeah, I mean, I can go. I mean, sorry, or you can go as well. I mean, I think there's a little lag. I think there's a huge lawmaking opportunity, honestly, within like an avatar world or a metaverse community. Like avatars going rogue, or there's the negatives of being able to allow a user or a human to be 100% vulnerable and authentic. Is that sometimes there's foul play at hand because they get too vulnerable or malicious, or they feel too comfortable being malicious / stepping boundaries over kind of like the status quo that's currently established in the physical world, right? Like you have a certain mode and you have that social know-how in the real world about what boundaries to cross and what not. If you're anonymous and you can be 100% vulnerable, then you can cross those boundaries very easily. So I think moderation, I think copies of one, I think that's why I think blockchain is actually really, really interesting, just because there is an ability to be able to authenticate what's real, what's not. And what's actually like authentically owned by somebody or who represents somebody. So I do think like the lawmaking opportunity is going to have a distinct overlap with the blockchain opportunity. And that's why, like we're already starting to see.
Let's cut to Edward for the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I can go forever with
that.
I
think 50 seconds.
I think that, for us, it's about trying to embody what Marlene Dietrich said about Orson Welles, which is after meeting with him, I would feel like a plant that has been watered. So I want our virtual beings to actually think about, well, why the hell are you talking to a virtual person? What is going on in your life? And over the years, what's going on in your life, just like a good friend who will push you a little bit to face things that you don't want to face, and who will be a sort of an ally through the very dark areas of your life that you might be afraid of. So I want us to very aggressively be a force for good in people's lives.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Edward, Akash, and Dean for that great conversation. They will be taking your questions in our offstage Q&A Zoom room. I don't know about anybody else, but the entire time I was listening to them, I kept thinking about Detroit Become Human, a game that focuses on AI personalities and the treatment of AI beings. Something that, if you guys never played, I highly recommend that game. I do want to call out the polls that we did really quickly. How will we model relationships between humans and virtual beings? Will we treat them like slaves, pets, companions, or each other? And there was quite an interesting array of answers. I'm just going to highlight a couple quickly here. One person wrote, there will be use cases with virtual beings being treated as all three. Unfortunately, society at large has always capitalized and exploited labor. AI beings will be no different. Well, that's some real talk right there. Another person wrote, platforms will set the rules. We will treat virtual beings the way we are told to or shown to. And then another person yet wrote, pets. Respected almost like companions, but the underlying understanding that they're not quite human. So thank you so much to everybody who wrote in. Some interesting answers indeed. All right, continuing on, for those watching on Oculus venues, the next session will be viewable in virtual reality as well. We have Jesse Schell of Schell Games, Kathy Hackle, futurist and author of The Augmented Workforce, moderated by Stephanie Llamas of Superdata. For years, VR has been lauded as the clear path forward toward unlocking the promises of the metaverse. But we are still waiting. Will VR, or perhaps augmented reality, or even mixed reality, deliver on the dream in the long run? Jesse, Kathy, and Stephanie join us to discuss, will VR unlock the promise of the metaverse?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for attending our panel about VR and the metaverse. I'm really excited about our panel. Our two panelists are really bright, and they've got so many great things to discuss today. So to introduce myself, I'm Stephanie Llamas. I come from Superdata, a Nielsen company where I had research for games and XR. And Kathy, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
And thanks, Stephanie. I'm excited to be here. My name is Kathy Hackle. I am a futurist. I'm also the author of The Augmented Workforce, which is coming out pretty soon. And I've worked with some of the top OEMs in the industry, like HTC Vive, most recently Magic Leap. And I've also been writing about the metaverse in a more serious and more deep thinking manner, I would say, since July of last year. So really kind of have been spending a lot of time thinking through the metaverse and the future of the metaverse.
That's great. Thank you. And Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jesse Schell, the CEO at Schell Games. We've developed VR titles like I Expect You to Die and Until You Fall. But I've been doing VR for a long time. I started in the early 90s and became the creative director at the virtual reality studio for Walt Disney Imagineering. And also I've been teaching at Carnegie Mellon about creating virtual reality.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for being here. I'll just jump right in, and we can start with you, Kathy. Can you talk about how you see VR's role in the path toward the metaverse?
Yeah, so for me, it's been an interesting journey. I didn't really start to think about the metaverse until I joined Magic Leap, and obviously when I worked there, the Magicverse, what they call the metaverse, was something that was top of mind in the company, right? So there was, I think, the time where I started really thinking through what are the implications, what does this really mean? But I would say that that's kind of how it all started, but it wasn't really till we hit the pandemic that I didn't really kind of go really down the thinking about the metaverse and that rabbit hole kind of situation. And through VR, I would say through the experiences I've been able to have in virtual reality, these, concerts or social gatherings in virtual reality that feel real, I think that I see that the metaverse, the beginnings of the metaverse, let's say, are being manifested in certain places. And one of those is, virtual reality. One of those is also games like Roblox, where my children spend a lot of their time socializing. So yeah, what I think I started with a very kind of narrow view of what it was, and then through these last couple months, my view has definitely widened into what the metaverse potentially is.
Yeah, I would very much say that the idea of the metaverse is the intersection between virtual space and social space. And there's a lot of great experiments happening right now. I think Fortnite, Roblox are great examples of where that's actually manifesting itself. VR is going to bring kind of an acceleration to this, and an important piece of the puzzle, because VR creates this sensation of being actually in a virtual space. You really feel like your body is in a virtual space with other people in a way that simply looking at flat media doesn't provide. So VR is going to be an important part of that growing vision.
And you mentioned the sort of intersection between social and virtual spaces, and right now during the pandemic there aren't a ton of social spaces in the real world, right? So have you seen VR, kind of accelerating or decelerating the path toward the metaverse during this pandemic?
I would say it definitely has accelerated. I don't think, I used to spend a lot of time in VR before, but mostly in experiences or maybe doing some gaming. But now I try to spend a lot of time with friends, right? Socializing or, having these fun experiences. I think during the Christmas holiday, I had about 3 or 4 Christmas holiday parties in VR. It almost felt like a normal time, right? So I think it's definitely been accelerated. I think the social component is exciting. I was an early beta tester for Facebook Horizon, and that community that's been built there is also quite strong, just from a creativity perspective and a world building perspective. I think that we cannot talk about the metaverse in the social side without talking about world building and kind of how we're sharing our creations and our worlds.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. We've certainly seen, we can see the numbers in terms of people purchasing VR systems and purchasing VR software. The intersection between the appearance of the Quest 2 system, where you have very affordable wireless virtual reality, combined with the pandemic at the same time, has really got people trying these experiences and sticking with them, because people have a real desire to go into places and spaces that are beyond the 4 walls of their home right now, and to be able to connect with other people.
And in terms of connecting with other people, what does VR necessarily enhance about social presence in the metaverse, and why is that so important?
Yeah, I would say that what's that feeling of being with another person it's something that flat screens just don't provide. When you're with another person, you have like a bodily sense of someone else's actual presence in a space with you. There's something very natural, something very human about it. We have a special nucleus in our brain that's all about things that are within arm's reach of us. And you can feel it when you're in the real world and someone like leans into you. You feel that thing kind of come on, but it can never come on in a Zoom call. So there's an opportunity for kind of intimacy and connection in virtual spaces that just goes way beyond what screen-based media is able to provide.
Yeah, I have to agree. I've had amazing experiences during the pandemic with my friends in social VR. I remember the Steve Aoki concert in venues. I literally felt like I went to a real concert. It was a real concert, obviously, but for us. But trying to explain it to like other people, it's like, no, I felt like it was a real concert. I was there with my friends. We were dancing. We're having fun. They're real memories. These are real memories. They're, whether it was a synthetic environment or not, they're real memories. And I experienced that with my friends.
And I think the three of us are we're obviously VR enthusiasts. So I think we have like a special sort of opinion about social presence for sure. But how do you how do you get people who aren't in VR so that we can have more social gatherings?
Yeah, it's all about just getting people to try it. It's one of these things that you just, I can tell you about it all day and you're not going to understand it. You have to try it. And we've had technologies like that before. I think we saw this happen with the DVR. DVRs became ubiquitous, but they didn't become ubiquitous overnight. It took years because people would see it and they'd be like, I don't know, why do I need that? And people try and explain it. Well, you see, you can kind of time shift your programs. You can kind of watch them whenever you want. People are like, I don't know, do I really need that? And it wasn't until actually trying it, getting used to it, that people kind of understood, oh yeah, this actually is something I really want in my life. And I think the affordable systems, I think we're having a really funny point. The pandemic has really caused a really weird point in VR right now because VR is very affordable right now. These systems are $300, $400, like the price of a game console. So it's very affordable, and people who are into it like are trying it and really sticking with it. But the viral part of it, where you can kind of go to somebody's house and say, hey, try this out, put this on your face. Like, we can't do that right now. So I think what we're going to see is there's a lot of people who are kind of deepening with interest in this. And then post-pandemic, I think we're going to see a real blossoming of people getting excited about it and people trying it out and sharing it. So we'll see how that goes.
And to that point, Jesse, I think it's interesting to watch platforms like Virbella, where people meet, and usually, you can do it. You do it on your desktop, and you have an avatar and move around. And they've had giant conferences. They've grown exponentially. It's right now, most of it is a 2D environment, a 2D interaction. But I think that people that start to do these Virbella events and get used to attending events in these virtual spaces eventually will want to take it one step further, right? And they'll be like, oh yeah, it makes total sense. I want VR in my life because I'll feel like I'm actually there. So
I think Rec Room is a really interesting example in this regard, because this is a free social VR experience that has also made itself available on other platforms. And over a holiday, it shot to like #1 most downloaded experience on the Xbox. And so I think these cross-platform experiences that can allow a lot of people to connect are going to be very important in terms of getting people to gradually go to VR. Because I always point to what I call the sort of the 10 million effect. When there's less than 10 million of something, probably none of your friends have it. When there's more than 10 million of something, probably at least one of your friends has it. VR is right now in that less than 10 million zone. So if you go in and you want to do a social thing, probably none of your friends has it. But that's going to change. And once that threshold gets crossed over, we're going to really start to see network effects happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Stephanie, I want to add something else that I'm finding quite interesting, because I am based right outside Washington, D.C. So I engage with a lot of people in defense and in government. And one of the projects that I've been working on is with the Air Force. They created what's called a Global Futures Report that came out last year, was well received in the defense in the federal government. And right now it's a PDF, right? It was a PDF that showed 4 potential futures. And I reached out to my friend who's a chief futurist, and I said, look, I think it's great. It's been well received, but I think we need to bring it into VR. I think we need to bring this into VR so that people in the Pentagon can put on a headset and go into these 4 potential futures. And that can impact decision-making, strategic planning, policy design, So yeah, I mean, right now I'm working with the chief futurist at the Air Force to bring this Global Futures Report into VR. We're hoping to launch sometime, late January. And I think it's really relevant because, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because we always focus on the social side of the metaverse, but there's also other sides that we need to start to look at and peek into when it comes to the metaverse and how it can enable better governing, God willing, better policy design, et cetera. So just bringing that up.
Yeah, that's a great point. And on that point, I mean, what are some of the elements of VR that, like, aside from the social aspects of it, what are some elements or even technologies about VR that are really important to bringing a metaverse to, a grander scale in a virtual environment?
That's a great question. I mean, I think there are a lot of pieces to it. In a lot of ways, I think the technology is here. It's not like we're waiting on if only we had more technology. I think we're in a position where the combination of high quality wireless head tracking and hand tracking it's here, and we have that. So now it's a question of building experiences that get more people engaged. And it's there's always a little bit of a chicken and the egg problem in terms of creating software. We see gamers now who show up and say, wait, this isn't the AAA experience I'm used to. And yeah, that's right, because the experiences you're used to cost between $50 and $100 million to produce. It doesn't really make sense to spend $50 to $100 million to produce a VR game right now. So right now things are more modest, but gradually I think we're going to see things start to spin up and get larger as people experiment. This is definitely the time of kind of experimentation and connection. It's not unlike the early days of the PC or the early days of the web, where the potential is there, but we don't necessarily have the millions of people there because everybody's experimenting with what are the right experiences that are going to get everybody on board.
I would say for me, one of the things that I'm thinking through is volumetric video inside VR. And I know, Jesse, you talked, when we had our prep talk, we talked about volumetric and how dimensional video and dimensional content is something really important to the metaverse, whether it's a VR headset or whether it's glasses or wherever it is that you engage with the metaverse. But thinking through that, I mean, I like seeing the experiments and the things that are starting to happen with more volumetric video inside VR. But yeah, I mean, Jesse, can you add something to that? Because we had this great conversation. You talked about dimensional video and your opinions on it.
Oh, sure. No, I mean, I have really strong opinions about that. This is something that people haven't really figured out is going to kind of connect up. People think of VR now as, oh, I'm going to go into a very cartoonish environment where everything is just CG and rendered. But we're going to cross over into this realm where people start to capture volumetric video, where they start to capture video with spherical cameras, so that you get this sense of being in a particular place. And then of course going beyond that, to be able to take that into a volumetric video that you can actually move around in, because it's been prepared to, it's been basically your video stream has been kind of turned into an explorable virtual world where you're getting imagery from all sides. But even just taking spherical cameras and being able to kind of go into that world is going to be very precious for people. I mean, if you went back, you go back 100 years ago and you ask people what are some of their most precious possessions, and they would tell you, well, photographs. If I had to keep one thing, I'd keep these photographs. And now we've kind of moved into a realm where we're like, well, videos of my family is going to be one of the most precious things. And it's great to see photos of baby's first steps, and it's great to see a video of that. But to actually be able to go back into that room again and sit down on the carpet and actually be in the space and in the place again, those are things that are going to have incredible emotional value for people. And that's just going to be one part of why people are going to be emotionally engaging with this kind of technology.
And to that point, and Stephanie, we talked about this too, is that all of us, each one of us that is working in AR and VR, we're creating, I don't even know what to call it, but like the printing press of the future, right? I don't even know what to call it, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's so much right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's actually, it's kind of funny, you're talking about how, VR can help you retain memories and that sort of thing. Like on a personal note, when I got married a few years back, we filmed the ceremony in 360, and it was, very rudimentary at the time. So it's not like volumetric, obviously, in any way, or, it's kind of clunky, but it is really cool to kind of jump in every so often. And you really do feel, even with the clunkiness, like a sense of presence that is way more exciting than any of the pictures that we took or things like that. So on a personal level, like I've felt that, and I think that there's a lot of value to that you're talking about for the future of our abilities to kind of like jump back in time. And you even see, you know, such great applications, kind of like historical applications that show you, you know, a space and what it looked like in the past, and helps you feel this sort of sense of presence in different points of history. So I agree that that's a really powerful thing.
I'd argue that one of the most powerful VR experiences in that regard right now is the Anne Frank house experience, because all my life I've heard people talk about, oh, I actually visited the real Anne Frank house. I came away with such a different sense of like what that meant. You know, I'd seen pictures, I'd seen videos, I'd read books. It wasn't the same as being there. And now with the VR headset, you can have an experience that's a lot like being there, much closer than anything that we've had before. And it is a really powerful experience to be there and you know to feel that with your own body.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and there's a sort of an emotional aspect to it that just, you know, 2D or flat screens just can't really bring you in the same way. So yeah, I think that's really poignant, and I think in terms of the metaverse, really important, right? In order to get people to feel like there's this sort of like alternative universe that they can enter and feel human in. And actually that kind of makes me think, you know, in terms of that sense of presence and feeling human, kind of switching gears, but it kind of reminded me of accessibility. And so I'm wondering, you know, in terms of accessibility, like how is VR important for in enhancing accessibility for folks who, you know, might not be able to experience certain things in the real world?
Yeah, I would. So I want to add something before I move on to answering that question. I want to say that when we think about the metaverse, a lot of times people think about layers, right? Accessing different layers of information. So I wonder, just thinking through what Jesse was saying about Anne Frank, thinking through like, is there going to be a historical layer that we will access when we want to go back in time in the metaverse and look at, you know, what did City Hall look like back in whatever? So just kind of food for thought there on, is there going to be a historical layer? From an accessibility standpoint, I think, you know, VR especially is opening up new avenues for people that have disabilities to be able to do socialize and be able to do even jobs that they were not able to do before. So I think that designing with human-centered design and designing VR experiences and designing the metaverse as well with humans at the center of it is going to be critical to make sure that everyone has access to this metaverse and that it's not just a few people that get access to the metaverse. So I definitely see that. You know, I did a talk for the Department of Labor where we talked about, you know, using virtual reality and these experiences and shortening the distance. Maybe someone that has a disability that can't really, you know, transport themselves to the office or for any reason, like they're now able to put on a VR headset and do work at home and be present for those meetings or et cetera. So I think that there's a lot of conversation there. And I think that we need to have accessibility top of mind as the metaverse gets built.
Yeah, I mean the power of that these technologies have to improve accessibility for so many people is kind of mind blowing. Particularly as we're moving into a world of 5G, where we're very quickly going to start to see it becoming normal. Right now, already we have a situation where Google drives around the world with cameras trying to slurp up data with LiDAR as they kind of drive their car through the world. Imagine a world where everyone with a camera can be doing that all the time. And so very quick, and so more than just creating just here's some imagery, to be able to create three-dimensional models of the entire actual world that are being updated by the people who move through that world. Obviously, there's a lot of weird privacy concerns, but the utility of it is going to push people to try and do this. And that's going to open up a way for people who aren't able to leave their homes to be able to explore the world in powerful ways, particularly when you think about combining that with telepresence robotics, so that maybe you can actually, you know, really have a sense of being in a space and a place. But I'd also like to flip it around and talk about, in terms of accessibility, there's a lot of dangers that not everybody can make use of these VR technologies. And already we're seeing people who develop it are really focused on accessibility. There's already lots of, like when we worked on our Until You Fall sword fighting game. It was conversation about, well, not everybody can stand up and like move their arms in both hands in a very effective way. How can we make the experience so that it can also work seated? How can we make it so it can also work with just one hand? And it's becoming very much the default with VR experiences to try and make them accessible in a certain way, because motion sickness is something that is sort of, it's very strange. There's some people not affected by it at all. There are some people affected by it when there's rotation. There are some people who are affected by it when there's certain kinds of motion. And so what's becoming normal is to have lots and lots of accessibility settings for motion sickness, because different people are differently abled when it comes to what they're able to handle with motion sickness. And that the fact that that's becoming the norm, being able to set, that what you're capable of, is becoming the norm in those interfaces. I think we're going to see that become the norm with lots of kinds of accessibility in VR.
Absolutely. And I will say, even people who, I kind of suffer from motion sickness somewhat, but in VR I was okay. And actually, once I got pregnant, I would say the first 6 months that I was pregnant, I couldn't get into a VR headset. And so it's interesting because I never thought of myself as needing sort of the, any kind of tweaks or something like that, because I could usually get around the motion sickness. But people change, right? And people have different preferences or different, things that come up, and we kind of always need to be one step ahead of those things. And that kind of on a personal level hit me when I all of a sudden couldn't even do Beat Saber because it was just, your body changes. So I definitely see that, and I felt that a lot more in a way that I hadn't thought I would feel. So I think, we have time for sort of one big question. And I think where I'd like to go with that is just kind of your final thoughts as to what's left, what needs to be done, and what do we kind of tell the non-believers or the skeptics about VR as being a key to the metaverse?
Yeah,
I would say, so for me, and I'll start. I'll leave Jesse with the last word. I would say for me, it's understanding that the metaverse includes, like I said, different verses. Like there's different places in the metaverse. It's not just one place; it's multiple places, and understanding, that it's starting to manifest itself in different places, like Roblox, like, Facebook Horizon, or like using my in spatial meeting in using my Magic Leap. There's different places where you're starting to see that. And virtual reality is a place where people are socializing, where people are having fun. It's a technology that is becoming more and more trendy and attractive for different audiences. So definitely don't discard VR. Don't think that it's VR, and don't think that it's only VR, right? Because I think people always think Ready Player One. They're like, oh, it's only VR. It's like, no, the metaverse is bigger than that. I would say from my point of view, living in the nation's capital, I am thinking through what are the things that lawmakers need to understand about the coming of the metaverse. What do CEOs need to understand for the coming of the metaverse? What are the implications? How do they prepare? Especially for me, it's like, how do they prepare when we move from this to this, right? These are just regular glasses, but when we start to do that and you start to see content in front of you, and then when these glasses can do both VR and AR, like, how do companies prepare for that? And how do we educate the government as well and our lawmakers about what's about to happen? So that's kind of my personal mission.
Yeah, I guess I would say for skeptics, just wait and see, because it's coming. It's happening right now. It's happening right before us right now. And it's like being at the beginning of motion pictures, or the beginning of television, or the beginning of the web. We're talking about the beginning of a medium that is going to have profound effects on all of society. Exactly what's going to work and what's going to be the most successful, we don't totally know that, but it's clear that somewhere in the convergence of virtual reality, the internet, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and even robotics, those things are all going to be coming together to create experiences that connect the human mind with spatial experiences in ways that we've just never seen. And so it's going to be about experiments and experiments and experiments and experiments. And we're just going to see so many people trying so many things because it's all possible. Exactly what's going to work, we don't know yet. But this is a wonderful time to be here because we're seeing the growth happening on a daily basis.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both so much. I think this was one of the best talks I've had, especially during the pandemic, about VR and about all of the things that can come of it. I agree with you. I think that, Metaverse is that VR is transformative and that it really will kind of bring all of these new possibilities to the Metaverse. But I think you guys verbalized it much better than I ever could. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for all your thoughts. And, I'm sure that those who have questions will be able to get in touch with you. So thank you.
Thank you so much to Jesse, Kathy, and Stephanie for that conversation. You can join them for Q&A in our offstage Q&A Zoom room right now. And for all of those who joined the sessions in virtual reality, we'd love to hear what you thought about it. Tweet to us at GamesBeat and use that hashtag GB Summit to tell us how your VR session went. We are going to be having another VR event through Oculus venues in February, on February 17th, with science fiction writer Ramez Nam, the author of the Nexus series, and venture investor Tim Chang, the partner at Mayfield Fund. They will talk about technology, science fiction, and games. Next up, please welcome Mike Pondsmith of R. Talasori Games and Jeff Keighley, the creator of the Game Awards. Mike's company has created a series of role-playing games, including Cyberpunk in 1988. That metaverse-like universe became the foundation for CD Projekt Red's blockbuster game, Cyberpunk 2077, which most of you have probably heard of. In this session, Making the Metaverse Personal, Mike will chat with Jeff about where the future is going and how the metaverse will come to be.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff Keighley, and welcome to a very special panel today, Making the Metaverse Personal. It's been such an exciting time with all this conversation around the metaverse, and I couldn't think of a better person to talk to us about the state of the metaverse, where it has been, where it's going, than Mike Pondsmith. Of course, known for his incredible work building the world of Cyberpunk many, many years ago, over 30 years ago. Of course, it's back in the news in a big way this past year with the release of Cyberpunk 2077 from CD Projekt Red. But as you're about to hear, Mike has been thinking a long time about making the unreal world real. Mike is joining us now. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. By the way, for those of you in the audience, I'm Mike Pondsmith. I'm the guy who killed your Cyberpunk character. So, talk to me.
Your claim to fame. Well, Mike, we're going to talk about Cyberpunk, obviously, in a little bit, but one of the things that I think is really fascinating about your backstory, and people may not know that, you've been designing tabletop games for 30, 40 years, worked on The Matrix Online, one of the early MMOs and sort of the first phase of metaverse hysteria with, EverQuest and Star Wars Galaxies and Matrix Online. But I want to turn the clock way back to 1977-78. You wrote a paper that you were telling me about called Design for the Unreal World. And it's crazy, 40 years ago, you were thinking about what it would take to make a virtual world feel real. I'm curious, what was in that paper? What were your thoughts in the 70s about how to make these simulated places feel real?
Well, first of all, talking about 40 years ago makes me feel like I'm mostly tremendously old, but how we ended up there. At the time, I was getting my degree in graphic design, and I also have a degree in psychology. So that interface between how people build worlds, how people build living experiences was pretty foremost in my head. And also at the same time, there was a book out by a scholar named Victor Papanek called Design for the Real World. And I was fascinated because it talked about how one applied design in a way where people could use it. But when I looked at the sort of work I did, I realized that we had worlds out there that people weren't going to physically be able to use, but they needed the information to know how to mentally use those worlds. They needed a way to process them and believe them. So Design for the Unreal World came about because I was writing essentially a paper about why Star Wars worked and why at the time things like Star Trek weren't working the same way. And the underlying thesis was that people have codings for how they use things. They have ways in which they expect stuff to work. For example, we expect if you touch a screen or push a button that something will respond in a certain way. And they use that to say, okay, if this works like this in my world, and I'm looking in this other world, I now have the rules for that world. And I remember in the paper I discussed something about touchstones and the fact that in any Unreal world, you have to have enough touchstones for people to actually plug themselves into that world. Case in point, one of the biggest and most important scenes, strangely enough, in Star Wars is Luke Skywalker sitting in the garage in Tatooine, messing around with the model of his T-66. Why is that important? Because even if you've never sat there on a Saturday afternoon working on your car, everybody knows that trope. Everybody knows, the young kid working on his hot rod in the garage, and everybody knows that, if you're really into cars, having a model of your car is really cool. So they also know that garage will be cluttered. They know that there'll be all the stuff left over that, the Uncle Owen and company will be using to store the space lawnmower or whatever. They know what a garage looks like. They know what a car should do. They know how a teenager should relate to a vehicle. So they have no real big step to go, oh, okay, Luke is basically some kid who hot rods around the neighborhood. He works on cars. He probably tries to get the fastest car around. And instantly they know how they fit into that universe because they know the rules of the universe and of that metaverse. They don't need much more. Star Wars is brilliant in many things, and one of them is that the first movie had to communicate a tremendous amount of information about why that world worked and why people should believe it instead of just going, it's another science fiction thing with ray guns. And when you study that and then study subsequent films, what you realize is that everything projected in that particular metaverse has cues that allow the viewer, the user, to pick it up and use it.
So it really is that relatability. I'm curious, from your perspective, this idea of the metaverse is naturally compelling, I think, to a lot of people. But for you, what is it about these Unreal worlds? What's appealing about this concept to you? Is it the sense of escapism? Is it the sense of community? Like, why do you think there's this, it is this sort of holy grail to build this virtual or simulated place? Is it the role playing? Like, what to you got you excited about the idea 40 years ago, and still, here in 2020, we're talking about it?
Well, I think it depends on where you stand in that creative process. I'm not a user per se. I'm a maker. So I look at it differently than somebody who would be using Cyberpunk. Night City to me is an exercise in how to make a believable space that people can say, oh, there's just enough there to where I know what to do here. And I can immerse myself in that world because I know the rules, I know the feel, I know the zeitgeist of that world. As a designer, this has always fascinated me because what I'm actually asking is, how do I construct something that my audience is going to buy into and feel like they want to escape into it, and that nothing happening is going to wreck that experience of going into that other place. Now, why they go there, that's as varied as asking the question of why people use toys and how they use toys. Some people use toys as demonstrations. Some people use toys because it's flying around, playing like a kid. But everybody utilizes a space somewhat differently. And as a designer, what I need to do is I have to figure out what are the best ways for that universe, okay, that overall universe to operate so that they can immerse themselves in that world. Now, one of the interesting things is that many of the metaverse universes that have been created, going all the way back to, let's say, some of the really early online situations, they tended to use iconography and styles that were deliberately futuristic or science fiction. But we don't live in science fiction. When we live in science fiction, it's today. It's smaller. It's designed, once again, to be something we can pick up. So if you're dealing with concepts that people can't grasp in an instinctive level, they're merely jolted out of being in that place. And that was, I think, the problem with some of the early MMOs and so forth, where you just didn't have a place where people could just slide in and go, oh yeah, I get this. I want to be here. Instead, you got worlds that said this is the future, but did not say this is a future you can walk into.
When you're designing worlds, is there a difference between what works for a tabletop game and what works for the metaverse? Is the rule set different, or is the similar sort of principles?
Yeah, it's kind of like looking at those classic Doctor Who's where they say, yes, here, we've changed one thing and it goes off this way. And they come from the same rootstock, which is a believable space, a mental space, but they have to handle it differently. For example, in a tabletop setting, I do everything by descriptors and by how things react. So if I say I get into the car should do these things. In the video game version of Night City, for example, I can do this on a visual level and communicate much faster what's going on. But it's harder for me to communicate the larger scale of the universe. No one's going to stop in the middle of 2077 and go, gee, wonder what the heck's going on in Africa somewhere, or I wonder whether my friends over here are doing the same thing I'm doing. No, they're going to be looking at the immediacy of the place they're in. So there's a big difference. In tabletop, your scope is much wider, but what you can deliver is somewhat narrower in terms of immediacy. In a video game, your scope is smaller, but you can show everything. The first time I wandered around Night City, I remember one of the guys over CD who was running environment said, hey, Mike, come over here, and we spent like 2 hours wandering around. And what impressed me was that I could wander around beyond the edges of what was game space, and I could listen to conversations. I could see stuff going by in the distance. And that made that world more realistic to me.
Yeah.
And more immersive, because effectively, if I go out on a street corner and I walk around, stuff's going on all around me in the real world. There's cars blocks away doing stuff. I hear horns beeping. People are talking. Ambulance goes by. All of those things are events that bring that world together, and they also essentially deliver that universe, that metaverse experience. So if you're going to build a metaverse, that's, if you're going to be doing it on call it a visual auditory experience rather than just a video game, you're going to have to deliver the sensory array of all of that metaverse. And you won't be able to do what I could do in a tabletop game, which is to tell you, yeah, there's a scream sheet over there, and it's talking about what's going on in Africa.
Yeah, no, I think the density of the experience, as you mentioned, is such an important part of it, right? And whenever I'm in any of these open world video games, they're great when, as you said, you can wander off to the side and have a conversation with someone and something unexpected happens. They're not great when you walk around and there's nothing to do there, right? And it feels like it was sort of, one mission without anything around it. And I think Night City, you guys did a great job of just thinking through all the different aspects of the world and all the fun activities you can do. One of my favorite is, the brain dance, which is, kind of a way into a immersive reality. If people that haven't played the game, it's this ability effectively to, kind of jack into an experience. I'm curious, since you are a futurist, that you were talking about these things 40 years ago, the ways we access the metaverse, like brain dance is still sci-fi to some degree, but Give me a little bit on your thoughts on, right now we're talking about accessing this through our phone or our computer in a
VR
more
and stuff
traditional
like
kind of
that,
video
yeah.
game sense. Where does that go in the future? Do we get to the brain dance?
Well, one of the things to remember about the brain dance is that it does more than just give you a visual auditory sensation. You're experiencing the full data flow of a person who's in that event.
Yeah.
So that means that you're doing more than just experiencing the event. You're experiencing it like the other person who recorded the brain dance felt. This is one reason why getting killed during a brain dance and then somebody reads that brain dance is bad. You get to experience your own death, not fun. So I think one of the things that's important to remember is that we're going to have to, if we go as far as brain dance, figure out how we're going to tailor that experience. And it's going to loop back. It's not going to be as much the experience of just living it, because that's not interesting. It's going to be a curated experience. And that's one of the things we have to ask ourselves as we build these alternate universes is how much are we going to curate that? How much are we going to make it interesting or bring out the things that people really liked? And again, that's very tough to do. For example, Red Dead, I wander around on my horse going places. This bores the heck out of most people. But I happen to like riding around the Southwest. So for me, I'm going, yeah, this is great. I could do this all day. It's kind of an ASMR thing for me. But I also know it's not going to be enough for somebody else. And when you're curating the experience, the intensity of that experience can be built on. If you're just presenting it, which is kind of what brain dance is doing, you either have to get people who are good actors, are willing to, feel that sort of emotion and carry it forward, or you're going to have to go manage that experience through, cuts or, different ways of changing that interface. I don't think we're ready for that yet. I don't think it's not even a question of whether we could do it. I think some of it we could probably do, but as a culture, as a species, I don't think we're ready for it. We have enough trouble dealing with social media. Imagine living in somebody else's head for an experience. Then, so social media almost has blown us away now. We don't really know what to do with it. And suddenly we are sharing lives, not conversations.
Yeah, no, and I think that's part of the appeal, but you said part of the concern or uncertainty around the metaverse is that it's inherently kind of a social space, right? And sort of how you introduce more traditional storytelling means with, as you said, this idea of an experience. You want to be there with your friends virtually, and you were even in the early days of like Matrix Online. I mean, that was a good probably 15 years ago, right? But that was the idea of this space where you were going to be with others and gather. And I'm curious to get your perspective on that experience. And it was that just ahead of its time? Did the technology hold it back? Like that was an era when I was a journalist writing a lot about, as I said, like Star Wars Galaxies and EverQuest and Matrix Online.
Galaxies,
the first era of all the same thing with Star Wars, right? You talked about Star Wars, and that was Galaxies was going to allow you to live in the Star Wars world, and all that kind of went by the wayside. Like, why? What can we learn from that era?
Well, I could write another paper on Galaxies alone, but that's another story. Because it's a question of how people use it again. MXO, Matrix Online, as we called it, MXO had an interesting problem because the limits of the technology at the time did not allow us to build worlds that were that level of complexity. You couldn't have the street corner that you see, in Watson. We just didn't have the bandwidth. We were lucky to get many of the things we did to work at all, put a bunch of cars in the street. And a lot of that technology has just quadrupled. Doesn't describe it. It's tenfold what we can do now. And what we accept as the ballpark for having acceptable visual world is so much higher. So MXO, because of that, concentrated on specific areas of gameplay. You went places, you did missions, you did stuff in relationship to a core gameplay. It was not an environment that you wander around a lot. Towards the tail end of when I was working at MXO, my main job was actually to design strange things like, what are the bars like? What kind of things like, drinks and food. And, at one point I ended up designing a bookstore, and a lot of that never made it in simply because, we didn't have bandwidth to do it. But that's important because people care about that. And, what I looked at that time was City of Heroes. And
Right.
City of Heroes was a really interesting experiment because the gameplay was pretty, repetitious. You go down, you find a place, you fight some bad guys, you get out. But what I started seeing was people were building culture within that metaverse. So remember, if anybody can think back that far, there was this in City of Heroes, this one fountain area that was like a Heroes Plaza. And people started doing dances. And they started picking up, emotes that were dances or emotes that did weird things. And people began to go there just to hang out at the party. And that became an interesting thing. Other people started wandering the confines of the city. And I remember one of what I thought were brilliant ideas were they started establishing payoffs for going to different places in the city. I travel to the top of this building. I get a payoff for it. I go to this area underground. I get a badge that says I went there. And it meant people use that universe, and they had an incentive to use that universe because they could tell their friends, yeah, that building over there, yeah, I've been to the top of it. It's really cool. I see that now, interestingly enough, in 2077. Somebody last week figured out how, with a lot of weird parkour moves and climbing, how to get to the top of one of the buildings where there is a very, very exclusive looking mansion. And they figured out how to get all the way up there and run around and look at everything. Well, that's when people are using that world. When they go, hey, it looks like there's something at the top of that. I wonder if I could get there, or what if I could tell other people? That's an important thing. I personally believe if you're going to have a working metaverse, repetitive task and grinding is the last thing you want to do. You want to instead put exploratory tasks in and opportunities. If you're going to have a sandbox, it's got to have interesting toys in it.
Yep.
And those toys should be there not because you put them in and said, look at this toy. Instead, you were digging around, you found a toy, and you ran back to your friends and you said, hey, look at this toy. It's, for example, God, I seem to go on this way, but No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
I was really hyped for No Man's Sky. In fact, it was a project similar to that I was working at Microsoft. I was thinking about doing. But the problem with No Man's Sky was that in the first revs of it, you could not explore, excuse me, and then go back to your friends and go, hey, you know that weird animal you saw pictures of? Yeah, I went and saw it. It does this. And people ran over to see the weird animal and took pictures. People are doing that already in 2077. The photo mode in 2077 is a really, really great thing for establishing a usable metaverse, because what it says is, in this environment, I am shaping, seeing, and bringing my experience to other people in that same environment.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go out and I'm going to take a picture with this particular character looking out over the sunset, and other people are going to go, damn, I wonder if I could do that. Only, I don't know, with Judy instead of Pan Am, whatever.
A lot of what you're talking about, I think it's really important that it's not the core combat loop of an MMO. You said the grinding, but it really is about the social experience, the exploratory aspect of just wanting to be in these spaces and just live, right? And I think so much of the traditional gaming world has always been about like, well, where's the combat? You got to level and like the battles, and that's part of it. But I think you're right that there's this whole other aspect that I'm really excited about, is sort of the non-combat moments. And you're right, in the Matrix Online, a bookstore, the fidelity is just not there. You don't want to be in that space because it's not really immersive, no matter how well designed it is, right?
Yeah, well, an example I always liked was I'm trying to think now. One of the more recent versions of a sort of open world game where I realized somebody, there were people wandering around and you could get food, and the food represented, various power-ups and so forth like that, Skyrim. But there were people who were becoming Skyrim gourmets. They were to go, I'm going to wander around Skyrim and I'm going to ignore the combat loop and I'm going to get a sample of every single cheese in Skyrim. Yep. And they would be showing off these, and I've got this, and I've got that, and I've got these things, and I made this. They'd be showing banquets off. I think that the combat loop is one thing. And, if we're going to go back into the dank past, Richard Bartle, who's a really solid designer, wrote a paper many years ago where he talked about the idea that there were actually several kinds of people who played both MMOs, but later that extends to all metaverses. And if you look at it, yeah, you have people who are the killers. You have people who run around, they want to fight. But you have explorers, and you have socials. You have basically all these other 3/4 of the types of roles in a metaverse situation aren't about combat. They're about exploration. They're about sharing with your friends. They're about building and expanding what your character is in that world. All of those things are just as important. And we tend to look at it as what's the combat loop or the immediate gameplay loop. And I've always argued that you don't set up your entire world. You get up in the morning and go, I'm going to drive my car, and then I'm going to go to the office and type. No, it's one of a million things that you do, and the car is a means to get you there. Today I will, at some point, God willing, get out of this office and I will go to the beach in my car. I will not be fighting Road Warrior to go to the beach, I hope.
Right, exactly. You'll just have your experience. You talk about all these things, and I agree with you, first of all, but I also, when I look at Night City, I sense it's all kind of there, and I'm curious, Cyberpunk right now is it's a single player, role-playing experience. And I'm curious, like, out of all the work that you and CDPR did over all these years, how hard or easy would it be to turn that into a living, breathing, metaverse of Night City? Like, it seems like I might be wrong, but it seems like a lot of the work has already been done there.
A lot of the work is there, but you have to understand the underlying technologies involved. Setting something up so it's a shared universe. A true MMO is really different. I mean, we had to get massive servers just to host MXO. I think we used Bell Labs or something like that. But we had some enormous server farm because there was so much data, and it wasn't data of the world. It was data being shared between people, POVs of different things, which is something your RPG could do quite easily, on a tabletop level, but is really, really difficult to do when you're dealing with all that data, all that information, all that pipeline flow. So it's a lot harder than most people think. Most people think, well, it's already there, we'll flip a switch. And I always look at it as, okay, you are eating this really great meal, and it tastes really good, and you decide you want to share it with your friend. In the real world, your friend is with you, but in fact, the real world now, your friend probably isn't with you, but your friend is in Florida somewhere, and you're in San Francisco, and you want to share that meal. Suddenly that got a lot more complex. It wasn't just, come on over, have a bite. It becomes, how do I communicate to him the taste, the feel, the experience, the smell? That's a lot of data that's going to have to go down a pipe. It's the same thing here. When you build a shared environment, you have to have back and forth. And so Night City has a ton of stuff, and people can experience that ton of stuff. It's going to, I think, take a bit of work before we can, server time at least, and basically all the pieces that go into that kind of shared environment are going to have to be built. And the more we have in that world, the more stuff's got to go through the pipeline. So, it sounds easy. It isn't really as easy as most people think. Having done it, it's not as easy as most people think.
No. And look, I think down the road, hopefully, because I just think you see all the effort that goes in these worlds. I look at a little bit like GTA 5 and then turn into GTA Online, right? And I think over time, you said a lot of that work is at least the foundation or the building blocks for more on top of it, because that world, I think people play through the single player content and move on to something else. It's like, no, you want to keep going back. There's opportunity there, I guess, for the next 40 years.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I'm seeing that now in 2077, which is, it's in what people share on the Reddits and the various sites and uploads and all that. Somebody does something cool, and other people go, whoa, that was cool. Let's see if I can do that. Somebody discovers a new way to romance a character. Somebody discovers something they can do with a car, or a car or vehicle or tool or something that's interesting that is there, and they had that experience. Right now, they cannot grab you and say, hey, Bob, come on over here, man. You got to check this out. They have to basically go on a screen somewhere else and say, hey, Bob, check this out. So then once we know that possibility exists, we all go running over there and we go, We didn't know about that particular thing, you know. And I'm trying to think of his name now. The really, really crazy, stupid talking AI gun, whose name escapes me right now. I love the idea that, you know, you have this obnoxious talking gun and everybody wants to get it. It doesn't give you an enormous amount. You're headshot forever until it shuts off, but it's just cool to be able to say, I got it. And the difference is I cannot show somebody right now that experience. I have to basically, it's like coming back from your really, really great European vacation and all you have are pictures on your phone. You know, this restaurant I was in Barcelona was awesome. Here, let me show you. That's not the same experience.
No, and
when we figured out, when we figured out how to teleport somebody to that restaurant so they can share the experience, you've got something, and then you have a true
brain
metaverse.
dance.
Before,
there you go.
Yeah,
all right,
brain dance would do that.
Hey, see, you're ahead of the curve. No, Mike, I got to say, you've made so many amazing contributions to the thinking around this, and you know, Cyberpunk. I'm so excited that it has been realized as a game, and I think there's a lot more to Night City in the future. So thanks for joining us today, and we can't wait to see where things go next.
I can't wait either. And you know, at some point, my goal is we're going to get some really cool restaurants and other non-combat, non-main gameplay things in there, and we can all go out, run around, and enjoy it. So
all right,
I'll be meeting you out there. I'll meet you
dinner
in the
Night
Metaverse.
City. Date.
Dinner in Night City. Yeah, you got it. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Thanks for having me.
That does sound fun, like a fun time, doesn't it? In Night City. Thank you so much to Mike and Jeff for that fascinating conversation about Cyberpunk and how it fits into the metaverse. I think we all are looking forward to some of the unique experiences that the metaverse will offer in the future. Mike and Jeff will be available for Q&A in the offstage Zoom room. VIPs, please head on over to your roundtables right now. You should now with your access information to that specific Zoom. If you have questions about that access, event support at Venom is the email address that you want to shoot a message over to. Who is watching here on stream with us. Hope you are doing well, maybe had some lunch. I'm Andrea Renee, and if you're just joining us, we've got a lot about the metaverse. For now, I'd like to introduce Richard Taylor, of Weta Workshops, and Roni Abovitz in a discussion moderated by Ted Shilowitz of Pictures Futurists in Residence about how to bring story worlds to life and what still needs to happen to fit a persistent, sentient X-verse, and how the fantasy and science fiction will need to push beyond current as the reality of science continues to chase visions of creatives. Here is notes from our science fiction.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on where you're watching this in the world, as we're in a virtual conference in a largely virtual world during the pandemic this year. My name is Ted Shilowitz. I'm the futurist at Paramount Pictures, and today I have the wonderful treat of hosting two interesting people that I'm going to introduce in a moment to talk about the intersection of technology, entertainment, and story, and this large sort of topic that we generally refer to as the metaverse, which we're going to sort of open the kimono a little bit and discuss some of its past, its current, and its future. So in my job, I literally get to explore the intersection of technology and entertainment and extrapolate as to where it's all going in the future. So I spend a lot of time in a world, what we like to refer to as mixed reality. And one of the devices I've been interested in and spending a lot of time with is a device, sort of a prototype device that a small number of developers and people around the world have gotten their hands on, called a Magic Leap 1. And I've had a long time to experiment with that and play with that device. And there's one really interesting and very meaningful piece of content that I would say really is the gold standard and sort of sets the world as to what an understanding of mixed reality entertainment and mixed reality story dynamics are. And it's called Dr. Gorbots. It's got an interesting backstory, and I'm going to let the person that helped bring it to life tell you that in a moment. But what we're going to do now is show you just a little 2 minutes of me in that experience in my living room at home in Los Angeles, so you can get a sense of a little bit of what it's like. And then there's a longer version if you want to look at a YouTube video. We can share that link to you. So let's go ahead and roll that now. Okay, it's loading up. So what's pretty remarkable about this is that there's this robot creature that's floating in my field of view, and it actually looks real to me. Like, it is sitting there in my living room, and the smoke trails that are coming out of it are realistic. Like, it actually looks like it's a real thing, which is pretty amazing. And now it's kind of opened up its little navigation world. So I pull out this thing, put it in there, and it's going to open up a briefing card. Now, I've played this game already for a couple of hours a few nights ago, so I'm on mission 7. Didn't quite get in there. Oh, there. Put it in. There we go. Okay. Now there's my mission card. I'm pulling it out. I'm looking at the mission card. It's kind of floating in front of me. And now I'm putting it in the little holder. And there it goes. Okay, and now I'm getting ready to start the mission. Just push it with my hand. So now, in front of my little home theater screen, I have like a portal, and now I've got to shoot this robot dude. And they're all over the place. They're literally coming out of the walls. And I'm firing stuff, and I'm kind of trying to blow them up as fast as I can. And it's super fun. So what you just saw there is a little glimpse of the future of entertainment that I believe over the next 10 years or so will start to become a mass adopted mainstream form of entertainment, just like television, movies, and video games are now, all living inside traditional two-dimensional screens. We are starting to get a sense of what it feels like to break out of the rectangular screen that we've lived with for literally 100 years and start to enter into a world of what we like to refer to as spatial content or spatial universes as they relate to this. So I have 2 really interesting guests that I think are going to bring a really interesting perspective to this. The first is Rony Abovitz, who used to be the founder and CEO of Magic Leap. Now he's on the Magic Leap board, and he's got a new thing that he may give us a little tidbit on that he's working on now. And Richard Taylor, who runs Weta Workshop. Not to be confused with Weta Digital. Weta Workshop is the physicality part of Weta. And for those of you that don't know, if you want to do a little research on what a Weta is, it's kind of like a cricket on steroids that shows up every now and again and sort of runs havoc to the world. So to talk about as I and many people refer to, the Dr. G experience, because it's hard to pronounce the word of Grorborts. I'm probably not even still saying it right. Richard, maybe you want to start with giving us a little background on how what the audience just saw there, a little snippet of, because it's a multi-hour experience, got started and some of the backstory behind it.
Yeah, hello everyone. Pleasure to be here and talking with you on such an interesting subject. Dr. Grorborts, really the inception was some early paintings from one of our artists, and I think this is an important note that most mythopias start in literature or art, and I love the fact that this extensive world, which really transcends the technology, and I think it's an important point that if you can create a mythology, a visual or written mythology that can transcend the technology on which it sits, then it offers an audience a much more evocative potential of what can be around the corner, what's outside the edges of the proscenium arch. And in this case, Greg Broadmoor, one of our senior designers, 9 years ago, went ahead and invented the world of Dr. Grorborts, fictitious retelling of an Edwardian universe where a nefarious industrialist, Dr. Grobort, is selling arms to either side because war makes good business. And in the middle of this comes along Lord Coxswain, the poster boy of this military armaments, and inadvertently starts intergalactic wars. So a great premise and a wonderfully rich world. We were developing a film, we were creating handmade, beautifully crafted props, and we were doing traveling exhibitions of the art of Greg around the world, and into that popped Rony. Rony shared with us this extraordinary vision for a piece of technology that would change the way that we saw entertainment, education, etc. in the world, and he invited us to create the first ever game for the mixed reality platform on Magic Leap. And the inception of Dr. G Invaders was created. We started a division of our company that we called Game Shop, Weta Workshop Game Shop, and Greg and his 58 strong team of highly inspiring and amazing artists and technicians, inventors really, started to build out the Mythopia into the world of Roni's technology. And the result of that is the game that you've just seen.
Right. And so, Roni, maybe you come in to this story, and everything, as we always like to talk about, and we had a long discussion about this yesterday, is the essence of story and exploring the boundaries of what technology can bring to the feeling and connection to story. So maybe pick up where Richard left off and tell us about your journey to connect to this piece of content. And then we'll start to blossom and open into a wider discussion about story and mythology and how it connects to this thing we like to talk about called the metaverse.
Yeah, and just to give credit to a friend of mine, Neil Stevenson, who did work with me for a number of years, the metaverse was actually coined first by Neil in Snow Crash. So if you haven't read the book, go read it. It's great.
Awesome.
But this notion of a metaverse, and I'll try to relate it to the Dr. G story. And I think what's really interesting is that I think story worlds and mythopias exist far beyond any technology container or medium container that can house them today. And what's interesting about the concept of a metaverse is it's this theoretical container that can contain infinite story worlds and experiences and characters and people and things. It's the ultimate container of all these things. Like a book might contain a series of stories, a movie is one slice, a game is a particular slice, a piece of art is sort of one sliver of something. But I think the conceptual metaverse is this ultimate container that potentially keeps growing ad infinitum, and is the sort of like, nth dimensional container of like a higher level of what story experience really means. And to me, that's very exciting. And what was really cool about Dr. G, I could see with Richard and with Greg that there was some endless, infinite thing happening in Greg's mind, and Richard was fostering it. And the attempt to build a manifestation of that world in a particular medium, I think it was really interesting. It was really like, how do you take these crazy ideas and like jam them with technology and manifest them in a certain way? But I think what's more interesting is like, as they hop other mediums, can you still transcend that core story world? And can it live in multiple mediums and multiple ways of experiencing it? That I think becomes a very complex problem. It's not like traditional, like I make a book, I make an album, I make a movie. It's a much more multi-dimensional, multifaceted thing. And I think the hardest part is you need that central voice or that central author to clear it all together. In the case of Dr. G, you have Greg Rodmore, who's like the core creative whirlwind, and he created like this alliance of others around him who picked up like, the story concepts and became like the secondary tellers of the story. And I think you see this in other worlds. Like I think Lucasfilm has done this in some incredible ways, where you have like the source and you have others that keep propagating it. But I've been very, very fascinated by not only the technology, but by the multi-thousand-year-old way mythologies are built up and how they find their way into different technologies and mediums. I think that's maybe the most exciting part about the science fiction future that Dane asked us to talk about. Part of it is tech, but part of it is like ancient mythology and storytelling and why our brains are wired for that.
Right. So I think what's an interesting area to go to is, as we talk about the metaverse, I actually am of the belief, and I believe you guys are too, that a version of the metaverse has been around for thousands of years now. From the minute that we were able to sort of mass produce information and try and disseminate it to other people, parchments and writings that still exist today, to the beginnings of mass media with books and the printing press, into radio, into the current sort of technological states of mass media, where we started to tap into the visual cortex. And once you start to hunt around into the visual cortex, and you start to unlock a power vessel, right? That we are currently in this extraordinary version of the metaverse that started many, many, many generations ago. And now we're applying insanely powerful technology to achieve that vision at scale. And we can duplicate it easily because of the silicon that we built and the displays that we built and these compute infrastructures. But still, up until now, all still sort of locked into this square or rectangular space where we know what it starts and we know where it ends, right? a book and a computer screen are functionally the same sort of metaphor. They're an area where we keep stuff, right? As compared to the real world, where the real world is the real world. We can explore it, we can move around in it, and it touches us differently than watching a movie or a television show or reading a book. So I want to talk about like where we sit now with mixed reality and this idea of the spatial understanding of technology and what that means to story and the metaverse, as I sort of call it, 5.0 or even 6.0.
And Ted, I want to pick up one thing where you said it's a multi-thousand-year-old technology. So I'm going to reference 2 or 3 key people. So there's Neil and obviously his like conceptualization of metaverse and Snow Crash. But I want to reference Bob Moog, or Moog, who created the Moog synthesizer, and Douglas Hofstadter, who author of this concept of the strange loop. He's a mathematician, and his books are incredibly dense and interesting. But what's really important about them is that the universe itself is a mass. It's an amazing place, right? We all live in it, and it's got massive scale, and it is the ultimate metaverse, right? We all live in it. It's sort of been around for a long time, going to be around for a long time. What Bob Moog talked about was that we channel aspects of the universe through us. We then take that channeling and we design and construct things. Like the Moog analog synthesizer was his expression of channeling his understanding of the universe into a piece of electronics, which made music. And then when musicians unpacked their own channeling through his designs, something went back to the universe. And it's what Hofstadter, I think, would call a strange loop. Like the metaverse seems to be a manifestation of why people's intersection with the universe, or our neurologic structures intersecting with the physics of the universe, we do create this weird feedback loop. And ultimately, the metaverse, I think, is an expression of people's feedback loop, things that we design because we're sort of receiving input. And then we want to express that to others who then like express it back in these like infinite strange loops. So there's sort of a very interesting abstraction going on that Neil might or might not have been thinking about with that. But I think you're hinting at by saying metaverse is multi-thousand years old. It's not just this computer technology or this XR thing. It's actually something bigger and profound going on, and like why we do it. And I'd love to hear from Richard, because we're going a little bit afield. Richard, what's your take?
I was going to ask. I was just going to ask you, Richard, to Roni's point, as it relates to the cinematic universe that we often refer to, and your role and your job for your entire career, living within those boundaries and those accepted restrictions, and now starting to break out of that into new ways. And Dr. G is a good example of that. But take it any way you want to with that.
Well, interestingly, we have been confined by those boundaries. Ultimately, our work is seen through the funnel of the director's decision making. But we have always stood by the desire to create a world beyond the proscenium arch, which I mentioned earlier. And by that I mean, if you define what you create just to what the camera is going to see, the audience know that should they just peek around the corner, they're going to see around the back of the flat. They're going to see the edges of the set. So through good design, you try and create a mythology, you try and create an ecology that expands well beyond what the camera is going to see. Because if you create that depth of the fauna, the flora, the culture of the world, the history, the pageantry of the world, then the audience can immerse themselves into a 3-dimensional conceptual imaginative world. That's all good and well, but it is still defined by a 1 pixel deep skin of imagery on the surface of a movie screen or an iPad. Of course, what's so exciting about mixed reality and what the future offers with the technologies that are sure to come is that through AI-enabled technology, our imagination no longer needs to be prescriptive. We can create the sense of randomness that we have in our own world, the wonderful dynamic qualities that are in our own universe that cause us to bump up against completely random sets of storytelling, of things that are happening in other people's lives, but when they intersect with you, it then inspires or impacts on your own life. To create non-linear, non-prescriptive story worlds where we can then not only invest a depth of mythology and ecology into these worlds, but the creator's imagination can then really run wild. And once you start to intersect these imaginations from different stories, and our audiences can then jump from one to the other, we start to see the breadth of the metaverse fulfilling what Neil dreamed of all those years ago and what's obviously on offer in our near future.
Would you say that the muscle that we built over, let's call it 40 or 50 years now, started with interactive entertainment to kind of get us to this point where you're learning about navigating a world as opposed to just passively watching a world? Do you think that's a relevant point? Did we learn how to do this from now what we refer to as traditional video games, starting with things like Space Invaders and Pac-Man and Myst, and into much more immersive worlds like Uncharted and Last of Us and Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto? Did we mature ourselves as people from our generation became adults and learned how to use this interactivity and build this metaverse from that gaming world? Do you think that's a relevant, am I stating that correctly, incorrectly, somewhat correctly? Who wants to go? Brody?
I think it's correct, Ted, and I would say it this way, that if we go into, our role in the panel is to be 10, 15 years out, right? What's going to happen by 2030, by 2035? I see a few converging threads, like the video game thread or the gaming theory thread. Gaming, by the way, has gone on for hundreds of years, thousands of years. Chess and checkers and backgammon, cards, all the way through, digital video games from the late 60s, like Space War and Space Invaders. That whole thread connects with a different thread, which is cinema, connects with a different thread, which is people doing ARGs in the physical world, connects with another thread, which is like people who are myth builders who use whatever means and technology, whether it's lo-fi or high-tech, to bring their version of reality into the physical world. And we're seeing that actually in a pretty malignant way in politics. We're not going to go too deep into it, but metaverses are not only like really cool technologies and utopian or post-utopian like creative things. They actually blend with the real world in unexpected, some good and some actually not good ways we see in the world today. But I think it's this stew that's all coming together that's accelerated by a few things. I think the most powerful accelerator for the next decade is going to be like the GPUs and the sort of sensors and AI. I'm using AI in a very broad way. There's like many forms of AI. But this sort of AI driver as a glue to cohere the difference between a game and a story. Because a story, you need that author. And at some point, the AI becomes a true author, not just a procedural generator of like plants or like, kill or shoot something, which is more primitive, like more reptilian. But you're going to start to get higher order AI, which does storytelling, which begins to act like a great author. Like, imagine if Tolkien was an AI and could just persistently create stories in Middle Earth, not frozen from his books, but he's just there, embedded in this AI, this ever-generating Tolkien world stories in real time and generating this world. Like that becomes super exciting. And I think when we leave what I call like reptilian or fast twitch AI, which is kind of where we are right now, to the higher level, the more cerebral, like emotional, mythology building, thinking AI, I believe that will happen in this time frame we're talking about. We're going to see an amazing renaissance of what a metaverse could be. Because right now we're driving them through like mostly game theory, some story framework, but a lot of it just like, insect or reptile type twitch, run around, shoot stuff, which is sort of a state of affairs of where the computer brain is right now. But as that computer brain turns into something higher order, just like as humans evolve, we still have that reptilian piece of the brain, but there's a higher order part of our brain where art and creativity and many good things flourish. That is potentially very exciting direction for what can be from Metaverse, because it can be a place where you don't just run around and get shot at by people, or I just have to collect gold coins and raise up a number up or down. It could be where you have like very deep, persistent emotional experiences and relationships. Like it could get to be very interesting what this thing becomes, in the same way that people love characters from films or they love characters from books. They become deeply attached to them. They're part of their life. There's no doubt you're going to see that in metaverses.
So it's interesting. You touched on obviously lots of threads, and I think in the short time that we have, we're getting a sense that this is a multi-hour, multi-day, multi-week discussion about once you dive down the rabbit hole, you go deep down the rabbit hole. In the time we have left, there are few things I want to touch on that I think are relevant to our previous discussions and maybe relevant to the audience as it relates to the metaverse. You tapped into it for a moment there as you started to refer to kind of the ethics of the metaverse and the power of the metaverse and what I would refer to as the visual cue points of what we believe is real and the tool set that can make us feel reality. Richard, when you and I were talking about yesterday some of the strange, horrible situations that are going on right now in my country, in the United States, we were talking about the visuals that certain people can put out into the world, and they're very calculated. They understand how to use the power of the medium, and that is the power of the metaverse. So maybe you want to touch on that for a little bit. And then lastly, we'll have a few minutes left. I kind of want you guys to make your predictions on where do you think we'll be in 2030 and 2035, because that is kind of where we framed up the time frame of this discussion.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look what's happening in the world and the way that media is able to tell one truth against another truth. There is ultimately just one truth in every story, in every situation. But you can manipulate that truth into being multiple strings of truth. And a different part of the population may choose to follow that particular string divergent from what another person may follow. And in a way, the metaverse of communication through media starts to develop multiple strands of story. Now, we always think in a utopian-like world in the future of the metaverse, giving us these wonderfully rich worlds in which we can be entertained, go on journeys, has been a powerful and positive thing for us. But of course, equally, the ability to manipulate the story down different strands of truths can have dire effects as well. And we experience that through what are relatively primitive mediums of communication today.
Right. And as we start to explore the boundaries, like Dr. G, of bringing the real world and the artificial world together, that we're lighting a much, much bigger, more powerful fire, right? That at some point we will not be able to discern what is real and what is not. We're already sort of there today in the 2020, 2021 world, which is in some ways terrifying and in some ways unbelievably magical and powerful. But by 2030, 2035, Roni, where do we end up? Like, what are we looking at then as humans, and this intersection of the digital and the real world in ways that many people may not be able to discern what is real or not, which we're seeing telltale signs of today in 2020.
So Ted, I'll put on a futurist hat. 2028 is a date that a lot of folks, friends of mine who are at the biggest companies in the world working on AI, it's a date where there's a prediction that we will surpass human neural structural capabilities on computing. Today, we're like at the mice, lizard level. Then we'll get to cats. Maybe cats are smarter than us. But by 2028, let's say give or take a few years, could be a little earlier, it could be a little later. But so let's say as we come close to that, and then as we pass that, what does it mean for metaverse? It means that the idea of an AI storyteller who's embedded into the story world, a sentient, human and beyond persistent storyteller with unbelievable computing and graphics capability. Like, the kind of GPU work that's going on now, go out to like 2028, 2030, absolutely mind-blowing. If we do have quantum computing happening in that same time period, that's an accelerant, and it's sort of like a turbo boost to everything I just said. What I just said doesn't need quantum computing, but quantum computing is already happening. If we get to the hundreds of qubits in a decade, who knows if that's going to happen. You can have these amazingly rich worlds with sentient storytelling within them that will feel as literate as a great book, as Shakespeare, as Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, like the best films, like the Spielberg and Lucas and Peter Jackson films and French New Wave. But it'll combine with technology to sort of like bridge those threads that have been trying to come together. I think that coming together will happen, can happen by 2030, by 2035. And the right use of this technology mix, like everyone will have these ingredients, but some people will make very different foods out of them. Just 10 seconds on the ethics, incredibly important. Like, this can go terribly wrong. It's incredibly important that we put guardrails and a framework to protect society and people from what can happen with the kind of technology you're talking about here are way more intense than like social media, way more intense than like where you're just texting messages to people. This is a very intense social, emotional, neurologic phenomenon. So we need the guardrails. We need to learn about what's going on right now. It could be incredibly positive. It could be terrifying. So I'll leave it at that. And Richard and Ted.
Yeah, arguably we need the constitution of the metaverse as it needs to be governed, as all things in the real world need to be governed to some degree. You couple this with the fact that in the last 10 years, 15 years, we've seen the ability to manipulate the photon through media, through film and gaming specifically, to the point of hyperrealism, where the relationship between two digital characters is as real to us as that of living actors. The place that a digital character such as Gollum or let's say the apes out of Planet of the Apes have within the film are on par with the living actors next to them. And this is obviously an incredibly powerful tool once given to and placed within the metaverse and utilized in all forms of imaginative storytelling within that realm. You get to think about the potential way that we could actually form meaningful relationships that exist beyond the end of the film in our lives. And I see this as being a wonderfully positive and rich thing as we see populations around, or specific parts of populations around the world, become more detached from society. We have a second opportunity through these rich ecosystems to bring those people into the heart of those characters and have meaningful and long-term relationships through this form of entertainment.
Yeah. So as we wrap up, I'm going to put on a couple of things. I think what's interesting and what you guys are touching on is the power of narrative. And when you think about like what is the original virtual reality medium, it is a really good story, a really good book, a really good novel, where your imagination reads the words on the page and builds the world, builds the landscape, effectively builds the metaverse in your head, which is why so many people were so concerned about it, because it's so powerful to read something and then that becomes reality. We've figured out from primitive to sophisticated how to turn that into very sophisticated visual tools. And now, as we start to move from 2020 to 2030, we are starting to get to really sophisticated visual tools that essentially tap to the visual cortex and the imagination, just as the written word in a novel, to the point of Roni with the power of the GPU, the power of the CPU, the power of AI, and the power of this growing metaverse. So last question, I know we've got to wrap up. As we look at a date in time, 2035, if you want to make one short prediction as to where we'll be then, and Roni, if you want to have the last word and just what you're going to be doing with Sun and Thunder and some maybe it's just dates, and we'll learn about it as that's how we'll wrap up today.
I'll leave it to Roni. I think Roni's got. No, Roni. I think you're in the fine place to share with us all what you're thinking is there.
I'll leave it with this, Ted. It's more. It'll be a hope and a prediction that by 2035 we'll have amazing, rich, sentient story worlds that could transcend any notion even of what people think of the metaverse today. And to me, that's super exciting. There's a confluence of technologies that exist and new technologies that some people might be working on, including myself, to help drive that forward. And there's an opportunity for enriching human imagination and life in a philosophical, creative, imaginative way of basically creating a renaissance of creativity and art and people coming together. That's my hope. And we have to build guardrails against just, anytime something good happens, there's this symmetry and this balancing act in the universe. So we have to understand what could go wrong and how to create that equilibrium and that balancing force. But I remain optimistic that some incredibly amazing things are possible. And if you go at it with the right intent and with love in your heart, great things are possible. So why don't we leave it at that?
I think that's a great way to wrap up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I reinforce that because the word renaissance, I love the thought that as a human race, we have a second go at evolving the craftsmanship of the future through the renaissance of the metaverse, the ability for future designers and craftspeople to bring a richness to our futures that we can't even begin to imagine yet, and extrapolate off the historical road markers of craftsmanship and creativity. And for me, that's the truly inspiring thing that I dream of when I think of this potential place that we're going.
Yeah,
I think we just nailed it. The Renaissance, like the Michelangelos and the Da Vinci's, and a true Renaissance and enlightenment through metaverse, that would be the greatest thing for our society. And that's at least what I want to do, and I believe what Richard wants to do, and Ted, what you want to do. So hopefully if you take one message home from this, let's make that happen, everyone.
Yeah, I think what you're looking at here is three optimists that see an optimistic future that requires some ethics, some guardrails, and as we talked about the other day, maybe a constitution that can set and build the world that we believe is important to push forth with most energy in the future. So with that, I think we'll wrap up our official talk, and I believe we're going to stay on and do some Q&A with some people that were tracking this and watching it in real time and had some questions for us. So thank you for joining us, and here's to an optimistic, positive future.
Keep things moving right along here today for our Into the Metaverse Summit with our next panel on making friends in the metaverse. Can meaningful friendships naturally form in digital environments? Socializing and making friends in a virtual world can be very different than in real life. Just how are these friendships best developed virtually? Our panel will discuss these topics and more as we explore the subject of making friends in the metaverse.
Disconnected, not sure if anyone is actually getting us, knows us. Research is also showing that how connected we feel to each other is perhaps the most important factor to our happiness, to our physical health, and to our mental. Relationships are what we crave, they're what we gravitate to, and we need in this world and any others we're creating. My Shasta Nelson and I have been studying platonic relationships for over a decade and have written books on how we bond and why it matters. I'm incredibly grateful to be invited here into your world with hopes that we can take what we know about in-person relationships and apply it to our digital relationships. Because for every game and social media platform that relies on interaction, we all know that simply throwing people into a room, virtual or in person, doesn't bond us. We can be lonely in a crowd. I'm excited to moderate a powerhouse panel as we look at how we can bring more intention to the virtual relationships that we can all help create. Right before I introduce these amazing women, let me invite you into our conversation too. You can use the hashtag Metaverse Friendship to share your insights, your questions, and your ideas in social media. Join us in our VIP Q&A afterward, or email any of us. We'll share our email addresses on the final slide. Now, these inspiring women have given me so much hope for the metaverse. We've got Megan Fitzgerald, Head of Experiences, Product Marketing at Facebook Reality Labs. We have Jessica Freeman, Head of Marketing at Minecraft. And we have Lauren Bigelow, Chief of Product at Together Labs, the parent company for MView, Bitcoin, and With Me. In a moment, we're going to share a framework with you that's going to be what we're going to use to kind of talk about what we know from science about our in-person relationships and how we can apply those and how these various platforms are applying these. But before we jump into that, would love to have each of you, starting with Megan, in the order that I introduced you, share why, as part of your introduction, why is this conversation so important, in your opinion, as time with this audience in your industry? Tell us why this panel, why you wanted to be on it, and what the passion is for this.
Well, thank you so much. Shasta, very excited for this conversation for the group we have here today. So at Facebook Reality Labs, my role is to support all of the content and experiences that we're either building in-house or bringing onto the Oculus VR platform. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about how VR is a step towards the metaverse. And I think we're going to hear a lot about all the different ways the metaverse can manifest. But something that I find so exciting about what VR is doing to this conversation is the fact that we're taking those relationships, we're forming in digital environments in 2D, and actually bringing that the ability to do things together, to feel like you are there with a person in the 3D environment as well, and make that fully immersive in VR. And what we're seeing and what we've heard from people experiencing this today is when you have people forming meaningful relationships, they time in that metaverse, they spend more time with those people, they spend more of their energy, they serve their dollars. And when you have people spending time and energy with each other, an opportunity to surprise and delight people, to give them more value in the experience. And that's why it's so important we as industry leaders are thinking about serving that need as the metaverse grows.
Awesome. Jessica?
Hi, everyone.
I have the privilege of supporting marketing for Minecraft. And when I reflect back over the past year, almost every aspect of our lives has been impacted by this crazy pandemic. I mean, the way we work, the way we go to school, the way we shop, everything has changed. But what has remained the same is that we are all trying to maintain those connections with others. And, we're spending so much more time online than before. And when those physical connections aren't possible, we're looking for ways to engage digitally. And what we've seen with Minecraft is that had record engagement this year. We've seen that over 130 million players a month are coming to our platform. But what's most interesting is that we've seen a 90% increase in multiplayer sessions. So what people are doing is they're trying to find those opportunities to connect with their friends, with their families, during this time of social isolation. So I think that this conversation has never been more relevant.
Thank you, Jessica. Lauren.
I know that most of you have heard or had conversations yourself about whether socializing online is optimized right now. There's lots of negative feedback about some of the aspects of socializing online. And I think that there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. Whether we have a pin or not, this is going to happen, and we're just in its infancy. So what's really exciting to me to be on this panel and to be thinking about this is I feel like we have a responsibility to architect healthy spaces to connect on, and that's what this is about. So.
That's wonderful. I can attest that I'm interviewed by the media frequently on healthy relationships, and social media and technology are often seen as the problem to our intimacy. And so one of the things I love is that when we actually look at what bonds us to people, whether it's online or in person, it's the same three things that have to happen. It just might look different. How we do those three things might look different. And so for everybody watching, we want to just quickly highlight what science is showing us are what I call the three requirements of every relationship. Every healthy relationship, any one that you have built in your entire life, is because you've done these three things. And conversely, a relationship that isn't feeling fulfilling, it's because at least one of these three things is lacking. And so I show it as a triangle. And I'm just going to run through these three sides of the triangle quickly, and then I'm going to ask these women to help kind of unpack how they are practicing and building out and creating and being mindful of these three requirements on their platforms. And so at the very bottom of the triangle, we've got positivity. This is positive emotions at the end of the day. We want relationships that leave us feeling good. We want to enjoy them. We want to laugh. We want to feel empathy. We want to feel accepted. We want to feel loved. We want to feel cheered for. Anything that creates a positive emotion is what we're aiming for here. And we're going to gravitate to the people who leave us feeling better. The second requirement of all healthy relationships is consistency. Consistency is the repetition of those positive experiences. It's the pattern that we build. It's the hours logged. It's the time we put in. It's the way we interact. It's our shared experiences. It's what builds our history. It's what gives us a sense of future. It's basically our pattern for how we end up knowing that we can rely on these interactions. It builds trust. We can predict how you're going to respond in the future based on how you've responded in the past. These are our memories and our interactions. And then the third requirement of all healthy relationships is vulnerability. Vulnerability is where we feel seen. It's where we feel known. We can enjoy each other with the positivity and do it frequently with consistency. But for lack of vulnerability, we're not ever going to feel like they see us, they get us, they know us. This is where we share our ideas and our opinions and who we are, where we feel like we can express ourselves. And so then after we're vulnerable, you'll see that we want to go back to feeling good. So we express ourselves a little bit and we need it to feel positive. We need to feel like you empathize, you accepted us. And that's the positive emotion. And then we'll want to do it again, which is consistency. And every time we interact, we're going to get to know each other better, which is vulnerability. And these three things just keep working together. At the bottom of the triangle, where we make brand friends, we have low consistency and low vulnerability at the beginning. But as we practice these three things over and over and over, we move up the triangle to the closest, most intimate of our relationships at the top of the triangle. And so I want to ask these three women, when we're looking at this, and we know that these are the things that actually produce the bonds that we're all trying to experience in person and in our virtual world. Let's look at some of the ideas and stories and ways that you're doing this. I'm going to start with you, Lauren. Let's look at positivity. We actually know that with positivity, we have to have 5 positive emotions for every negative emotion for a relationship to stay healthy. That's a lot of positivity that we need to be programming for, thinking through, building in. We need to have possible. How are you addressing the need we have to feel good about our interactions at Together Labs?
That's a great question, because for a metaverse to work, it has to play better than the real world for me to want to go into it. Otherwise, I'll just leave. So from looking at it from architecting a platform, you can do a top-down approach where you put in rules. And a simple example of that is like, I can report you and you will have consequences. But another way to look at it is actually sort of like a cultural anthropologist, because cultures emerge within communities, and identifying the positive loops that are happening is really. So an example is we have greeters. When a greeter is in a room with a new user, their attention increases 10. So it's very powerful, and all they do is say, helps and try and connect you with others and tell you about the platform. By giving them a special badge, we've really grown that community. They get visibility, and we have like 25,000 of them now. The power of that is looked at research on volunteering. The person who volunteers gets as much of it or more than the person that receives the services. A second example is we have rooms where people are the party hosts. So just like a host that can kick people out, there's immediate feedback. And in doing research, the most successful ones were the ones that actually tried to make a fun experience, just like you would in a party. And so the elements there that we really tried to amplify was we allowed the party goers or the people going into the room to tip the hosts. And so that even more amplified that circle. But first we had to identify it as a pub circle. And the last one is we have creators. They're kind of the heart of the community. They create all the visual assets, and they become like the celebrities. There's like 50,000 of them, and they're creating stuff every day. People want to be them, and they actually end up mentoring new creators as well. That's another virtuous circle. So identifying those positive loops and amplifying them are really important.
Yeah, and I loved when, like, your example of the greeter, it's interesting because that actually brings down the negative emotion potentially of confusion or of feeling left out, of not knowing what to do. And so by not even having that initial emotion, you don't have to make up for it as much. So every time we feel a negative emotion, we need to have 5 more positives. What you're going in there and doing is not only adding positive, but also trying to bring down the negative, which is so powerful. So we heard generosity, we heard a lot of good cheering, a lot of good mentoring, all of that. Megan, I'd be curious if you want to jump in on the positivity of what you're doing at Facebook Reality Labs that you feel like illustrates positive emotion.
Sure. Well, across Oculus, we have all sorts of examples of friendships forming, social experiences. But one of the projects I have been involved in and I'm really excited about is Facebook Horizon, which is a social experience in VR where people can come together to create, share, connect, play. And, we've actually used some similar models for how we can help people understand what that positive behavior looks like and then model that for the community. So we also have guides very similar to the greet that Lauren mentioned. But, Shasta, you alluded to the fact that there may be some stereotypes to overcome in terms of where there can be some negative emotions. And I think we need to be really mindful of building an ecosystem and a community that's safe from the beginning. So in addition to reinforcing the positive loops, I think we do want to work really hard to put in place the tools that give people the opportunity to act in their best nature. So one of the things that we've actually thought about in VR is, can we give someone a safety bubble? Do we actually have someone fade out as they get closer to you in your physical space? As we're moving into a 3D environment, giving people the tools to actually control what is around them physically is something we don't have in the real world. And, sometimes I've been in a busy bar and kind of wanted. I think there's also things that we can do to make sure that when we are encouraging people to keep the community safe and keep things positive for everyone, we can make sure that people don't feel like it's an additional lift to do something like report a negative interaction. So one thing we think about is, can we record the last couple of minutes of someone's session to automatically upload the report so they don't have to write it down and think about it again when they want to share that with us, so we can take action and make the community even better. So I love all the examples that Lauren gave about reinforcing positive circles. I think as we're building the metaverse, we also have to think about setting it up for success in the first place and taking action ahead of time as well.
Yeah, those are great examples, because all of us at the end of the day crave feeling accepted. We want to enjoy people. We want to feel like they enjoy us. The happier we feel, this is what makes that second factor, consistency, possible, because we want to repeat the experiences that leave us feeling good. We want to lean back into the connections that left us feeling good. And so when we look at consistency, Jessica, would you be willing to start us off thinking about how are you thinking about consistency, the repeated shared experiences, the interactions at Minecraft?
Yeah, it's so interesting because when you think about Minecraft, it's an experience that so many share. We know that more than half age between ages 9 and 11 play Minecraft. So it is this shared experience, and that's what familiarity is. What is bringing together. We know that in many cases, Minecraft has become kind of a virtual recess where kids can meet up after school and together in their virtual worlds, and it's because it's that familiar safe place that they know, and it provides that that platform for them to go and have these very personal connections. And we're seeing that with players of all ages. Over the spring, there were so many examples of college students who were creating meetup places in Minecraft where they were able to get together and reconnect, even holding virtual graduations. UC Berkeley, University of Pennsylvania, like these very large, prominent organizations were creating these Minecraft spaces where people were coming together and having that connection. And it would not have happened if the platform hadn't been considered a safe, accessible space by everyone.
Yeah, so true. That safety comes, like, it's that building of that familiarity and feeling like we know what to expect. Like, that's what it's down to, is, do I know what to expect? And while we love surprises and while we like to explore, we also need to feel like we know what we're doing and that we can kind of trust this and know what this button does and what this happens. So yeah, absolutely. Those are such great examples. Lauren, anything from Together Labs that you would add in there to the conversation when we think about how consistency plays into what we're trying to create when we're building relationships?
Yeah, one of the key things when you're building a relationship is sharing experiences together. So with our new product, with me, we're really focusing on what kind of activities help break the ice and help you bond. That's everything from like watching movies or drawing together, doing simple activities, to actually moving from a place where you're in a virtual world to like a story room, like, oh, I'm going to go into an escape room. And that kind of dysphoric, more challenging experience actually breaks down and helps you bond faster. So that mix of I'm in my own place or fixing into a story for a period of time is very interesting area we're investigating.
Those are great examples. I think about watching this pandemic happen. So many of us can get our consistency on Zoom or showing up in a space regularly, a social media platform, but we're missing the ability to make memories together, which is a really important part of the shared experiences. Like, it's allowing for us to interact, but that's different than actually having an activity together that we make a memory with. And so what you're doing and what you're all each creating is that chance to actually have something that we are doing together, which is incredibly powerful to the bonding process as well. And lastly, we can have fun, which is, oh, did you want to say something, Jessica? Go for it.
Well, I was going to say, I think that the other thing about consistency, though, is that we have to think about while we want to be familiar, we also have to introduce and offer something that's new to bring people back and want to discover again. So I think that's something to really remember.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because when I teach healthy relationships, we often, like in the in-person relationships, we often think of this as my work friend, this is my neighbor, and we have like the way that we know how to interact with that person. Those relationships are likely to end when that commonality ends, when we no longer work together, when we no longer live next door to each other, unless we have found other new ways to do things together. And so even in in-person relationships, creating additional ways of consistency, those are the relationships that survive the stage of life or go beyond the couple, kind of that season of life. And so absolutely, it would make complete sense that in a virtual world, the more ways you can kind of build that out and broaden it is going to increase the depth for sure. That's a great example. And lastly, we can have fun, which is the positivity, on a regular basis, which is the consistency. But if we don't feel like we belong, if we lack the opportunities to practice vulnerability, then we're not going to actually feel accepted. It's really hard to feel liked and accepted if we don't feel like we have a chance to express ourselves, whether that's through our ideas or our opinions or our avatar or however it is that we want to be seen and to be known. Megan, do you want to start us off with how Facebook Labs provides this opportunity for vulnerability?
Sure. Well, again, I'll go to the example of Facebook Horizon, the virtual world we're building on Oculus. And I think one of the things that is really interesting is the way that the world building tools, the ability for people to literally drag and drop a world around them with interactive elements and really express what they are imagining is a kind of creation that makes people deeply vulnerable. I think we see this in artistry on all sorts of mediums, but as you get into 3D spaces and being able to create where you're unlimited by the laws of physics or by matter, you really can extend your sense of creativity and then self through that creation. And so we have people who are building spaces that are fantastical worlds filled with ice cream and candy, and then we have people building tree houses of safety where LGBTQ groups can come together and actually spend time in a safe environment expressing themselves in a world that was designed with them in mind. And so I think you have the stretch between something vulnerable for you as a person, expressing your creativity through just the unlimited nature of being able to build in the metaverse, all the way through to how you can revel in aspects of your identity that maybe you didn't have a space to express before. I know Lauren, Together Labs has so much to share about avatars and how people can express this as an individual, so I won't go too much into that, only to say I think this is just such a rich territory, and I'm so excited to hear what Lauren's about to share on that, because this truly is an opportunity for people to express themselves and be vulnerable and show a side of their identity that they never have even seen before. So Lauren, I'm actually super curious what are your experiences with that?
Oh, thanks. I think that, you described exactly what the avatar, and, when we think about ability, it happens in phases. Like my first thing, I'm just going to say what my interests are. I'm not going to tell you my biggest and wildest dreams. We haven't gotten to that stage in our relationship yet. So I think that just decorating what your avatar looks like and expressing yourself like you were describing, or having your room and saying something, it tells what your style is and your interests, and it's just a great way to just start that connection.
Yeah, I love that. I love that you brought up the stages. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Jessica, I was going to pass it off to you there too. I just love that Lauren brought up the stages, because I think even in in-person bonding, we sometimes think we just need to be completely vulnerable with people we've just met, or opposite, we have a hard time being vulnerable even with the people that we can trust and that we have built up that consistency with. So finding that ability to help kind of open us up in incremental ways is so important. And Jessica, at Minecraft, how are you seeing vulnerability and how are you thinking about that?
Well, I was going to kind of building on what Lauren was saying, just the act of being creative is expressing vulnerability. You are creating something that is reflective of your ideas, and then, of course, making that available to others to react to is being vulnerable. So from a Minecraft, we think about, you might want to share your ideas, express your vulnerability to a small group of people through that you might share with just a handful of people, or might want to, share your creation by creating a video and posting it on YouTube and having everyone have us to it. And so we want to be able to create multiple ways for people to share, and by virtue of sharing, really expressing, their true selves, their being, vulnerable.
Beautiful. When I'm teaching relationships, I often teach that we can, each of us, kind of step back and evaluate any relationship in our lives based on these three things. Which one of these could I increase if I wanted to be closer to that person? Where's the opportunity to build better and healthier bonds? And I'm hoping that every single person listening is thinking through your own platform, your own game, and thinking through how you live out these three things in your game or on your platform, and where are the opportunities and where are the holes. Before we get to our final question, I would love if any of you ladies want to kind of spontaneously make an opinion here around when you look at these three things and you kind of pull back and look at the gaming industry or the metaverse building, which of these three factors do you think has either been the most intentional and or is the least intentional? They are obviously all happening in different ways, but where do you think is the greatest strength and or the greatest opportunity when you just kind of pull back for a second to kind of evaluate the relationships, the gaming industry, and how we're doing overall with these three areas? Any of you want to bravely take a stab? Lauren?
I'd like to build on what Megan said. I think that, you can give consistency pretty easily in a game. I mean, there's definitely nuances to it. And, like trying to find the right things for people to share. And if you just have a text box, eventually people will start, if you a chat box, people can talk to each other and disclose more about themselves. So there's certainly nuances of that, but just the complexity of human life and our interactions and trying to keep them positive, and what that is a real frontier. And Megan had a perfect example of how we can do things we can't do in the real life, but that might actually foster more positive spaces. Just the way to figure out, whether it's through a reputation system or whatever is on the horizon there, I find really interesting just to foster positivity.
Yeah, good. Megan, Jessica, would you agree with the positivity being the one that's the greatest need right now, or do you have a different vantage point you want to throw out there?
Well, I think absolutely there is room to improve how people experience positivity in a lot of these online spaces and multiplayer games. So I'm not gonna belabor the point. I think we're selling past the close on that one. It is obviously something to keep in mind, but I do also think that vulnerability is something that grows organically. And as we talked about, there's sort of that layers to it as people find those one-to-one relationships. I think something interesting to think about is how do you blend game loops and mechanisms that reward vulnerability in an interesting way. And I think some of this is very standard across the ecosystem. You can have likes or you can have follows for streamers and for people who share and post, giving validation for expressing yourself. But I think the decisions that we make around how we allow people to validate others' vulnerability, it is part of positivity, but it also helps make sure that other side of the triangle is really strong and that people feel supported and safe and like they're ready to take that next step or maybe even the first step in opening themselves up to other people in the ecosystem and then form that network that provides the mutual benefit for the broader community and full game.
Thank you. Jessica?
Yeah, I think building on that, one of the things that we can all think about is how in our game experiences are we making everyone feel welcome. So it's as much about positivity as it is about inclusion and making sure that there are as few barriers as possible for people to express themselves and be seen, be heard, and be supported.
I love that. Yeah, the definition of friendship when I look at positive consistency and vulnerability is any relationship where we feel seen, which is the result of vulnerability, safe, which is the result of consistency, and satisfying way, which is the result of positivity. So it's really about not just showing up in our avatar or in our differences or in diversity, but like, what does it actually look like to feel seen in a way that leaves me feeling good for having been seen and leaves me feeling safe for having been seen. I just want to say a huge, huge thank you, Lauren, Jessica, and Megan. I wish you and your teams at Together Labs, Facebook Reality Labs, and Minecraft the very, very, very best as you intentionally pioneer community on all your platforms. Huge thanks to all of you who have joined us. Thank you for anything you're doing to help ensure that the metaverse is a friendly place where we can experience positive emotions that leave us happy, consistent shared experiences that leave us feeling safe, and those opportunities to be vulnerable that leave us feeling seen and known. It does this friendship expert's heart good to believe that we can create a world that would even potentially leave people feeling more connected than we are experiencing and when we see the numbers of in person right now. They're not that great. And huge thanks to VentureBeat for covering this subject. I really do believe as an industry, it's such a huge responsibility to create a world that fosters the connections that we all crave. So may it be so. May the metaverse be filled with all kinds of friendships for all of us. And we look forward to connecting with any of you using the metaverse hashtag on social media or in our Q&A for the VIP room. We're looking forward to hearing your own and your own questions. Thank you.
Conversation. I really enjoyed it. We did have a poll up that I wanted to quickly note of. Making friends in the metaverse might most be like. The winning answer was collaborative play in modern video games with 59% of the vote. No surprise there. It turns out we've got a bunch of gamers watching today. Let's just keep moving right along to our next session. Please welcome Bruce Grove of Polystream, Alina Apronen of QuickSave Interactive, Selam, a futurist, and moderator Wanda Maloney of M2 Insights for our next panel, Breaking the Fourth Wall. The panel will discuss how and why social gaming and cloud technologies will be keys in unlocking the next steps to the metaverse.
Welcome, everybody. We have a great panel today on breaking the fourth wall, and I want to just make sure that we get introductions out of the way first. So everyone, could you please introduce yourself? Elena, we'll start with you.
Yeah, hi. Great to be here. My name is Elina Arponen. I've been in the gaming industry for 16 years now, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of QuickSave Interactive. This is actually the second company that I'm founding. And we've been building and developing social games actually already before this company, but with this company, we've been developing them for these social applications like Facebook, WeChat, Snapchat, now for about 4 years. This is kind of an area that I find really, really exciting. It's like the new era of social gaming, and we're doing it all with HTML5 technology, and we built some of the tools and tech as well that helps us to do the games.
Great. Bruce, why don't you go next?
Hi there, I'm Bruce Grove. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Polystream. I've been in the cloud gaming industry now for getting on for about 15 years. And with Polystream, we're developing Phantom, which is really about thinking not just about how do we get players into games or how do we watch games, but we actually want to put people inside of games. We want to create that space where we can actually meet together, we can join together, and we can now really think about it not just from the player's perspective, but what does it mean from the spectator's perspective? What does it mean to attend events, attend games, and go there and join in with your friends? And that's what we're building, and that's what we're working on. It's really, that's a big part of why I'm excited about this panel, is connecting all of these pieces and breaking that fourth wall.
Great. Sai?
Hi, I'm Silam. I've spent most of my career at the BBC, most recently in research and development, looking at how the games industry and the games technologies that are have become more emergent and ubiquitous over the last kind of 10 or 15 years are going to affect the broadcasting industry, are going to change that relationship with the audience, how always online, always connected, always interacting might lead to new forms of entertainment. I look after a newsletter called Metamedia, which is media for the metaverse. And so to be invited here at the VentureBeat Metaverse event is an honor to talk about the kind of things that we see the convergence affecting in the broadcasting industry.
Great. Well, wonderful. Thank you all for joining us today. And really what we want to dig into is the social component of this. Like, what will the social graph look like this year? What is it going to look like 2 years from now? How is it going to be built? What are the interactions? What, there's so much from the technology component to socializing and how that is going to evolve. And each of you play such a big part in that. I thought we would just start with the first question I have is, how do we see that social graph just with 2021? Where are we going to be by the end of the year? And then 2-3 years out, where do you guys see this? Anybody want to take a first stab at that?
Sure. So I think one of the things that we've seen over the last year particularly is this acceleration into virtual spaces. And we've seen people going in and joining each other and taking part in things that go beyond gaming. We've had music concerts, we've had sports events, we've had a huge shift in moving our worlds online. We've heard people talk about the last year has accelerated our move into virtual spaces by 5 years. And we see that technology really sort of quickly coming together. We see that even on these conferences. We're here talking on a virtual conference, not all sort of gathered together. And what we're going to see is increasingly, how do we want to be able to move between all of these different experiences? We talk about, from a player's point of view, how the improvement in things like crossplay, what does it mean to bring people in from different platforms? Because actually, it's about social, it's about wanting to play together. But what does that mean for everyone else as well? What does it mean if we just want to go attend a music event, or if we just want to go attend a sports event? And how are we going to light all of those up? And that's really, I think, the big shift as we talk about all of these experiences is, how do we make it easy? How do we make it seamless to just go from a conference to a music event, to a sports event, to play the game, to watch the game? And I think that's going to be this year, we're going to see a big emphasis on taking part, but not always taking part as a player.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Alina, do you want to go? And then I have another question for Sai afterwards.
Okay, sure. Yeah, definitely I can see people attending virtual events in many different formats and ways. And so it can be things that you do with your friends, and also things that you kind of interact with, that you are not yourself like as fully immersed as your friends are. So I think the existing social graphs will play a strong role still this year and in the coming years. Because people have already spent a lot of time building up those social graphs. So whereas, yes, certainly you can make new friends and build new graphs, but I do think that it will be important to have the interoperability from these existing social environments already, where you can kind of bring on your network easily to these places, and they will be kind of like working together.
Sai, what do you think for this coming year?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think the key thing there, you both kind of touched on it, is the portability of those networks. Is, I have friends on Discord, and the Discord server that I'm a member of originally started in my office 10 years ago as IRC, and it was a place where we got together to talk about when we were going to play lunchtime games. And then over the years that grew, and then we had to move it into Slack, and then people left the organization. They didn't have access to that Slack anymore, so they moved into Discord. And so we've kind of taken the graph, but every time we remade those connections. And the challenge for the coming year, and there'll be lots of people trying to solve this, Discord and Slack and many others probably in layers trying to do that, Xbox Live, PlayStation Now, trying to find a way to interconnect. I mean, if any of you have used Epic Games Store, you can log in with any number of social graphs. Steam has connectivity, and that network of how do I get to the people I want to be with, to play these games, to be participants in the virtual spaces, and to to go and watch a concert together, to be with those folks, is something that absolutely has got to be solved by technology companies. It also kind of reminds me of I have a Zoom family quiz that we do every Sunday. Now, I haven't spoken to my family regularly every week for a year, forever, and it's been a joy to have that happen in the last year, even in amongst this kind of terrible situation, that I've made this regular habit. And those people who've joined that call and participated in this quiz, a game, they're not regular technology users, but they've found something in that connectivity, in that group, in supporting that's been so rewarding. And so we're going to see so many generations practiced in participation with networks of organization to do appointments to attend virtual experiences. And that human behavior is then portable. And so if we can solve some of the tech things, I think that there's a slippery slope, a glide path into this stuff that should make the acceleration just catalyze it even further. And I think we'll see rapid progress in 21.
And that takes me to the next question. From a technology standpoint, what are the major components that still kind of really need to be worked out? Bruce, I mean, with cloud, what are you seeing and what are you guys working on?
We're working on how do we connect them? How do we make it easy for people to go into these spaces? And we want to extend it beyond the player. And so we want to make it so that if you want to jump in a game just to wander around, maybe become an NPC, or maybe use it as a social environment. And that extends into how we're using games and game technology. We're seeing this with particularly things like Unity and Unreal Engine, how it's being used to develop technology that goes beyond games. Technology that moves into cross-media and transmedia, where we see it being used for film and TV. And what does it mean if we create all of these spaces that now can also become interactive? And if we can use the cloud, we can create these huge, enormous open worlds and then make it very easy for people to join in. And I think the thing that we will get from technology is much like we have with IoT, is going to be that ability to just connect all the devices and use all of that to connect us. So it will be about, as I said, our social graphs can cross many different places, and we may be able to just sort of move seamlessly between them. And that's much easier if we can offload a lot of that. We can create big universes, we can create networks and infrastructure, and we can just say, whatever device I'm on, however do I want to connect, I just want to jump into that space right now. I don't need to be part of that ecosystem already. I can just join it because I've been invited and I can become a part of it.
And so what do you see as the pieces that still need kind of to be developed for us to get to that point? Sai, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we were looking at in research and development at the BBC is, we had the question a few years ago when I was working heavily in virtual reality, was how do you broadcast virtual reality to 1 million people? How is that possible? How do you get 1 million people in one virtual space? Or how do you get 1 million people to be participating with the illusion of being in one virtual space? Now, obviously, anyone who's in the games industry knows about sharding, knows about all of the ways in which you can fake that for a clustered amount of players. But how do you make it feel that way to an audience? And how do you technologically reach all of the kinds of devices that the wide audiences that are out there have? Not everyone is sat there with an RTX 3080 and an Xbox Series X or a PlayStation 5. These devices are not as prevalent as something like a smartphone. And those smartphones are massively varied in their capabilities and the silicon inside them, the different architectures and the different capabilities and price points. And so the question is, you can offload to the cloud, and the cloud's provided a really, really advantageous opportunity, given the prevalence of decoder silicon for video, to allow us, with the improvements in the networking and the close proximity of data centers, to get something that's very, very good with modern cloud gaming. But it's still far away, and so there are some elements of the speed of light that you get stuck with. So the question is, what can we do that's hybrid? What can we do which is using endpoints that are closer to the user or the devices in the user's hands? And then how do we take that experience and then blend that to the type of audience experience they want? Do they want to be playing, where they need it to be very responsive? Do they want to be watching, where it's not necessarily, important that the frames per second line up exactly? Is it that they're further back and they're actually just having a chat, and it's the pyramid stage at Glastonbury while you're away at the tent and just having a drink? It's there, it's ambient, but it's not one-to-one, it's not immediate, it doesn't have to be a kind of that high fidelity. And all of those considerations lead us to a new look at networks and how entertainment experiences are built to spread across those. I talk about it being of the network, not from the network. And those are new things. And then they will lead to totally new types of entertainment experience, even after that, once we get used to it.
Ellie, what are your thoughts? I know you've got such great expertise on mobile. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, certainly I agree with the idea that the user experience, like the user interface, is really important on how do you interact with that. And I can see that there can be different layers of technology. We can have streaming, and we can have, for example, HTML5 happening on top of that. And we can allow also, what Bruce was talking about, that it needs to be easy to jump into the experience as a kind of a participant or a guest, that you don't have to always do a very long login. It should be easy to jump in to develop the experience. And I think to become a true platform of creativity, there needs to be also power for the viewers to become participants, to become developers of the experience. And then you can even customize your own user interface or some part of the experience. And there are already technologies, like you can have a web view there where you can do things quite easily. So I think that's also the kind of, it has to be modifiable, the experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about discoverability? I mean, that's one thing I'd like to ask you all. What, we've seen what's happened on mobile. How are we going to process all of these new experiences coming online, and in terms of just being able for a consumer to find them? What do you think, Alina? I'm really curious, given what you guys are doing, what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say the kind of friend referrals are a big thing. I mean, they are already in the gaming industry and game development. A big part of the users come from kind of over-the-shoulder referrals. So you are talking to your friend about it, or online within your social graph. So I think that's why the existing social graphs will give a huge benefit to the whole experience, where you are able to share the experience with your friends, and there should be different ways of sharing that, whether it's real time or whether it's asynchronous sharing, and kind of letting your friends to join you, even not at the same time, but you could still somehow share the experience with them.
Bruce, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it is about social, and this is one of the most important things. I think it sort of goes back to that first question of social graphs and how you connect, and it doesn't matter whether it is a business application, or whether it is a board games club, or whether it is video games or music. The discoverability piece, I think we've been very wrapped up in for years now, because we produce so much content in the games world in particular. If you look on mobile, how many games are released a day? There's 30 games a day released on Steam. How do you find all of those? But the ones that crack through are the ones that inevitably have an experience that somebody says to somebody else, hey, this was great, I think you should try it. Let's go out there. If you put aside the giant marketing budgets, what is it that causes people to engage? And sometimes it is we see the success of things like Among Us, and where that was all driven by a great experience, and it was a social experience. And then the streamers started to share it, and they talked about it, and they played it, and people engaged with it, and they realized this was just a fun thing to bring in your friends and go out there and engage with people. And that sort of thing becomes very rapid. But I think also to the user-generated point is we will start to see people creating the content for their spaces. And I think one of the important things we have to also keep in mind here is we have this ability to create social spaces that feel safe for us, that feel within our communities, within our groups of people, so that we can create. And some of the tools, when we talk about the tooling and the technology, the no-code tools now are phenomenal. The ability to develop content for people that have never written a line of code in their life, and yet they can create a successful game or a successful experience. And those are just going to keep exploding. And then we're just going to see people creating those environments, and it will be connecting them again. It will be I know that my friends have created this thing, they've invited me into it, and I can go join them in it. And that's, I think, one of the things we'll see an increase in. It's not necessarily that everyone has to be in everything. It becomes accessible to the people that want to get together.
And Sai, given that with the BBC, it's a different media, how have they sort of been viewing this discoverability of this like new platform?
So looking at how you discover things, and the friend referral is massive, right? Everyone knows the kind of buzz went around something like Queen's Gambit in the TV world, right? That was a huge show. And yet, you read that wonderful story about it's 9 years of everyone saying, no one's going to watch chess. No one's going to watch chess. No one cares about chess. And the interesting thing about that echoes something that I've always been really passionate about when thinking about this, is that they focused on the game and not the people. Everyone loved watching the people in the show playing chess. Chess was the mechanism by which you explored those people. Now, interestingly, the baking shows, the cooking shows are exploring people through the medium of something relatable, cooking, right? It's like, and with something like YouTube and Let's Plays, and you jumping into streamers and content creators, and they are using, and the best ones use the game as a mechanism by which to explore themselves, the world around them, something about the world, something about kind of their knowledge and sharing and learning. And that's classic storytelling. It's always classic storytelling. It's just that the bit you use to explore it changes depending on the people. Everyone is a geek about something, whether it's gardening or fishing or cycling or Call of Duty. And so in terms of discoverability and the people relating, I think there are always going to be big moments. If you think about Niantic, Niantic worked on one of the best social games of all time that no one knew about. And then they made a clone of it called Pokemon Go, which is the biggest brand in the world. And suddenly it's one of the most, making incredible money and doing incredibly well. So there's always space for that licensing thing. There's always space for that big marketing thing. And there's always space for people to gather around things that they're passionate about. And anyone who's thinking about how do I be discoverable, I think be true to understanding what the mechanics are, and make sure the mechanics are very, very good, and make sure they appeal. Understand then about how you package it, how it looks, who's in it, or how you what your art design, your art direction is. And even something like Among Us, which is essentially just Mafia. And if anyone remembers the early days of Facebook social games, we've all played Mafia Wars, right? There are mechanisms of tried and tested games that you can tick and you twist on, and you can move them. And the thing I love about what kind of you were both saying was that we will see new creators emerge, and the tools and the things we put into the world to make quick games that you can then play with other people and then package and take those mods or those. And like Roblox, right? That collection of entertainment or design or whatever it is, and pass it on. There's the marketplaces and the economies there are going to be huge. It doesn't solve discoverability. Doesn't quite answer your question. But in terms of how the TV industry is thinking about it, it's definitely thinking about when everyone is always online, always connected, always participating. what are the types of experiences that we would normally gather around that you can augment with that technology? And that's where you take something important, a movement, something that is vital to our lives, like climate change, and you can place people around that as a thematic thing, and take them with many different types of content across many different types of media, and try and push forward and reach people where they are to come together to think about something as important as that.
So sort of an add-on to that, when we're talking about kind of the social component of this, the experience and what we're going to be able to do, I'd like to dig a little deeper into that. We talk about being able to, the games, and then the transmedia portion of it, and the messaging, and from an experience, what do you see, from different, not just entertainment, but also just from educational and other types of content? What are the experiences that we're really going to be able to dive down into using these technologies and platforms?
Yeah, I can start with that one, I think. So Si mentioned a minute ago about Glastonbury and the pyramid stage. And this is something we talk a lot about internally with what we're developing on Phantom. The two words that we use a lot are presence and agency. It is the idea that we can go beyond just watching something and we can start to cross over. And this is where I think all of these technologies will come together and how we connect them all. So you can imagine today, we see, I heard someone mention the other day about The Mandalorian. There is far more pixels dedicated to the graphics built around Unreal Engine than the pixels of the real people inside it. What happens if we can go inside the world of The Mandalorian and we can visit it and we can work around it? But then that's how we're using these game engines now, and we're using them across all technologies. We use them for car configurators. We use them for training and simulation. We use them for teaching. We use them for architecture. We can build a vision of a new building or a city block, and now we can go and immerse ourselves in it, and we can take part in it, and we can educate people in it. We saw people talking about Assassin's Creed when they released Origins, being able to use the teaching mode in it to walk around ancient Egypt. Well, now let's put you in it, not just sort of that sort of play feel or that secondary feel, but let's just have you walk around with your group of friends and take part in that world. It's not about playing Assassin's Creed. It's about visiting ancient Egypt and learning how all of these things were built and constructed. And that's amazing. It's just the idea of these sorts of creating the jump points into all of these different experiences. And I think that's what we saw when we first started talking about things like the Metaverse, or we talk about Ready Player One and the Oasis. You're not going into a game, you're going into a world that has museums, it has coffee shops, it has all of these different experiences, and we need to connect them. And all of these pieces it will be about connecting them all, and connecting whether I do go because I want to go into a training or a teaching experience, I want to go learn something from a museum, but now I can have a far more immersive experience than I've ever been able to have before. And the application is absolutely across everything. And we already see that with the way the engine developers are thinking about this. This is no longer just I'm creating a game technology. I'm creating a technology derived from games that can power any kind of visual and immersive experience.
Elena, I want to get back to you. What are your thoughts?
I definitely like that vision of connecting all these experiences and roaming in this world. I think when it comes to sharing that with your friends and interacting with your friends there, I think there's also like great opportunities that are not available in the real life. Like, for example, if your friend tells you that they found a nice place they can literally show you, they can show you their footsteps. So you can follow in their virtual footsteps to that place that they saw, and they can even, their ghost kind of can be there to show what they see, and even talk to you if they've kind of been there before and they've left you a message on the place, for example. So I think this kind of like interactions that will be possible in the digital world, I think they're quite exciting opportunities, things that are not possible in the physical one.
Sai, what do you think about just the BBC does lots of different types of content.
I think I'd talk very quickly. I mean, I'm in the middle of homeschooling. The UK is currently under COVID restrictions, which mean that I have my daughter with me all the time. So I think a lot about education, and I think a lot about the opportunity now that people have practiced this for almost a year, this idea of virtual attendance, virtual learning, that, as I said earlier on, we've got used to it. So now how do we capitalize on that so we can take people with us to these spaces and immerse them rather than webcam to webcam, but in worlds one to another?
Wonderful. Well, I feel like we're just scratched the surface of this topic, and we're already out of time. So I'd like to just thank all of you so much for providing some of just your thoughts and expertise to the discussion, and look forward to connecting with all of you virtually and in person soon.
Thank you so much to Bruce, Wanda, Sai, and Alina for that wonderful session. For VIPs who have questions for the panelists, they are now available in the Zoom Q&A room. Moving right along to our next session, the metaverse will require countless new technologies, protocols, companies, innovations, and discoveries to work. In this session, you will learn about the tools at hand via today's Unity's XR capabilities and offerings, and the keys to expanding these tools and their applications to other industries through AI and synthetic data. Here to discuss tools of the metaverse, please welcome Timoni West of Unity, Dr. Danny Lang of Unity, and moderator Charlie Fink, XR consultant, author, and columnist.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Charlie Fink. I write about XR in Forbes. I'm here with Dr. Danny Lang, Senior VP of AI for Unity, and Timmy West, who's VP of Tools for Unity. And for the next half hour, we're going to be talking to you about tools for the metaverse, and specifically Unity's role in supporting the metaverse, or should I say, many metaverses that are springing up all around us. Timothy, let's start with you. What is a metaverse?
That's a great question. I think at its fundamental core, it's a connected group of different worlds or creations that people have made that's accessible across worlds. You can dive in more deeply. Of course, you could say that, for example, you should be able to keep a persistent identity across these worlds, for example, a persistent avatar, be able to bring either goods with you. But yeah, at its core, it's just connected worlds. Now, we also assume these to be digital. I think there, with the rise of these kind of cross-reality devices that we're seeing, that you could argue that the metaverse could extend out to some subset of the physical world. But primarily connected digital realities.
Right. And Danny, what else? I think, Timothy, you mentioned having people, there being a currency, and presumably meaning then there would be goods and services, sort of what goes on in Second Life. It operates sort of as a bank or as a broker between the members of the community. Is community a quality of the metaverse?
Well, I think that to live successfully in a metaverse or in many metaverses, community plays an important role. And I think that the ability to move between metaverses, the the support of the integration of metaverses is crucial for that. Yeah, I mean, like we can build a community within a single metaverse, but it's really when you build communities that cross multiple metaverses that really creates a bigger purpose. So I think that integration, compatibility between metaverses and the real world, and any crossing between that is super important for the future.
Do you think that the digital twins, if you will, of the physical world that are being made, using different methods? Niantic has a method. Google Maps, of course, is one way of visualizing the world. Are these digital twins, do they have the potential to be metaverses, Danny?
Absolutely. At Unity, we are making very significant investments in the concept of digital twins. And I think digital twins could really be a foundational effort in the metaverse concept. I mean, like, it is a way to create a world, a digital world that is a representation of the physical world. It's a first step, yeah, where we can interact in a digital world, we can learn from it, we can interact with it and impact it before we get into the real world. There's a lot of applications, a lot of opportunities there.
Timothy, it seems to me that we've got companies like Roblox springing up, and of course Snap has been working on AR. Niantic, as I said, Google. These are, and of course, Oculus is building a VR metaverse, if you will. Is there a way for people to go across these worlds and make sort of one giant metaverse, sort of like the one that's envisioned by Snow Crash?
So it's tricky for a couple of reasons. The internet, for better or worse, it was built, at least fundamentally, on text, something that we could kind of agree on. When it comes to 3D interactivity, you've got not only sort of the tool set and then also the output to the platform, but you also have different devices with completely different hardware that don't necessarily play nicely together. So that is simply something we have to take very seriously into account when we think about how to build out these worlds that people can go to. It's not just a matter now of sharing the same syntax. It's not a matter of setting up standards. It's also a matter of making sure that if you do create these worlds, and to Danny's point, like communities kind of create the worlds themselves, that regardless of where that person is and what device they're on, they can participate effectively. They can become part of that community. So the question goes all the way across the board, from standards to hardware.
We are seeing some standardization as I'm studying and building worlds in VR chat and also in AltSpace, and the common thread between them, of course, is Unity. Right?
Yes.
They're all built with a plugin into Unity, and then you can bring in your resources and upload them onto, in this case, AltSpace or VR chat. And so they are using some common building blocks underneath them. Do you think the building blocks might be a way of kind of getting them to fit together?
I think so. I also think, too, that it's really interesting to see how AltSpace versus VR chat versus, say, Rec Room, which is, yet another made with Unity, fantastic VR community experience, have all kind of slice and dice their own particular segments. VR chat, I go in there and I'm always a stick of butter with the skinny legs. Super cute. It's my favorite avatar. But I have that ability to customize to that degree, and they really, the strength of the community is so much about the creativity of the users there, right? And I love that they focus on building that plugin so people could build their own worlds and their own avatars almost immediately. Now then you go over to Rec Room, and Rec Room is a great spot. I usually take people there when I'm just starting them out, right? And you don't have to customize too much. You immediately get a bunch of preset games. If you want to go nuts, you can open up the creator gun and they have everything, they have visual scripting. For example, not a lot of people know that. So, but they completely take a different tack. And then, you've got AltSpace, which is really just best in class for easily being able to set up an event and having people go there. All of these are different tools. I love to be able to step from AltSpace into VR chat and experience things differently. So that would be something that I think I'm sure that they have talked about and would be really interesting to see come together over time.
Yeah, what's more, you'd want to take a digital wallet with you, and you'd want your different avatars for different occasions, right? I'm going to a business meeting in VR chat, so I want to look like sort of
It's funny.
spiffed up version of me, and then when I go to hang out with the stick of butter, I want to be the snappy looking wolf boy, the anime wolf
Right.
boy.
The wallet, of course, there's going to be an economy, but I said objects earlier, and I wasn't thinking about that in an economic sense. I was thinking more about object permanence. The fact is, like, if you want to take digital seriously, I need to be able to, like, here, for example, I have like this skull next to me, right? I want to be able to take that from one world to another. And as long as we don't allow people to really own digital objects as if they were real tangible goods, they will always have this sense of impermanence. And this is why I'm so excited about like cryptocurrency. This is going off tangent a little bit, but Beeple is a digital artist who's been working for years, who recently made $3 million off of selling his art online. That is an amazing. I'm not super into blockchain or the applications of it, and I think has serious.
It's one of a kind now, just like it would be in the physical world.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, there are environmental concerns, but that aside, I think I love the fact that Beeple now has some tangible products as a result and tangible output as a result of this new tech. So, yeah.
Of course, that'll apply to other things, right? That'll apply to architecture, and that'll apply to physical goods like my Millennium Falcon that, is signed by George Lucas, is one of a kind, and no one can clone it, or I don't have such a thing. If I had a digital one.
That's amazing.
So, Danny, when we were talking about this the other day, we were talking a bit about history and about how platforms develop and diverge. And are we at a risk here of creating a universe that can never come together? Or are we at a point where we're about to figure out how the pieces are going to stick?
Oh, I think that we can learn a lot from history here. Before the World Wide Web, there was a number of very popular platforms and popular tools to create hypertext like experiences. And many of those tools, they evolved and they merged, and eventually the World Wide Web came around that created this ability to traverse a global hypertext, a global interconnected text, and we had multiple browsers that could do it. So I think that we are right now at a point where a lot of our technologies can come together. And you just mentioned cryptocurrency. It's really, cryptocurrency is a thing that goes across the different platforms, across the different metaverses, across the digital world and the real world. It's an immutable object. And I think that's an example of how you can have objects that are unique but traverse multiple metaverses. I think we are right now just at the cusp of getting to the point where a lot of technologies, a lot of concepts are coming together and will enable a revolution. I mean, like the question you early brought up, digital twins, which is something that it's very engineering heavy. It's very much about, I have a product I want to look at digitally first and explore, and then I may want to build it in the physical world afterwards. Well, you ask that question in the context of metaverse. I think that says a lot. It says that engineering, building, creation, manufacturing is meeting a second life. I mean, like to me, that it's evident that a lot of concept and technologies are coming together for the better good.
It seems like when you describe that, it makes me think of sort of the merger which is going on with VR and AR devices, right? Like my Oculus Quest may be the gateway drug to true mixed reality. And so as we look at these modes and at physical reality starting to be brought more and more into these virtual metaverses. Do you think we're looking at sort of a hybrid world where we're going through, I guess, a lot of different layers that are somehow held together, either, I don't know, through geography or, some other kind of glue or net mesh that can be created from, technology that we have now?
I absolutely not only do I think we're approaching that, I think we have to. I think this is the way to live in a more sustainable way. It's a way to create experiences where we physically don't have to move. It's a way to create experiences where we don't have to create physical objects any longer. Or before we create these physical objects, we actually try them out first in a virtual world. So to me, mixed reality is a more sustainable and a better future. And I think we need to really push the limit of these technologies, and we need to continue to develop them to essentially build a better world.
So, Danny, we were talking about hypertext. Hypertext gave way to HTML, right? And, HTML is kind of what makes the internet searchable. So, Timothy, what's going to make the visual world searchable? How do we find that, that HTML allowed everybody to build on the internet? What do we do to make everybody build on the visual world?
That's a great question. I don't think that it's going to be so straightforward as a simple visual search. With the digital realities, we have sort of a twofer, that we get for free. It's not like I'm just looking at everything without any sort of underlying text. I mean, the beauty of hypertext markup language is that it's a markup language that gives context to the words that you're reading and allows them to have multiple layers of meaning. The same is true of any digital object you might name, right? And every Unity game object has different components, but it can also have metadata associated with it. So I don't just need to look at things in order to be able to do a visual search. I can still do a text search. I can still do a search by genre, things like themed spaces, being able to identify key elements of your home and then re-genreify them. That's a very simple example, but there are so many others. Really, then it becomes much more about quickly being able to access the digital objects that we want or the spaces that we want in the way that is most appropriate. Sometimes it might be voice, sometimes it might be, similarities of visual style or 3D geometry. Sometimes it might be a GPS location search. So really, then we can just search any way we want to. It's not about visual search at all. But the underlying thing is we definitely need to have the data there, which is, I think, too, why digital twins are so powerful, because we also have this information in the real world that can then be easily accessed in the digital twin equivalent.
Danny, how important is communications across platforms? Now, let me frame that a little bit, because one thing I miss when I'm in VR is being tethered to the real world, right? I don't have access to my smartphone. I don't see my messages. I find myself popping in and out of Oculus while I'm using it to see what time it is, because time plays such funny tricks on the brain in VR. When am I going to be able to bring that sort of element of reality to truly make it mixed reality, so that when I am in virtual reality, I'm still very much in this world also?
Yeah, I think initially Timoni actually mentioned that a bit. When you look at the metaverse, it's really often tied to the real world, and we of course need to be much better tying to the real world, because that's the world we exist in. So I think what you're asking for here is to create mechanisms that in a natural way bridge multiple digital worlds with the real world. Yeah, because you're right. Time goes on, and the time is universal, and so is text messaging and other kind of notifications and events in the real world. And I think that it's a really good point that you bring up, and it just tells you a bit about how much work we still have in front of us, how many innovations and how many inventions that needs to be made to solve daily needs. Like when I'm in the metaverse, I still need to be able to respond to the phone call.
Actually, I want to for a second. One of my colleagues, Matt Schoen, actually worked at a company called V before he joined Unity in 2016. That was creating exactly that, a simple shim layer that allowed you to look on Twitter or check your text messages while you were in VR, and it could be added to any app. That actually gets into an interesting question that Unity often talks about with our creators, which is that when you're making a world, a piece of art, a game, an experience, a movie, you kind of don't want people to be able to do that, right? But that's a little bit different than these social, creation games. I'm sure in VR chat, everyone would love to be able to check Twitter, right? So there is a sense to, if we want this universal adoption, like the people who are making this enthralling cinematic experience about someone who loses their mother, they're not going to install that. They're not going to want you to check your phone in the middle of that, right? So there is a question: what does the creator want? What does the creator expect? How much does the operating system allow overriding the creator's desires?
So
and these are bigger. Sorry, go ahead.
So before we got started here, we were talking a little bit about democratization, and earlier in our conversation, we talked about builders and how all these platforms in the World Wide Web, was built by businesses and individuals, slowly building it up, and as technology improving what they had to offer people online. So how do we democratize XR and get more people building in it and contributing to, if not a holistic metaverse, at least some of its smaller parts?
Well, we're attacking this problem all over the place. Danny is attacking it from 5 different angles. My team is attacking it from many different angles. There's you can always do like beginner tools, like very simple, put a simple piece of AR on the table, create a simple, blocky XR experience. Unity's, one of our core values is that we solve the hard problems for our users. So there's also very foundational problems today that developers run into all the time around differences in machine learning stacks and computer vision and what the platform gives you. So because that is such a meaty problem, that tends to be what we focused on, even on the tooling side. In doing so and kind of attacking that like very meaty kind of, the difference between all of the platforms and then, your users at the end, that's kind of Unity's, sweet spot for a long time. But then there's that next layer, of course, of people who want visual scripting, who want, simplified creation tools. So our hope is that we're just pushing up the stack so that we hit more and more people who just want to make an experience and want to bring wits in their head to life. And I know Danny is working on the exact same thing on the AI side.
Yeah, Danny, can you tell us a little bit more about that, about the AI side?
Yeah. So first, I want to say it's deep in our DNA to democratize development. That's the core of what we're doing at Unity. We're 1.5 million developers on our platform, and of course we drive a lot of those developers to the XR space as well. On the AI side, so what is the AI doing here? Yeah, what the essence of AI is that it enables you to train a computer to do something rather than actually program it to do it. Yeah. So AI is actually helping lowering the barrier of entry for creating these applications. Yeah. So we develop AI that solves behavioral challenges. So you train your system. You can train characters. You can train objects to interact with you rather than sort of hand code it. Yeah. We have a physics engine that emulates gravity and inertia and collision. So instead of sitting there and figuring out how things should interact, you can actually have an AI learn and how they should interact. Yeah. We also work on AI for object understanding, object recognition, so that in a mixed reality application, your application will actually know what kind of objects it's looking at and be able to infer some behavior or physical properties from those objects. Yeah. So for us, it's about bringing really advanced technology to the developers so that they can create much more powerful applications. That's our mission.
So, Timothy, getting back to the specific tools that developers would use, I know you guys must have an enormous product roadmap with things that you're working on and that you've identified that your users need. Let me ask you first for your biggest success story in the past year, and then let me ask you, what is the biggest challenge you guys are tackling right now, and what effect do you think it'll have?
Yeah, so of course, last year we launched Mars, our mixed and augmented reality studio, which I think is truly the most powerful tool on the market for anyone to be able to create really, not just a single object on a plane, on a table, but actually be able to create these, mixed reality experiences where you have, a clock on the wall, art over here, Spotify running in the background, Netflix show over in the corner, and you're able to actually have these digital apps that live in the space with you and react intelligently to it. So I'm very, very proud of that and what we've done so far. The biggest challenge by far is, honestly, it's that people don't understand where we are truly at with computer vision and what I call, I guess, a class of world understanding data. People don't really understand. People kind of are like, oh, that's cool. My phone recognizes my face, but they don't think about why. Almost everyone expects that object recognition is a solved problem. It is completely unsolved. It is barely out there, and it's not there on a consumer level. In any for even 500 objects, right? 500 common objects. There's just we're very early days, and we're at that really interesting point in technology where people's desire for the tech and knowing what they want to do with it far outweighs where the technology actually is. So there's a lot of education there.
Danny, where do you think we're going with interoperability technology, and what might that look like?
I think that it's a very important step in the evolution of the metaverse, of mixed reality systems, that they interoperate better. We talked a bit about cryptocurrency as an example of a mechanism. I think we need to be smart here. We need to look around. Timothy mentioned earlier that while we can draw an analogy to HTML and the World Wide Web, well, 3D and interaction and metaverses and multi-agent system, they're way more complicated than anything on the World Wide Web today. Yeah. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, but clearly the thing we can learn from the World Wide Web is that democratization is very, very important to have the full penetration of the technology. Yeah? So it has to be easy to develop. It has to be easy to use. It has to be easy. It has to be easy to create content and experiences. And at one point, it also has to be easy for people to make a living from it. And I think that Unity is uniquely positioned if you look at our presence in the market today and where we have taken gaming, especially for small and independent studios, and our support for many, many platforms, for over 20 different platforms. It's in our DNA, it's in our blood to continue this and bring it into the metaverse as well.
Well, I think it's an incredible success story, and congrats on the IPO, by the way. This is, as we expected, this is an enormous conversation that we're just scraping the surface of, as we've only got a couple minutes left. I don't want to unleash too big of a topic, but let me just say how excited I am personally by the progress Facebook has made, and how close the Quest is already coming to creating the kind of unified metaverse that we're talking about. Now, of course, that has many positive implications and many unintended consequences that are less positive, right? We all don't want one company controlling everything, but it's not, because Unity is behind almost every one of these experiences that you see in that app store. So the success of Oculus in this case is also Unity's success in creating a common platform for so many dozens, if not hundreds, of different applications, which, by themselves are not metaverses, but stitched together, the way Oculus is stitching together the platforms that you enable is creating a kind of metaverse. So I'm really hoping that that will start to open up and include not just Oculus, and maybe will provide a direction for starting to cut down those silos and really truly creating a science fiction metaverse where, you know, we're unhindered and able to move through infinite space.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of a statement, I guess. It wasn't a question.
I love too that they're so thoughtful about attacking the different types of devices, right? They everything from the Portal to Project Stella to they have Orion, they have many, as well as the Quest, right? They're not afraid to play around with what is the correct device, or maybe we need multiple devices for different use cases. You know, I think it was prescient of Valve with the Index to make sure that it was upgradable as well. Especially when it comes to wearable technology, it has to be more customizable, it has to be comfortable, and it has to be something that can kind of live with you. And this is kind of fundamentally different than the way we have interacted with computers previously. But I think it's an extension of them moving away from the desktop and into, you know, as an integrated part of our lives.
Yeah. We would like.
Sorry, go ahead, Danny.
Charlie, I would say we would like to see 1,000 flowers bloom in this space, and we hope that Unity can be the glue that ties it all together.
Exactly.
Well, we're teaching Unity at Chapman University and also at Shenandoah University, where I teach. And I think that hopefully we will produce, using Unity's terrific supporting collateral for education online, we'll be able to help create a Unity army and populate that world and make it as diverse and democratic as we all know things should be. So thanks for having me. Great to see you guys. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And thank you, everybody, for listening.
And thank you for having us.
Thank you to Timoni, Danny, and Charlie for that session. Next up, Neon CEO Mark Long moderates a fireside chat with Jeff Gomez, the industry's premier consulting transmedia producer and CEO of Starlight Runner. Long and Gomez will delve into how they are pushing storytelling into the metaverse, creating fictional worlds where consumers participate and even steer the narrative across multiple media channels. Gomez will detail how vertically integrated media companies see opportunities in the metaverse to increase revenue and broaden markets, and how corporate and consumer efforts can reinforce each other, creating entirely new entertainment formats and closer, more rewarding relations between media producers and participants.
Hey, my name is Jeff Gomez. I'm the CEO of Starlight Runner Entertainment.
Hi, and I'm Mark Long. I'm the CEO of Neon Media. Jeff, thanks for joining me today. I want to start by asking you the definition of transmedia. It's a term that gets tossed around a lot. How do you define it?
Well, this whole discussion is framed in terms of the metaverse, and transmedia in some ways is a kind of stepping stone toward the metaverse. Transmedia storytelling in just a couple of words is symphonic narrative. It is the telling of a story that unfolds across multiple media platforms in concert. Just briefly, historically, Hollywood used to license out its entertainment properties, and so you got a movie and maybe a cartoon version of the movie, a novel version of the movie, and a super crappy video game version of the movie. As time went on, particularly coming from Japan, you had this notion of media mix. The fact that different iterations of a single story world, a single narrative universe, appeared across different media with slightly different interpretations. Sometimes there was a prequel or a sequel on a different media platform. The Japanese really intrigued me with this approach. And then you had Marvel or DC Comics with these fabulous shared universes across multiple comic book titles. transmedia storytelling takes that to the nth degree by creating these giant cinematic universes where stories unfold across feature films, in streaming, have iterations in video games, and all of it kind of is of a piece with itself. It acknowledges a kind of common canon. And that, to me, is what is kind of the source of some of the biggest entertainment franchises in the world right now.
So how does transmedia apply to the metaverse in your mind? It doesn't seem like a fit at first glance. If transmedia is kind of deliberate design of a franchise across diverse distribution platforms, how do you design for a platform where the players can make or do anything they want to?
My understanding of Metaverse, as I've been observing it, and with a great deal of interest, by the way, because I do think it's the future, a Metaverse implies that you can take the characters that you've been cultivating in one gaming platform and either go into an entire different realm. Sometimes that's within the same gaming platform, or actually leave that gaming platform and enter into an entirely different one. So you can theoretically take your Roblox characters and get them into an app and play in an app game, completely different platform, entirely different fictional story world, and yet your characters persist. If you do this, and this has begun, chances are you can have some fun. You can unleash a little chaos. But what I think transmedia storytelling can do is actually to create a schematic for this, a narrative schematic. Why are we able to traverse different media platforms? What can pull these platforms together to form a kind of mega narrative? Think of it, Mark, back when we played Dungeons and Dragons, and we asked our friend, the dungeon master, if we could take our character from this campaign, completely separate, and put him in your campaign. And the dungeon master would go, all right, and so forth. And that allowed for us to kind of visit different fictional universes within our gaming group's set of games. If you had an impetus to do this, a reason to do this, an elegant design sensibility behind it, that's what transmedia technique can do.
I've heard you call this participatory narrative, and I really like this idea. It seems to me, on the one hand, a creative white space to work in. It's new to me. And on the other hand, something I'm familiar with, like you explained as a D&D player. What are some contemporary examples that you can think of participatory narrative?
Well, we started to see this in our ability to fabricate our own personal characters in massively multiplayer online games. We built that character and could stay with that character for long periods of time. And this wasn't a character assigned to us by the game designers. We did that, and so there's an empathy. There's a kind of a connection, a deep connection between ourselves and this character. Now that we are capable of moving these characters from one platform to the next, or one gaming product to the next, we, it makes us proud. It makes us able to cultivate that character and build reputations around that character and gain treasures for that character in multiple media, multiple worlds. Dream SMP is an endeavor that I really, really am excited about. They have made a commitment to enabling their players to do this, and are negotiating deals with various app developers and even larger gaming platforms to allow your characters to make these jumps from one game to the next.
I like this idea, how you frame the portability of characters as and objects as blockchain-like. The idea that maybe the UGC creator, as a UGC creator, I can lock certain parameters and leave others open, like a smart, like a blockchain smart contract, and then theoretically get paid seamlessly. It seems Roblox allows for this right now, and it's hugely successful, right?
Absolutely. In fact, they are giving birth to some of the key answers for allowing for metaverses to work. The other answer, which is a little bit technical, is what I call the converter modality. How do you take the statistics, powers, abilities, and properties of your character and your character's possessions and move them from one kind of game to another kind of game? Even from one kind of visual iteration, a blocky little Roblox character, to become possibly a more fantastical looking character, but a more realistic fantastical looking character. Or does he stay or she stay as a blocky little character in this other universe? Those things will need to be solved technologically, but that combined with the notion of the blockchain, I think, opens up infinite possibilities. And Mark, the one possibility that I think everyone in the audience ought to be aware of is the possibility of making money, because with blockchain, you will have a character that can contribute something new to your story world and make it a better world. And you want to credit that character or that player for that idea or that concept, or you want to assert some rights over that character so that character can exist or be extended to other transmedia extensions of the property. Well, here's a way to compensate the player for the character and the ideas, and even the source platform. So the game publisher that originated that character could get credited as well.
You've worked with some really big entertainment franchises like Avatar, I think. Do you predict more collaborations between game companies and entertainment companies on franchises like this using the metaverse?
Well, there's some precedent historically in entertainment. I remember our worlds as kind of nerd fans were rocked when the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit came out. So you had these Disney characters and these Warner Brothers characters meeting each other for the first time in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, this movie, and it was delightful. And the juxtaposition of these characters actually had something kind of thematically interesting to say, something artistic to say about that collaboration. We've seen this again in video games like Kingdom Hearts, where Disney characters encountered Japanese anime characters, Japanese gaming characters. Ready Player One was a depiction of a metaverse, for better or worse. Wreck-It Ralph combined all kinds of the more recent Wreck-It Ralph, all kinds of video game characters and even Disney characters. We saw all of the Disney princesses in one story world for the very first time in a Wreck-It Ralph sequel. So there are legal models already for the transmedia, trans-platform combination of characters. But metaverse gaming is complex. We're going to need some clever attorneys to help work out those deals, but I do think it's going to happen.
So you do this for a living. Can you share some of the best practices in this type of design for us?
Oh, sure. A lot of gaming to this day, even though there are branching narratives involved in most video games, the gamer is still thinking in a kind of linear fashion. There's a beginning, middle, and end, and you want to kind of shoot your characters through a kind of tube that sometimes branches, but eventually kind of reconnects in hubs until there's a big climax and an ending. I think we need to, just in terms of world design, as the technology has become more sophisticated and as players have become more interested in liberation and self-efficacy, the ability to navigate an entire story world, we're going to have to think slightly different in a different narrative modality. This is, I call it a kind of systemic narrative modality, using collective journey techniques, these techniques that I've been observing in story world design. Think of it this way, Mark, and you may know these authors: Harry Turtledove, Tom Clancy, Paul Anderson. These guys, when they think about, they create alternate history fiction, right? So when events happen in their stories, they don't just happen on the field of battle. They are global events that impact the way that all of history kind of unfolds in their story worlds, these alternate history novels. So that's what I think we have to think about when designing, purposefully designing these transmedia metaverses, where we're thinking about how the whole story world, the combination of story worlds, can be potentially impacted by the movements of players from one realm to another. And I actually think that pretty rousing narratives can rise out of these multi-dimensional epics.
A common experience of mine in metaverses is the unstructured, undirected gameplay, if you will, often results in bad community behavior. You know, I joke and sometimes say these metaverses are like a sexual assault simulator, really. They degrade quickly. How do you solve for that problem? Again, when you mentioned Roblox, and my son is 13 years old and plays a lot of Roblox, they seem to have solved that problem. They have really good community filters in their chat system, and they, to a large degree, they seem immune to it. How do you think they're doing that, and what can other metaverse designers learn from Roblox, do you think?
Some of us are old enough to have encountered exactly what you're talking about in Second Life, which was sort of this ongoing rolling orgy of craziness. You know, but I think since then, these kinds of elements have been put into place on individual platforms and ought to probably stay there. Yes, at its worst, this kind of ability to leap from one world to another with a motley array of characters is going to be chaos. But at its best, it can be a kind of elegantly designed theme park. It can be, you know, like some of those cool movies we've seen. You know, it requires those kinds of restrictions that you're already talking about, which are there in most of these kinds of multiplayer online games. But also, if there is a design sensibility, you know, intertextuality, the notion of different characters encountering each other from different realities, it has something to say about a diversity of perspectives, problem solving, the greatest metaverses will make us feel included and allow for us to reconcile our differences and find answers to kind of metaversal problems. And that will make the individual story worlds better places. So I think there are solutions.
So where do you see all this going? And I like this idea that it's kind of a multiverse description that I'm getting from you, portability of characters and objects, and that those characters and objects kind of inherit narrative that can translate between multiverses. Do you see things evolving that way, or these metaverses pretty much self-contained? Like this is science fiction metaverse, and that's a fantasy metaverse, and sure, maybe we can exchange objects and characters between those, but not across the multiverse.
I think the sky's the limit. I think that there's going to be a kind of distinct version of our entertainment property realities that allow for metaverse interaction. I don't think that we're going to allow our Marvel universes and our Star Wars universes to kind of be impacted by metaverse activity. We're going to have a version, a different dimension of those realities or those fantastical universes that allow for this kind of play. Once there, I really hope that the future will be in surprise, delight, and in having things to say about this kind of pop culture, playroom that we all have. There was nothing more delightful, and maybe you'll remember this, Mark, when you bought your G.I. Joes and your plastic dinosaurs and your Star Wars toys and all kinds of other stuff to the sandbox and just kind of played with your friends and imagined what those storylines could be like. Now we've got that. We have it individually, which is what Jon Favreau is doing with The Mandalorian. I think he's playing with his action figures and doing so in a kind of delightful way with different epochs, different periods of the Star Wars universe. They're crisscrossing in The Mandalorian, which becomes a kind of mini metaverse of Star Wars, if you will. I think now we can do this with all kinds of entertainment properties in a safe, elegant way, but also a way that can be art unto itself.
You're reminding me of the pleasure of reading Ready Player One for the first time, which was used, pop culture reference across the spectrum, not just games, but film and television. So I've asked you where all this is going, but do you think there are companies that are positioned to dominate this space or be more successful? When I think of everything that you're describing, it makes me try to think of what those companies might be, like Epic with Unreal, the game engine, and then all their vertically integrated tools and services, identity, wallet, storefront, game logic, increasingly a cloud backend. Is that what's required to be successful, do you think?
If you are the game platform responsible for this, yes. All of that is successful. But if you want true player investment and the ability for players to genuinely benefit from contributing to the construction of a metaverse, you're going to need these various kinds of blockchain technologies, and they have to be reliable, do it well, and they have to deliver. I'd love to see a young person invent a character or object or something compelling within this environment, and then have it become kind of legendary and of value. So these items could be sold, so to speak, within the environment, but also a character emerges who is so interesting and compelling that they can spin off into their own novel or comic book or even movie, and for that creator to earn money via a blockchain almost automatically. So we don't need to mire ourselves in hundreds of pages of legal documents. It's all right there, that you sign off on just to enter the metaverse.
My last question is kind of about demographics and for the metaverse. One thing I've observed, I would argue that Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite are three usually successful metaverses that are divided by their demographics. I've watched my own boys age from Minecraft into Roblox, Roblox into Fortnite, but one thing I've always thought is, what is the metaverse that they will age into beyond that? Is there an adult version of the metaverse that doesn't degrade into the lowest common denominator like Second Life did?
It's interesting. My company consults on theme parks, and some of these are all over the world. So they're in China or the Middle East, and there is this enchantment that the rest of the world has with Hollywood and classic Hollywood films. So you can move through these theme parks, these live theme parks, and there will be attractions based on the Hunger Games or an older classic movie, gangster stuff, and so forth, or Indiana Jones, and there they are all sitting next to one another, almost as if we have a metaverse in formation in parts of the world. I think that's kind of attractive, and so what can happen is that that more so-called mature intellectual properties start getting mixed and matched in these metaverse conditions, or we have things like Niven and Pornell's Dream Park, where there are the equivalent of dungeon masters, master storytellers who are assembling narratives from different intellectual properties that have, again, something kind of interesting and mature and perhaps even dark to say that you enter into and have an adventure with. All of that's possible, I think.
Cool. I want to thank you for joining me, Jeff. I'm really curious to see what kind of questions we'll get in the Q&A lobby after this. Thanks again.
Well, Mark, I've had these talks with you for many years, and we were talking about these kinds of things, the development of super properties from the turn of the century. So it's thrilling to be able to actually kind of witness the dawn of it really, really happening here and now. So thank you, and yes, I welcome questions.
Thank you so much to Jeff and Mark for that informative conversation. Certainly makes me want to pick up my copy of Ready Player One and reread it. It was such a magical experience reading that for the first time. Still better than the movie, I'm gonna contend. The book always is. If you guys have questions and you're part of our VIP registers, please head over to the Q&A Zoom room for a session with Jeff and Mark. Up next to discuss the blockchain and the metaverse, please welcome Arthur Madrid, CEO of The Sandbox, in a conversation with GamesBeat's own Dean Takahashi.
Hey, it's me again, Dean Takahashi, and we are here to talk about blockchain and the metaverse, and I'm here with Arthur Madrid, And Arthur, will you please introduce yourself and also your company and your project here?
Hi, Dean. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much to have me today. I'm Arthur Madrid. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Sandbox. I've been working in gaming for almost 15 years now. I did digital entertainment before. So mainly doing social gaming for 15 years. Super excited by blockchain gaming for the last years with the Sandbox.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, tell us more about what you're actually doing with the Sandbox too.
So actually the Sandbox is blockchain virtual worlds based on Ethereum. We launched the first version of the Sandbox in 2012 as a mobile game first, and then we launched a Sandbox Evolution, which was a sequel in 2016. So the Sandbox is a user-generated content virtual world where creators can create games, create their own worlds on a map. We actually work on it for almost 9 years. As I just say, the first version was on mobile, got 14 million install, more than 15 million words shared on the platform. So as Roblox, we've been really excited and focused on user-generated content and creators ecosystem. So the idea today is to try to discuss together about on a creator world that probably began a long time ago and has been extremely disrupted by digital. How the creator world can beneficiate of the blockchain, and why the metaverse and user-generated content system can benefit, have strong benefits over the blockchain. So yeah, just to make sure the Sandbox is a virtual world based on Ethereum with generated content, NFTs, and blockchain technologies.
So why does blockchain help you with what you want to do with the Sandbox and what you want users to be able to do? How does it benefit them?
So when you look at how the creator worlds work, it could be we are so engaged on the digital life right now. So it could be on YouTube, on TikTok, or any games that engage players. These are producing a lot of content, and if you look at all this content is produced and all this content is managed, is completely centralized. It's completely owned by the platform. So the idea of the first, maybe to understand what is a blockchain, and the blockchain is a public ledger that can track and record any transaction and ownership in a way that it's completely inalterable. That we are using this technology to be sure and to track anything that is done by the creator. So any asset of the game can be completely owned in a decentralized way. Any transaction can be recorded in a way that it's not owned and altered by the publisher or by the editor. So the idea of the blockchain in the metaverse is to build a new kind of digital asset, to create and mainly based on ownership, governance, and yes, ownership and governance, I'd say.
So Arthur, I know that non-fungible tokens are also important to what you're doing. Can you explain this so that people can get an idea of what it's about?
Yes, Dean. Non-fungible token is a new class of digital assets that we want to build, and that's mainly make everyone able to build an asset where using the blockchain technology, you're gonna bring and proof scarcity, like the numbers of assets available, and in a way using smart contracts that it's impossible to alterate. So it's really something that it's very interesting around collectible. So I say the first thing about non-fungible token is building and using blockchain technology to track the numbers of assets available, and the other thing it's also being able to track and record all the ownership, like all the owners and the history of ownership of these assets, which can be very exciting if, for example, it has been owned by a celebrity or so if you look at I think people are extremely blown away by the amount of money that players were able to spend in digital assets, hundreds, thousands, and probably billions of dollars spent on digital assets. I think making those assets as NFTs, building an NFT economy is going to add a new layer on top of the existing digital economy. It could be $1 billion, could be tens of $billions, and enable anyone able to trade it, and anyone able to create the value of it. Like it's also, I think, if you look at NFT, it's also bringing the value and let the value be defined by the community. Like it's pretty hard to define why something is valuable or not. So as soon as you use blockchain and NFT technology, what is pretty interesting is like the value system is basically defined by the community and the people.
So these NFTs help you identify one-of-a-kind items that are absolutely owned by just one user, I guess, right?
Exactly.
I guess one of the features of the metaverse that everybody talks about is that you should be able to go from one world to another almost instantaneously, right? And that you should be able to, take your stuff, take the things you own and take your avatar and go from one world to another. It seems like blockchain is really the thing that can make that possible, I guess. Is that something that is sort of part of what you're doing as well, or are you looking at that in a particular way, I guess?
I think what's really missing here is to have if you look at gaming and an avatar-centric metaverse where people want to create an extension of their identity or define another identity and how this identity can follow from one game to another, from one metaverse to another. I think definitely having an avatar, which is an NFT, is definitely something that is extremely helpful in an open metaverse. If you look at how the smart contract are built, you can definitely use ERC 1155 and very easily import the assets of the player's wallet on your metaverse. So it's definitely, if you look at how even now, like we're still a lot of progress to do on the UI UX player experience. It's still pretty easy to build any web page, any metaverse, any virtual worlds, any virtual landscape, and import what the players did before. So yeah, definitely the blockchains was built for anyone because it's decentralized to be able, as an API, to call any of the item or any of the action that players did previously.
So how do you make it easier for people to do this, I guess. I think things like cryptocurrency and, creating digital wallets and otherwise teaching people how to do this has been very difficult in recent years. I think some very sophisticated users are very successful at things like cryptocurrency or NFTs. If you're trying to make this really simple for people in a game-like world, what do you do?
So what we are, I think it's going to be easier it's going to be easier that what we're saying. Like if you look at anything right now that becomes to be popular and social and viral, you see as soon as you're going to have a strong community, a great games coming to the market, like the massive adoption that probably will come. The way we think is definitely based on the play to earn model, like part of the NFT and part of the cryptocurrency is based on the capacity for players to feel that they will be able to make money, and definitely make money, not in a direct way. Like it's like, how are we going to use your skills inside the game as a creator, which like for the sandbox, the creator's model is a core business model for us. So it's not just, it's not gambling. It's not about winning the game. It's about giving 100% of the ownership and the value of the game to the creator and to the players. So we believe that this new way to play, and I think creators feel it. Minecraft is probably one of the biggest creators platform, and that are clearly not able to retribute the value of this creation to their creator right now. So we do believe that if you look at how a game is built, like it's built of assets, it's built of gameplay, and you have a strong conversation with Epic and Apple trying to move the rev share to a model that is like, instead of 30%, it's going to be 10%. We just do believe at the end it's going to be 0%. Like 100% will go to the creators, and you will have the value of the metaverse will come from the service, from the service you give to those creators, the service you give to the players, but definitely not taking the value and deciding how this value needs to be shared. And it's also come up to the other way that we believe people will think the way they create, they play, or they develop the game. It's the concept of governance. It's like who leads, and it's quite, it makes us think about how we're going to use NFTs, tokens, and blockchain to build a governance system. And if you think about a metaverse in a way that is a nation, or it is or a country, the governance of World of Warcraft, or the governance of EVE Online is something that is happening all the time. All the time there is either governance issues on the feature of the game or inside the game. And understanding how token and cryptocurrency are not just virtual currency, but have a voting system attached, have a governance system attached to different mechanism, is something that bring also, that's probably move the very simple gameplay and gameplay mechanics to much more advanced gameplay mechanics that is, that are, in my opinion, match with the concept of metaverse. Like when you join a metaverse, you understand that it comes with a certain kind of gameplay that makes you be part of it, and that you may, based on the engagement, based on what you create, based on the personality and the actions that you're going to achieve inside the metaverse, make you able to lead it, like to vote for it.
A lot
So
of,
yeah,
a lot of this feels, a lot of this feels like it's all coming back to ownership and ownership in the hands of the users, right? And so I think you mentioned governance for worlds. Can you talk a little bit about the concept of staking and for decisions or owning a part of it?
Yes, I think that when you look at the business model and when you hear about play to earn, you may think it's just about earning some currency, earning some money from playing. And the way you're gonna earn this is not just like, okay, when you win the game, you actually get reward that you can convert in cash. This is not that we think play to earn. We think the way is more about when you own a certain amount of the currency of the game, you can use it and keep it to show that you own part of the game. So this is also defined, and this is what we are building through Animoca, and like Sandbox have been is an Animoca company based in Hong Kong, and they've been like trying to develop a lot around the blockchain gaming. So like we're really thinking about which mechanism blockchain gaming can bring into the way people play. Okay, and one of these mechanism is staking. So what is staking is basically putting some of the currency you own or you bought, and staking it means like you cannot lose it. It's like, okay, like staking it means there is, let's say, 100 billion token, and you own 100 million of it. So you own 10% of the game actually. So staking it gives you the right either to win more as a multiplayer, or to vote and build a decentralized governance and make some decision for the game. So it shows that I think people have a tendency to understand cryptocurrency as a currency, as an exchange, and the way we see it in gaming, it's also definitely something that it's related to a percentage of ownership that comes with a percentage of decision of the future of the games. Could be like future development. It could be also like how you decide how the revenue could be invested in. So there are many ways that building the metaverse with the blockchains brings a lot of powers that is moved from the developer to the player. At the beginning, it's not really. If you think when you build the metaverse, at the very first, when you open your metaverse, it's pretty hard to define it. But if you project the metaverse in a couple of years, 1 to 10 years, then it makes much more sense, because it's not like you're not giving all the powers from the developer to the players as soon as you open it. You're giving it to the players month by month. And at one point, the whole economy is completely decentralized.
Now, I talked to Tim Sweeney from Epic Games today, and he was talking about the blockchain is interesting in what it can achieve, but he thinks that it needs to be more mature before he can use it in something like Fortnite. And part of the problem is that the blockchain takes too long to update, I guess, and that it could be minutes before it updates, and he wants it to be updating in real time at 60 frames a second, right? Does this matter to you and your purpose?
I think there is three things here. Like, first, it's really a good news that Tim is talking about the blockchain. Like, as soon as, and I think it's the same for Ubisoft. Like, I think big companies understand that that there is something here that maybe that they may be able to use pretty soon, you know. So I think it's great that Tim mentioned it. The second thing is, like, as soon as you manage and own a 250 million or 350 million players game, it's pretty hard to add new stuff, you know. Like, as soon as you and to add new features and to be very, you need to be very careful. We have the same conversation when we took to Nexa, you know, like they say, okay, it's going to be great. So like my answer is also, it's better to build a blockchain metaverse from scratch with a blockchain and not to add blockchain after, you know. So it's, I think it's easier for big publishers to create new games with the blockchain embed at first than to add blockchain to something existing. But yeah, and about the Ethereum gas fee, reactivity, there are like many solutions that called layer 2. You have company like Matic that for the sandbox, that definitely it's something that is very new. We are we are all experimenting new way to do those transactions to the blockchain, and yes, there are a lot to be improved. However, there are solutions, and those solutions, if you look 2020, I think, like, when you look at the technology in 2018, 2019, but no, it's getting a lot better. Like, and even it's because there are like much more traction from this definitely help the technology to grow. You know, we always the crypto people, crypto community, blockchain communities always compare the blockchain technology to internet at the very beginning. So I think nobody could believe that you could use internet at such a level of speed in 1999. So I don't think any technology has been as soon as it's adopted, there is always a solution to make it efficient.
So when you think about when the metaverse is complete, how do you think that's going to change the way people live or play or work or earn money?
So yeah, I really think that this could be extremely disruptive. I think we all have in mind like Ready Player One, or so you have this, I think there is always a correlation about what's happening in real life and the answer from the digital life. It's like if you look like why some companies has been so successful at the in 2008 after the crisis, and why these pandemics right now are just like shuffling the card, you know, like we don't really know that there are like some jobs that's going to be completely impacted in a long term. So if you ask me, is the way the metaverse is going to be complete, it's also highly depending about what's going to happen the next 2 to 5 years in the world. And also I think that what's happening now is that you can make money. There is probably like a lot of way that you can make money online, and in a way that it's related to culture and creativity, you know, like, and philosophy, or in politics, or like the question is like, I am not, I hope, and I think the metaverse is about creating great job for people, you know, and not like stupid job. It's like great job related to crypto art, related to be able to govern communities, and playing, because also like the idea of playing, it's something that is definitely positive. The question is also about and I think virtual reality and VR is quite related to this as well. Is like the level of intensity and emotion that we can recreate on the metaverse. Like if we get to a poor experience, this is a wrong way to make people earn money or build a better digital life. But if you have amazing experience, like extremely creative, I don't know if you look like the concert, the Travis Scott concert on Fortnite, like apart from the numbers and the millions and tens of millions of players going to see it, it looks great, and it's definitely the result of hundreds of people working at Epic to bring this experience. And I do believe that if through your avatar and your digital identity, or through your lens, at the Sandbox we have this pretty innovative way that people can buy virtual real estate, can buy their land. And I think the metaverse will again be about ownership, but what you're going to do with those ownership, like which tools that are going to enable you to create something that is maybe much more beautiful and crazy and creative that going to buy furniture at IKEA, and trying to expand the life of people on something. Like everybody talks about social network and screen and the time you spend behind your screen. So the question is about, like, on the metaverse, giving you the tool, the creative tool. Again, I think it's all about creative, which is pretty different than to be in front of your TV, And so, as soon as we are able,
I just want to interrupt a little bit, just for our final question. But how soon are you hoping that your blockchain-based world can be really mainstream and be enjoyed by mainstream audiences?
I think by the end of this year, like because we're also using the voxel and we believe that we believe in fun also, so we are not in this over realistic projection of the metaverse. So we think by the end of the year, if you look at how the cryptocurrencies market is moving, or company like Robinhood and the understanding of the value system on one hand, and how the virtual world and because of this pandemic and lockdown, that people want to create their avatar and have fun. So I think these two things together, we hope that this situation and it seems like all the planets are aligned, that like for people to enjoy a blockchain metaverse by the end of the year.
All right.
In a massive
thank
way.
you.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you so much to that session, and thank you to all of the speakers we have had so far. The VIPs may head over to the offstage Zoom Q&A room now and answer your questions. And that brings us to our final session. I'll probably recognize some familiar faces from previous sessions. I am pleased to welcome back keynote speakers Tiro of Gumi, Tim Sweeney of Epic Games, Mike Pons Talsorian Games, and Jesse Shell of Shell Games, for a time to answer questions from the audience. That's you guys out there about them. Dean Takahashi, of course, will be moderating the session, and you guys can by submitting your questions for this amazing group of keynote. So you see the little Slido to the right here. If you're having trouble, you probably need to enable third-party cookies on your browser. Checkbox in your browser settings or preferences, because you're going to be submitting questions for this panel of amazing speakers. So without ado, take it away, Dean.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you to our for agreeing to come back and answer audience questions. Got quite a bit of time. We've set aside about 45 minutes, and I can ask some questions. We'll need to assemble the questions from the audience. Just get us started. And I'm going to ask panelists the same question here. See what kind of conversation that's going to trigger. after we get the answers here. So what year do you think the metaverse? Let's start with Jesse.
Hey, the metaverse is here now, and it's called Roblox.
Sweeney probably disagrees with that, but let's What year, Tim?
I think it's been around actually for a few years. We don't have billions of users yet, but I think Fortnite, Minecraft are all manifestations of it, as are ACR and a dozen other efforts. And it's going to be an interesting evolutionary path from here, but back to this, and won't be a massive break.
And here now, what year was
so
metaverse?
definition of the metaverse, right? So I think if we say metaverse about like community, so maybe Facebook, Instagram is also the metaverse, right? And Fortnite, Roblox. But my definition of the metaverse, what we want to create is create the oasis. VR oasis type of the metaverse maybe takes 10 years from now.
How many years was that? 10?
10 years.
Okay, all right.
VR,
All right.
VR metaverse is 10 years.
Got it. Mike, what year?
Well, I'd actually like to say 2020, and it's just happened. Here's why. My definition on metaverse and yours, in that I tend to think of a metaverse as being an ecology, a place that has a lot of differences. Just like you can't say a planet is one thing. Now we have a lot of different environments, ecologies that are happening. One is kind of a little microcosm of a metaverse, yet is call it a grand unity, with things that are beginning to come together, and the community separately are actually using all of them in common. However, 2020, we suddenly got forced to have to. That's why we're sitting here having a town hall that's virtual. This time we had to take things like Zoom. We had to take a lot of our visual and auditory concepts. We had to take shared environment things that made up for what we used to do together, like Minecraft and so forth. So I'd say 2020 is actually the point where I'd say it began, and that is because it's the first time we really needed to have it.
All right, I'm going to say that Hironao is the only one here who's right, because the three of you other guys just have no imagination when it comes to metaverse, right? It's like, you think we're in it now, or you think it's happening as we speak. I don't agree with that. Anyway, anybody?
Yeah, but we outnumber you, Dean, so we're right.
You want to speak to this a little more?
Sorry, me?
Which one are you asking?
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Well, my view is that we do not need like hardware that plugs directly into your brain to deliver this kind of experience. I mean, I think the magical elements that make it possible for people to get together in a 3D social space and have a great time together will be better with new forms of technology, but they're pretty good right now. And I think they're good enough that people are having replacement, like the experience I had as a kid, wandering around building forts in the woods. People are having online now with their groups on voice chat, and I think the same magic is there.
Well,
Jesse?
I'm going to say that we outnumber you, Dean. We outnumber you, Dean, so you're wrong.
It's 3-2.
What I have to argue, I'm kind of with Tim on that. It's not the technology, it's what, once again, people use. You can have the best technology in the world. You can have all kinds of great VR glasses or whatever. Nobody comes, then you don't have a shared space. And that's been a problem for years. I mean, I remember some of the earliest VR glass systems Or my sister, for example, used to work in video conferencing years and years and years ago. Nobody came to those either. You can't really have a community, which I think a metaverse involves having a community, until people find a need to have that community. Just like we've had computers and had them for many, many, many years, but eventually somebody decided to actually use the internet to look at cat videos, and suddenly we had an internet. It had been sitting there before, just nobody had a use.
All right.
Yeah, I think the real question is, how is it going to change?
Uh-huh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And so we have some questions coming in now, so I'm going to switch over to those. For Tim, after seeing Fortnite becoming more of a platform recently, are you considering adding VR functionality, especially with the modding coming up?
Yeah, that's not an immediate priority. It's a very interesting area. We invest heavily in VR and Unreal Engine, but in Fortnite, so much of the experience depends on advanced, like, active locomotion. I don't think we have a great answer for VR yet, though I think these are all things that we'll be thinking about a lot over the coming years.
All right. And John Martin has this question. I think I'll toss it to Mike here. What part of the metaverse do you want the most that doesn't exist today?
Interestingly enough, what I want is a tactile element to it, which we really don't have now. We can do it through, visual right now and auditory. Using scents and smells, I can do without that necessarily. But I want to be able to reach out and actually get my hands on things I've created or that exist in the world that I'm now stepping into.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to tap on that as well?
Yeah, I'd add to that. I think one of the really underestimated technologies is going to be the intersection of robotics and VR. I think there's going to be tremendous potential to have robots who are near you placing physical objects based on where the virtual objects are in the virtual world around you. This is a technology I think that could easily arrive in certainly in arcade environments and in home environments within a 10-year period. And I think that's just a prediction I have there.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to grab that one as well? Or Tim, you're quite happy with Fortnite as the metaverse?
I think Fortnite has parts of it, right? I think it's missing a lot. You need way more user-generated content. You need scripting. You need much larger player interactions, right? Fortnite games or sessions are limited to 100 players. You need a way to get all 15 million concurrent users in together at the same time in one shared massive space. But yeah, I think the key ingredients there are social. It's 3D plus social, real-time 3D interaction that leads to something that's more than a game, right? It's not just like Call of Duty. It's as much of the time you're focused on chatting with your friends and just screwing around in the world as opposed to trying to win the game you're in.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And here's another one. Let's see. For Tim, what incentives will break the barriers between the walled gardens that exist today? When will we see flow from Roblox to Apple AR to AltSpace, etc.?
Well, I think the key driver here is Metcalfe's law, the realization that the value of connectivity is much more than linear, and so connecting all of the users together across all of the different systems is a big win. Sony came reluctantly to that view, but then has been an amazing adherent and adopter of it in everything they're doing. Ever since Fortnite opened up cross-platform play across 7 platforms, and I think it's inevitable that all the others will follow suit. A ridiculous version of the metaverse that would never work is one in which you can only interact with people who are on the same family device as you're on. That would be totally broken. version of this thing, right? So this kind of software has to work everywhere, and it has to be open to everybody. And I think it's the brands. All of the major companies in the world were kind of fooled by the Facebook revolution. They kind of built a brand presence and invested in it, reached their customers, and then were separated from them and had to pay more and more to actually reach them with compelling content. And it kind of, the platform turned against the participants. And I think the brands are very aware of what happened there, and they're not going to let that happen again. In their IP licensing and partnership efforts. And so I think everybody's going to really demand an open system because everybody knows better now.
Yeah, if you don't mind me jumping in, I think part of it is there's a cyberpunk saying, the street finds its use for things. I'm more of a believer that people create the needs based on what they immediately need, and that they shape what we bring to the table. We're giving them a product, and if they want the product, they'll use it. If they don't know what to do with the product sits on the shelf. So I think what we're more likely to see, what Tim's describing pretty well, is that audience is going to want to find ways to go from one part of that multiverse to another, and they're going to drive it by looking at types of content that are already naturally flowing together. If you've got a financial system and you want to bring it over to some other system, that's a building system, which is an entertainment system and so forth. As the user, you're going to start playing with it. You're going to start seeing the mods. You're going to start seeing the interactions that are done rather badly because they're being breadboarded together. But people will begin to what we are going to have to build for them, because they can't build it as well as we can, but they're going to show us what they want. And as that happens, it's going to be a more unified sense of a thing. I keep talking about this as we talk about metaverses as individual things, but what we're really talking about is a world. How do we use that world? What parts, what things do we need to go to in that world? That's what our audience is, the inhabitants of that world, are going to tell us.
I'd encourage the audience to keep asking questions. We've got a good number here, but keep them coming. The highest rated question right now is, do you think there will be competing metaverses like social media platforms where conservatives are drawn to one side and progressives to another? Jesse, I see you shaking your head there. Why don't you tackle it?
Yeah, I guess I'm always a big believer. The pattern we see again and again is technologies diverge over time in order to customize themselves to the different uses that different users are going to have for them. That's why we don't just have one social network, right? We've got one that's all about pictures, and one that's all about short phrases, and one that's about this, and one that's about that, because people have a different focus at different times. Versus conservatives versus progressives, I don't know. I'm less sure about that, but I do feel sure that we're going to see competing metaverses that are very specialized towards different purposes, because that's what happens with every technology.
Yeah, that's I totally agree with Jesse. So we have Facebook, but we have a Twitter, and also we have TikTok, and also the Instagram, and Fortnite and the Roblox, right? So so user want to have own metaverse. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. One metaverse dominant everything. They have several metaverse for each person. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Here's one for Mike. I'm doubtful you can answer this one, but it's a popular one. Would an online multiplayer metaverse for Cyberpunk work in 2021 or 2022, or is your game system too complex for today's tech?
Again, since I can't pick things up and touch them, and unfortunately 77 does have sex, it'd be nice to be able to touch. The upside is that people want to see the visual and they want to be able to basically see beyond a wall. That's the defined space. And we've got a lot of that tied down now. But that being said, I'm not sure that that technology as applied to a metaverse would have the mission senses or any of the other drivers that come in with a game. Instead, it would be a place you could go to, a second life, as it were, in Night City. And you get a lot of second life-like qualities wandering around in the existing platform. If we devoted everything to that, if we didn't worry about missions and story and so forth like that, you would have a lot to do anyway. I mean, you know, one of my favorite things to do is just go find a corner and sit and watch things happen. So I think that question is best answered by what, in the end, is the audience going to want to get out of it? Are they going to want an entertainment form? You know, are they going to want something that, you know, babysits them, shows them, holds their hand, is basically a medium more like television? Or are they going to want more exploratory, I'm here, I live here, I am doing what I want within that environment? The latter is probably easier to reach because you don't have to come up with something that's interesting for everybody. Everybody finds their own toys. You know, they have a nice sandbox. They go over and they go, well, you know, I'm interested in this. One of the things that, you know, we talked about to Jesse was the idea of, are they going to be, you know, different audience areas, you know, conservative, you know, thing versus, you know, progressive or so forth. But you can't really attach that to, like, you know, a Roblox or, you know, a Minecraft or anything like that. Those are all things that can be used by anybody. What they do with it at the end of it, what they show off to their friends, that's where the community restructures itself. But, you know, the tools, the blocks, the bricks, they have to be universal. And to answer the Cyberpunk question, we've got a lot of that happening right now. We just haven't decided what we're going to do with it and whether we're willing to frame it outside of a game. Because everything we're doing right now between all of us is basically some form of game. If we could frame it outside of that, then people have to bring their own games.
Here's one for Hiro now. Do you think user efficiency can be sacrificed for immersion in the metaverse? As an example, picking out a movie in a virtual blockbuster vending machine instead of browsing a list.
Oh.
The VR question, I feel like.
So now, so VR is, you know, becoming very, you know, convenient, right? So, like, you know, Oculus Quest is, you know, becoming smaller and then easy to start. So I think, so yeah, I think, you know, VR going to be easier and easier, and people is, you know, easy to start. That's, you know, already happening.
Mm-hmm. And Jesse, you want to touch on that one too? It feels
similar
to it feels similar to
yeah,
like
sure.
I have to grab a piece of ammo and jam it into my gun with my hand instead of actually just press a button, right?
Right. No, I think I mean in a lot of ways this is a great question. I think from it all depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to just do something functional, like pick a video from a list, I'm skeptical that trying to have really physical interfaces that are slower and more cumbersome are going to be what people prefer. In a game situation, I think it's very different. Very often, part of the appeal of games is having things be more realistic. You certainly could, if I'm gonna make a bow and arrow VR game, sure, I'll reload by just hitting a button. I could do that, but why not just reach back here and get the arrow, and reach back here and get the arrow, because the immersion draws you in and it feels right. Because I guess one of the things when people talk about efficiency, they forget about the fact that our body has all this memory, and that we can often let our bodies do things without thinking. So even though it might seem more clunky and more cumbersome, there are times when letting your body do the work and have the memory ends up actually being more efficient than what might theoretically be done with your thumbs. So it's one of these things I find with every interface I build, we've got to experiment, because it's never quite clear what's going to be right. A counterexample, I think, is screwdrivers. Screwdrivers in VR, you don't want them to be like the real world. It's too awkward. It's too cumbersome. Generally, you just want to stick that hand there and zzz, the screw comes out, because this isn't one that somebody enjoys. And I just find you have to experiment with each interaction in order to find what feels right.
And yeah, so Jesse and my company also, making the short action type of the game. So efficiency, like, game part is easier, but, moving on hand is, much fun.
Yeah, I think another thing you have to do is body memory as well. I think there's the question of certain things you do because your body's learned to maneuver through those spaces. For example, reaching back and pulling the bow and arrow. It's not efficient when I'm doing it in a combat game, because what I'm dealing with is compressed time, reaction against what my adversary is, and so forth. So that may not be the thing you want, but there may be other things within that space that you might prefer getting a nice haptic feedback loop somewhere in there. Case in point, I have one of those cars that has touch screens. And what I found was, while it's really cool barreling down a road and certain elements of information are fed to me, when I want to change the radio, I have to basically take myself out of one space and deal with that touch screen. And I may miss that touch screen, or I may miss something else on that screen, as opposed to if I'm in my older car, I reach out and I can turn radio and make my changes and never look at the entire radio array. So
yeah,
again, what do I want to do with it? And efficiency becomes a question of what's the compressibility of time and my relationship to the task I have to do.
A phrase we use a lot is that VR is not a technology for the eyes. VR is a technology for the body, because it lets you bring your body and your bodily sense into a simulation. That's what's actually truly special about it. So I know that every experience we work on, we think about what is the point of having my body in this experience, and how can my bodily interactions make this experience stronger, more immersive, and deeper.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one. This is a kind of a hot one here, so whoever wants to grab it can do so. Is it time to stop using Snow Crash, Ready Player One, or other CIS white male references to what the metaverse is? Anybody want? Okay.
I would say, like, with Fortnite, we've proven that, and the community really has proven. Epic just released a game, and the customers chose the game. This kind of experience is open to everybody. There's been a very high female participation in a game that is, a shooter, and that's extraordinary. But it turns out that if you have an awesome social experience, people will do whatever the activity is. Maybe if it were a dancing game, you'd have a lot of guys dancing. And it also really transcends boundaries of culture. For example, a little bit, lots of different elements from all around the world have appeared inside of the world of Fortnite. And a huge variety of costumes available to all players. We find that players don't feel any need to choose a character that looks like them in the real world, right? It's totally cool for a guy to play Fortnite as a female character, right? Because you're role playing. For a black character to play as white character, a white character to play as black character, and in these dual squads, people coming through from many different cultures. I've learned to be kind of battlefield Spanish to a little bit of an extent, just in Fortnite itself. And you're telling different people from different backgrounds, and they all get together really well there. I think the real metaverse is about everybody, and I think these works of fiction just kind of reflect the world that their authors grew up in, and that authorship of books that Americans have read. Yeah, there's a lot of biases in it. But I think the experience itself does not have bias.
Hey, Tim, I'm going to ask you to pause a little bit. I hear quite a bit of echo on my side.
Yeah, I'm getting echo too.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure how whether the audience is hearing all that too. But maybe our crew can help fix that in the meantime. The only thing I would add, I guess, is that with Ready Player One, there were two interesting things that came up in that book, which was one of the characters who you assumed all along was a white male in the story turned out to be black female, right? And so there was some recognition of diversity issues and assumptions we make within that particular fiction. So the question isn't necessarily a fair one towards that. Ready Player Two also has an interesting comment from a African American character about just that, like, I have to go to a John Hughes film world, and it's so white, right? so the subject of diversity and race comes up in some of these pieces of fiction that people might assume are all about white male references.
Yeah, I don't think it's to be underestimated the power of the metaverse to potentially become a post-racial environment. I think it's something we should all be focusing on and striving for.
Yeah, one of the things I saw looking at Ready Player One, for example, is that we're replaying the same tropes which lead to the same metaverses. So in Ready Player One, it's framed within that video game universe and structure, which has already been traditionally established as a white male kind of, or even a male area of space. But in a situation like Snow Crash, he doesn't look beyond what's going on in the immediate area where everyone meets. He doesn't look beyond to where people might be living or doing things within that space. So once again, it's gamified. What do you look like up on the scoreboard? One of the problems we would have in developing a new metaverse space that would be more inclusive is that it can't just be we'll allow different people in. We also have to have different activities and spaces for those people to operate within. And those spaces may be kind of interesting and surprising. I remember a few years ago at an E3 where we were doing via Microsoft Dead or Alive beach volleyball. And I was fascinated by the fact that I would come back and I would find, big macho dudes in there trying to pick clothing for their avatar in the beach house. And it wasn't just, whoa, that's going to look hot. It was like, yeah, I don't know, that blue might not go with this. And what I realized was the space created a different kind of toy and a different way of using the tools in that. So suddenly you become a fashion designer. And I don't think any of those guys would have ever thought of themselves as doing that. So getting back to where I was aiming, inclusivity can't just be, we're going to have this many people, we're going to have them doing like this and so forth. We also have to build the spaces for many different kinds of people to exist and do different things in those spaces.
Very good. Our next question. All of you spoke to the importance of connecting people. What's the biggest value proposition for metaverse experiences? Combat, co-op, creative, conversation. Anybody want this? Let's go for Jesse.
In terms of where's the most potential, I really feel like co-op is going to have the powerful potential because the power that you get, particularly as we move forward with technologies, is the way you can socially connect when you're having a cooperative experience, whether you're building something together or working together on a team. The way that you're going to be able to just establish that physical presence and establish that really basic kind of player-to-player teamwork, I think that's going to be something that just continues to be powerful for people. So that's something that I look forward to in the future. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of co-op stuff, a lot of competitive stuff. But I feel like the cooperative experiences are the ones that are really going to stick and hold people, build the audience, and build some of the longest lasting experiences.
Also, Dean, I think echo is still very there.
Yeah, that echo is strong.
Yeah,
we can hear.
I've been trying to change it while
when you're not speaking. When you're not speaking, put yourself on mute. If you don't mind. And I will move on to the next question. Let's see. Will games become the next social network? How important will social opportunities and social games be for the growth of the metaverse? Let's go with Tim.
I'm sorry, with the echo, I couldn't catch that.
Okay, will games become the next social network? How important will social opportunities and social games be for the growth of the metaverse?
Sure, I think games, and this metaverse thing we're all trying to build are going to be a new social experience that I think it doesn't replace Facebook, right? It's a very different thing. This is small group conversation, you and your friends having intimate experiences together in this larger world, sometimes encountering other groups, but it's not like a mass communications media. It's not like Twitter and 100,000 message long threads filled with politics and derision. It's going to be really positive experiences about you and your friends, just like if you went out in the woods when we're playing, or you were going downtown and experiencing things. It's not going to be a massive mass scale communications medium. And I think that's a wonderful thing. I do not admire the problems that these operators of those social networks have to deal with.
Yeah, I definitely think that the part of what's powerful about games as a social medium is that they more closely mimic face-to-face communication than a lot of the perverse effects that we get out of social media. People's ability to kind of leave. I mean, a lot of people treat social media like a kind of graffiti. They're just going to go up and like leave a mark that degrades somebody. And that's communication in games generally isn't about that. Communication in games is usually much more about people connecting with people, just the way you do when you play games together in real life. At least when game communication is at its best.
Yeah, I think there's something to that because when you're dealing with the game has a focus, and the people involved in that focus are putting their energy, psychic or otherwise, to accomplishing something within the game. I think one of the problems with general social media is, unless it is centered around something common to all the people in that grouping, they're going to put that energy towards other places, like impressing people or showing off or downing people they don't like. The energy is there, but they don't have any place to put it that would be useful to the conversation. Trolls don't troll because they have some inner drive. They troll because they want people to notice how cool they think they are. So when you don't respond to a troll, it isn't fun for the trolls. But that's human beings wanting very hard to make some kind of mark with their own personal energy. The game gives you a place to put it. If you don't play the game and work with your teammates, and you're playing Fortnite or something like that, you're going to have rules and interactions. And those rules and interactions are going to shape how you deal with your community.
And then
There's
I
a
think,
question.
yeah, the difference, from major, social network and the game community. Major social network is connect somebody who you know already. But, game can make new friend. I think, this is, difference, and that, I like. So can make new friend. This is, advantage of the game community.
This question's kind of made for Jesse here. How microtransaction heavy will the metaverse? And our preface this, I don't know if you guys remember, but Jesse gave a speech at the DICE Summit one year, and it was about this sort of gamification of the world that would happen, where we could get like 10 bonus points for brushing our teeth, or getting enough sleep, or eating your meals on time. And Jesse, I wonder if you could revisit that and tell us about microtransactions in the metaverse.
Yeah, I think microtransactions is going to be a really interesting question, because the right place for microtransactions isn't always obvious. A lot, because on one level, microtransactions are nice because you can interact with a lot of things, and you can interact with many different types of things, and it gives you a lot of choice about how you want to interact. But at the same time, there's a weight that microtransactions puts upon the player. It's a pressure that we don't want to be there. And a great example of that is if you look at the history of Disneyland. Disneyland used to be microtransaction based. You'd buy one ticket at a time for 50 cents or for $1, and you would go on you'd go on the rides you choose with these microtransactions. It was a microtransaction based operation. And what they learned over time is people didn't want that. People wanted to not have to think about those transactions. And we see that today in some experiences. For example, I think Animal Crossing is a great example of that. You could make microtransaction-based Animal Crossing, but it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't have the same relaxing quality that I've entered into this world where all the worldly restrictions and things I have to worry about are set aside. So I guess, long story short, I think we're going to see a mix. I think we're going to see the budget parts of the metaverse are going to be microtransaction based, and then the more exclusive parts are going to tend to have a more premium style business model.
Mm-hmm. And let's see. Tim spoke about the importance of cross-platform economies. How does he see a path for those economies to exist for smaller devs in the metaverse? Tim, for you.
Sure. I think the absolutely critical thing with the metaverse is that we incorporate an economy that can support creators at all scales. Everybody from the 1,000-person AAA studio down to the individual creator. If you can create an awesome car match, or an awesome weapon, or an awesome hat, then there should be an opportunity for you to participate in an open market and make money from it. I think that's going to be really critical, right? And the previous question was about microtransactions, but I think the bigger picture is that this will be an economy. It will hopefully be an economy supporting millions of developers in the future. And eventually supporting tens or hundreds of millions of users who participate and add value to it in some way, and give a means of giving compensation for what they contribute. And so I think it must support everybody at every scale. I think that's kind of the magic of the metaverse, right? You don't have to build an entire app that you can compete in the app stores with all the other apps. You just need to build something cool that players can engage in, and they can go in and experience it. And you might get, like the last Fortnite season ending, you might get 10 million users to participate in something for 5 minutes, and then be done and never try it again. And that should be awesome. And you should be able to profit economically from what you've accomplished.
All right, let's try this one from Mike. Will we see a real-life Westworld in the next decade, mixing AI, robotics, and gameplay in a real-life open-world theme park?
I put out there that
I think we need to move. I think we need to move away from these small game sessions into really open world experiences. And I think vast cities of artificial intelligence or humans, or any combination, is definitely part of it. And any sort of experience like Westworld would be awesome there.
Sorry, Mike, did you hear that question? Sounds like we lost his sound. Okay, he lost his sound. Anyway, I guess we'll move on. Let's see. Is Apple a roadblock to a wider metaverse? I'm not sure who this would be for, but maybe Tim.
You're the one, Tim.
Well, they haven't been yet. In terms of content approval and so on, they have been in terms of economics, right? And the metaverse is going to cost an enormous amount of money to operate and will require an economy in which all creators participate. Every one of them will make far, far less than 30% in gross margin, including Epic as a platform operator in the future. And so, collecting a 30% tax on gross at the top just inflates prices. That's been a major impediment. But I've never seen Apple threaten to remove Roblox on account of hosting user-generated content that Apple hasn't approved. And their policies there are pretty ambiguous. It's like, I don't see why xCloud is banned, but Roblox is okay. Never seen the rationale for that explained. I assume maybe there is one, or maybe not. It's just status quo. But so far there hasn't been a prohibition on this. But I really worry that that's where this is heading. And the absolute control over distribution on the platform will lead to an environment where no company can really compete in building a metaverse-like experience with the platform owners' native experiences, because they construct, just a wide array of business obstructions and taxes that make them by far the preferred choice over everybody else. But it's a new world, and we'll see. And I think it's very much to be decided. I think a lot of Epic's concern and all of this, our motivation for fighting over this was forward-looking, right? The current problems mostly been economic. The future problems might be just the inability for competing experiences to even exist. Because Apple has policies, and Google has some of these policies too, not all of them, but some, which would prevent the World Wide Web from being invented right now. If the web were invented now, Apple would reject it from the App Store, and they'd cite at least 4 reasons. One is that it contains content not reviewed by Apple, doesn't follow a content moderation policy that they expect, but they haven't really specified. Conducts microtransactions without Apple's tax, right? So we need to make sure that the metaverse can exist and not be squashed by these huge platform players through these rules.
That's all we have time for, and I hope all of the echo sound hasn't affected the audience too badly here. Sorry about that. But it just goes to show that we all cannot wait to get into a real metaverse and get out of the Zoomverse here. So thank you very much for participating. Thank you for your questions, and thank you to the audience for sticking with us all day and dealing with our technical problems. So thanks, and let's hand it over to Andrea Renee.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you so much to everybody for their patience. We apologize. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts behind the scenes, and sometimes technical hiccups happen. As Jesse put it in the chat here, this session should be called the economics of the metaverse. I like it, Jesse. I think that's what we'll label the VOD. But thank you to Hero Now, Tim, Jesse, Mike, and Dean for that fantastic roundtable / town hall. And thank you to everybody who spoke today and for participating in GamesBeat Into the Metaverse event. We hope that you found the content informative and maybe a little bit inspiring. Thank you to our dynamic speakers across the board. There are too many of them to name at once. And of course, thank you to our sponsors for making it all happen, as well as the extensive GamesBeat and VentureBeat team working behind the scenes. VIPs, be sure to stick around for the reception and networking opportunity that's about to begin. You can check the agenda tab or your VIP email for access to that event. Again, event support at venturebeat.com is the email if you have questions about the event. And for all attendees, be sure to join us again tomorrow for our second day of Into the Metaverse with more fantastic speakers and topics and hopefully less echo. I'm Andrea Renee of What's Good Games, and thanks for watching. Enjoy your evening, everyone.